Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news. So actually, I had a whole different live stream to go directly over, and it was going to go with the normal topics that we've been talking about for the last few weeks to a month, if not a little bit more. This one came right across my desk, and I wanted to bring this up for a multitude of reasons. And it almost coincides with another story that I brought to you guys, which was the loss of life by way of a McDonald's manager. And she has 6 kids. And now, the kids are basically parentless. They don't have, anybody to, be there for them, anything like that, because of one person's life altering decision, because of emotionally how it is that they felt. Yo, Sham, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is up, Felicia? What is up? I was about to say good morning, but I forgot. It is the afternoon. It is 1:32. So good afternoon to everybody coming directly into the live stream. Um, so this one is another life altering circumstance of which somebody's life was taken for, I would gather to say, emotional reasons, right? So as you can clearly see directly in front of you, I'm just going to read off what is stated, right? Said tragedy in Arlington. Credit Champ founder fatally had his life taken by alleged ex-girlfriend during a haircut. Yesterday morning, July 11th, 2025, a devastating incident unfolded at the Salon and Spa Galleria in Arlington, Texas, thus resulting in the loss of life of Credit Champ CEO Todd Austin. Authorities have confirmed that 37-year-old businessman was wounded multiple times while receiving a haircut by his ex-girlfriend, 37-year-old Timone Michelle Williams, who later turned the weapon on herself. According to Arlington Police Department, Williams entered the salon located in the 7800 block of South Cooper Street at around 10:15 a.m. Surveillance and eyewitness reports indicate that she walked directly to the barber suite where Austin was getting a haircut and opened fire. Williams attempted to flee the scene upon noticing arriving officers. However, she ultimately re entered the building and turned the weapon on herself. Austin was pronounced deceased at the scene. Meanwhile, Williams was transported to a nearby hospital and later succumbed to her injuries. The incident is being classified as a murder stemming from a domestic dispute. Authorities have stated that there are no other suspects or threats to the public. Right? Um, what was it? Gail said, "Is something in the air, water, or location?" Said, "Yeah, I can't see their faces." Let me see if I can redo the image. I got you. I got you. Got you. Let me do this so that you can clearly see the family, right? The people. Let me go back and get the image. Hopefully, this properly shows. Right. So maybe that's a little bit clearer because I guess from the angle on the cell phone, it's going to, angle it more upward and whatnot. But this is the couple, right? And again, I don't know what to sit up there and tell people, at this moment in time. I don't. In a variety of instances, I've covered stories like this, and I've stated to people that DV is never the answer, um, you know, to a situation on both accounts. Right. I've covered tons of stories where men have taken the lives of their families, spouses, girlfriends, or whatnot, whatever. And I have denounced that. And within the exact same breath, I've showcased videos and stories of women doing the exact same thing and denounced that. Right. But again, it seems as though that irregardless of whatever it is that I state as a black male directly on this platform, people still go out here and decide to be stupid. So we're going to take a look at what stupid tends to look like directly here, right? So let me just try to move a lot of stuff on my screen directly over. So this is directly from Facebook, right? And as we can clearly see, these are because a lot of people are like, yo, Seiji, why don't you show the names of people and whatnot or whatever and all this? Well, a lot of times, people are on Twitter and people get, paid directly for engagement. And I'm not trying to lead people directly to, those people's pages. I don't know, what they're about or what's on there. So, it is what it is. This one is a little bit different. So it's Facebook. I can clear cut do this, no problem. Right. And people, again, make their comments directly with their names directly up here. And as we go directly through the comments, I want to highlight this one woman here, which is Angela Cotton. She made one of the smartest comments that I've seen thus far, where she said that it's sad that her love for a man superseded her love for her kids. The woman literally left behind as a mother. She left behind 2 kids on purpose. 2 kids. So you mean to tell me that y'all were pretty much, I'm guessing, because you were ex-girlfriend, y'all were pretty much separated or moving on, right? Not married or anything like that, from at least what I'm able to gather. And you were thinking whatever through and all this other type of stuff, and you decided that, okay, well, I figure that it's not really over, or I feel a certain type of way about how it is that we broke up. Let me just sit up there and get this weapon and go to where it is that you are. Right. My other thing is, I'm just trying to figure. I'm like, how does she know if y'all separate, if y'all no longer together, or however it worked? How did you even know where how he was at the location? Because that leads me to think that either there's a tracker on the car, or that if there's an iPhone involved, that locations are shared still, and people just forgot to turn it off, or somebody stated that he's at this location. It's either one of the three. Or maybe the rare extent of, like, that's just the normal barbershop that he goes to on that day specifically. You know, could be 4 reasons, but I'm going to go down to the 3 because, again, it seems very strange that nobody is asking the question, how did she know that he was specifically at this location at that time if you're no longer together, if you're separated? Because in the comment sections, I think I saw somebody talk about restraining orders and all this other type of stuff. Hearsay, I'm not sure if there are any. I didn't read about that directly in the story, or at least they didn't, report directly on it. Right. And even with this being stated, you will still have people, primarily women, 99.9% women, who are given some type of credence to why it is that this woman was still able to do what it is that she did. Like, again, that makes no sense. Just looking at this from the scope, it doesn't make any type of sense, right? So we keep going down. You got people giving their condolences. You got one person. This is the first comment that I've actually seen running through this, that somebody said that he was a great guy and a great credit specialist, saying that we don't know the story of what may have occurred, and never love someone to death literally. Leave no matter what the case may be. This goes for man or woman, period. Your life is worth way more than to throw it the F away, especially if you have kids that you need. Prayers goes out to both family, right? Rare. Let me just tell you, because some of the comments I'm going to roll down on, that's going to be a rare one where people are actually looking at this like, yo, I feel sorry for the guys. Like, it's sad that happened to him and whatnot or whatever. You got one dude up here that took note of what was taking place. He said, man, a man can't win for losing. Clearly, the woman took the life of the man, and yet y'all still here blaming the man. Y'all don't even know what happened, but yet y'all still blaming the man. Then, for some of you women to say, well, you men don't know how a woman feels, was the dumbest comment ever, because you want to blame men once again for him not knowing how you feel. Well, speak up. Well, speak up then. But if it was the man that would have took the life of the woman, y'all still would have bashed the men. Sounds like some of you women need to become, I'm just going to say, I guess that's supposed to be lesbians, and learn how to be mature enough to uh walk away, and feelings and emotions run both ways, but y'all wasn't saying none of this last week, before last, when the lady took the life and of the cookie shop owner at Red Bird Mall. I don't know anything about that. I might have to look that up. And he had a restraining order on the lady. Oh, that's crazy. Huh. If anybody knows anything about that, please write that in the comment section. I didn't hear about that. I didn't know that another man had his life taken by way of a woman. Didn't know that. Did not know that at all. Mm. Wait, what was it? Yo, Will, what's up? You said on a side note, it took a long minute to figure out how to put a like on these types of podcasts. Please instruct the participants on how to do it. Um, I'm not even sure. I mean, I thought it was just normal like a video. Just to be real with you, I I thought it was the same thing, just like under. I mean, if you know how to do it, I'll write it. I mean, if you write it in the comment section, I'll just like post it. I'll take a pause and post it directly up there and read it. For people and whatnot. Um, so yeah, I'm not even sure. I can't even you know give you the correct directions on that. But shout out to Will. Thank you for hitting the like button directly on a live stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. But again, I want to cover the story because, as I stated before, we have problems directly out here. Again, I'm a platform where I try to be as even as possible. Try to cover a lot of things, and just as much as I've covered men doing horrendous things directly out here, women need to be covered as well too, and women need to be told the exact same things, right? If people are out here telling men, you need to learn how to take rejection, stop being emotional, da da, da. Women need to learn how to start doing the exact same things, because this is crazy. Because again, just like this gentleman said, if it was a man who took this woman's life, people be losing their minds out here. You already know how social media would have erupted and how this would have turned into a men versus women type of thing and yada yada yada. But when you got women out here doing this type of stuff, it's always some type of justification. And to me, that's crazy. I'm like, you can't be running around here trying to say condemn one thing and then you're going to justify another because emotionally you feel attached to it and you're trying to think, oh, my sister went through this. I went through this. My mother, my grandmother, other women that I heard of. I looked at a Lifetime story. Like, yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Another person said she had to be somewhere thinking about this. He was at the barbershop. She walked in, took and wounded him and then herself. There is more to him. Well, this is more than him playing in her face or cheating on her. I just feel it's more to it. I hate to say it, but I bet you 9 times out of 10, he gave her something, just my 2 cents on it. So that comment is getting highlighted because this is what you're going to see throughout the comment section of women theorizing. There is nothing out here indicating that he gave her HIV, that he was out here cheating, or anything like that. But you have tons of women out here in this comment section, literally the same comments that I'm looking at right now. You can also look at them too. And I kid you not. You got tons of women out here. Oh, I heard it was HIV. I heard it was this. I heard it was that. Where's your proof? Where's your factual evidence? It's like there is none. But it's like you're giving a justification for why it is that she was able to, even if, let's just say, and I've stated this for both incidences because I've covered stories like this as well too. Even if it came to the point of, let's say the dude sat up there and cheated, you're going to ruin your life because this guy cheated on you, somebody that you're not married to. You're not, even if you were married. Again, you are a whole nother separate individual. You can leave. I've said that to both men and women. You can leave the relationship. Why would you want to be stupid enough to ruin everything that you have to never see the light of day ever again because you're emotionally, not sound? And you're like, oh, I just want to do, how I feel and what first pops directly into my mind. Are you crazy? I mean, obviously you are, but are you crazy? And then on top of that, you want to do something like this? Not again, I'm not trying to give a justification, but I'm saying on top of that, you then want to do this knowing the fact that you got responsibilities such as kids? Huh? So you're that deep into it emotionally that you just don't care about the kids. And that's the other point that I want to bring up here too. A lot of women tend to say that they care more about the family and kids than men do, but obviously not. This is a mother. You can clearly see directly in front of you in one image that you clearly see that the youngest child that she was pregnant at a moment in time. She obviously had that child. Um, Again, I'm not sure how many children they have. I at least can account for two because I saw a picture of one older, and then of course you got the picture of when she was pregnant. So I'm guessing that there's at least two kids, at least two. And all of the women are basically saying that she was justified in her actions, that there is a reason directly for it. He is deserving. Men are finally learning their lesson. But I'm like, so what happened to y'all caring about the kids? Y'all don't care about how the kids feel emotionally. It's just about how you as women feel emotionally because you've been through, or you heard something, or you saw something, or a Lifetime story, a Tyler Perry film. Huh? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And then even to the extent of, even if, let's say he gave her STD or something like that. Again, I'm not sitting up there stating that people should be able to do this. I'm not. I'm totally, fully against that. Everybody should know their status. Everybody should be going out there getting tested. I've said that on my platform for several years now. But again, adults are going to do what it is that they want to do. A lot of y'all want to run around here raw dogging, not using condoms, dental dams, whatnot, or whatever. Like I said, then people want to act confused when they find out, oh my God, I can't believe I got 99 STDs. Well, maybe you should not have been going from person to person to person to person to person being dirty. Maybe, just maybe, you should have stayed solo to yourself. But like I said, you can't tell grown adults nothing because grown adults think that they know what's best for them. So this is why you got a lot of grown adults right now running out here with STDs, STIs, HIV. Because people don't take nothing serious up until it hits the front door. Again, like I've been saying for years. Even if it came down to the case of he gave her something, that still does not justify going out there and taking life. It still doesn't. It still doesn't. That's an emotional response. That's a stupid emotional response. Because even in the same vein, I got videos that I've posted before where you got women who stated that they have HIV and they're having unprotected relations on purpose with men because they got infected some way or some type of way. So because they're hurt, they want to hurt everybody else. So again, within that realm, you got a woman that's like, okay, I caught this STD potentially from a guy. So because I'm not going to prosecute or go after that one guy, I'm going to hurt every other unknown dude out here that never did nothing to me. And then on top of that, inadvertently, she's also infecting other women. But yet these are the same people that say that they care about women and care about children. I guess that doesn't matter when everybody's emotional, right? Guess it doesn't matter. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's keep going. Like this one down here, he said, somebody had a reply, said, well, you definitely smart, cuz I seen so many comments that said he gave her HIV, and I don't know, I guess that was supposed to be, I'm just gonna fill it in. Don't know how true it is, but if that's true, then it makes perfect sense. Huh? Huh? How does that make perfect sense? How does that make perfect sense? Do you like, I want people to understand this, and this is why I like showing off this stuff like live, because when I happen to do like a standard issue video, I always get the randoms that sit in the background that happen upon the standard content, and then they want to put in their 2 cents and still give a justification and all this other type of stuff. I do live so those random folks can show up here, be present, be seen. Don't don't pull up to the standalone and then want to say something when I'm not there to give a live response. Say that now. Be brave enough, be stupid enough to try to defend this woman, hook or crook, some type of way. Try to justify her sitting up there taking the life of her ex. Again, ex means no longer together. We are separate. We are not dating. On top of the fact that you not only took two people directly out of the picture, but now you left these kids parentless. I guess she didn't care about being a mother. Guess she wasn't much of a mother. And again, like I said before, looking at these emotional comments left by women who are justifying killing, they don't seem to care about the kids. Once emotions are directly on a spectrum, everything is off the board. Kids don't even matter. That she gave birth to, that she carried for 9 months, that she's been sitting up there planning birthdays and trips. None of that matters. Wow. That's crazy work. Diabolical in nature. But men are supposed to be the heartless ones, right? All right. Okay. We got another comment down there. It says someone stated that he gave her HIV up above in the comments. Jesus Christ. Then we got another one. Oh, this is a classic. Somebody said right here, they said, yep, my first thought as well. Then somebody posted that she found out that he was on the DL and had HIV. Don't know if that's true, but if it is, what's being said? Let me just look at these last two. Let me just see this. Let me see this. Somebody replied, he's not DL. I don't know why that false rumor is going around, nor anything about HIV. Shout out to this woman here for being smart enough to actually say something. Because again, you got all of these, and I want to specifically make this very clear. Whenever there are black men in the picture, and it's a negative story, like I always say, somehow is going to be pushed over the limit. The man is now he done lost his life, right? So his son or sons or his son and daughter, they don't have a father, right? So it's going to be, if he has a daughter out there, oh, guess what? Now it's up for grabs. She might just so happen to be all over the place now. The same thing with the son. Instead of him having a stable father that was running a business, doing something that was at least, level headed, he's going to probably be out here in the streets. He might be getting out into gangs. He might be in and out of jail. Now all of these kids are statistics. That's what I'm trying to get through to a lot of people. Like, nobody out here is caring about the kids while they're all deep in their emotions. Because this is why I stated clearly before that when it deals with a lot of women out here, it's like they don't care about nothing else. It's emotions or nothing. Emotions have to be the truth. Like I said, this woman had enough time before she took this man's life. She had enough time to think about her kids, to think about her future. And she was like, well, I don't care about none of that. Time to crash out. You got women trying to justify it. Well, I heard he was on the DL. I heard he gave her HIV. Huh? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And none of these women here, when I went through the comments before I did the live stream, I didn't see any ounce of proof that he had HIV. Nobody was bringing up paperwork because, of course, they wouldn't have it. I didn't see nobody bringing up any type of proof or text messages or post or whatnot or whatever showing that this dude was DL. And again, these are women. Women are some of the greatest detectives, right? The real Batman directly out here. But yet none of these crackpot detectives could pull up a shred of evidence on what it is that they are trying to allege towards this black man. But they can real quick, oh, he's gay. Huh? Where did you get that from? Because what, you're looking at his picture, you're trying to say that you see something there. Just because you see something doesn't mean it's actually there. Like, that's crazy. Like, brother. Another person said that she was suing him because he stole 1.2 million from their business. Again, I read directly from the news report, at least what was up there. I don't know anything about a lawsuit. I don't know anything about $1.2 million or the worth of said business. What I can sit up there and tell you is that if they were a boyfriend or girlfriend at the time of creating some type of business, people should have had paperwork to establish certain things. And I've stated this before. Always have paperwork. Always have lawyers involved so that things don't get messy. Right? And it's crazy to, in a sense, say that you're stealing 1.2 million or stealing monies from a business of which both people put money or whatnot directly into. Who's to say, if we're going to go with this allegation, who's to say that the 1.2 million wasn't basically the valuation for what it is that he put directly into the business? But when it deals directly with women up here, they're like, "Oh yeah, he was stealing. He was a fraudster." Huh? Like I said, paperwork, lawyers. But again, I'm looking at this clear cut as allegations. Clear cut. Sham was like, wait a second, how could he steal if he's the CEO? You can't steal if you're the CEO, he owns the business. Hey, hey Sham, I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to sit up there and tell you. Like I said, whatever theories that people want to basically, this is basically a Tyler Perry plot. Realistically, this is a Tyler Perry plot. The only difference is the ending, because usually in this instance, somehow, the woman would have survived, and it would have been some type of coming to God story and all this other type of stuff, right? Showing hardships and all this other type of stuff. Um, let me see. Wait, did you write the same thing again? Even think of this as crazy because we don't know. It's natural to try to think of a reason. 9 times out of 10, it's not justified. Right, right, right. She's been thinking about it and getting her stuff straight for months. She hasn't posted anything on her page since January, when she used to post faithfully. They say he gave her HIV. So, from what this person is basically speculating or stating from their viewpoint, because I didn't look at the woman's Facebook page, is that she was posting faithfully, as they stated, for months, but then all of a sudden that pretty much stopped. Huh? That's a little bit weird. It's a little bit seems a little bit incriminating. That shows something right there. Because like I said, this wasn't something that she just decided on a whim to sit up there and do. She plotted this out. She was thinking about this for a long time, because people don't understand, like, the moment in time that you're about, like, I'm about to sit up there and do X, Y, and Z to another person, you've been contemplating and thinking this out for a very, very long time. Women think things out. This is what I want people to, like, fully understand. Women are planners. Irregardless of whatever people got to sit up there and say, women are planners. Women plan everything. Women plan birthdays. They plan baby showers. They plan weddings. They plan graduate. Women plan everything. So I know for a fact that she planned this, because after she took this dude's life, she was like, okay, I'm about to sit up there and leave the scene. The plan that she didn't have was, what if you see the police? This is when everything finally hit. She got scared and was like, up, I'm not actually a man, I'm a woman. I'm not sure how this is gonna go. She went right back into that salon or whatnot or whatever, and then she did what she did. Huh. That is crazy. That is crazy. Yep, smart comment right there. Said if a man don't want you anymore, just go ahead and leave him. Uh because you can't force love or for anyone to be with you. Very sad prayers for his family. That is bars. Full night of passion can cause a whole life of pain. It's a thin line between love and hate. Mm, good comment right there. Said, how does she even know that he was there? And darn, the barber and the customers already had to witness him being wounded multiple times. And then she walked back in and got herself. This is insane. Yeah, that's true. All of those people going to need therapy. To see something like that take place, that is life altering. That's going to be something that's going to stay with them for a long time. Like I said, I feel even sorrier for the witnesses that were there, because that business is not going to be the same. Because the barbers and the people that work there, as soon as they come in there, it's like you're going to be looking at certain places because you saw everything. That's going to be a consistent reminder every single time you step in that establishment. Some people might not even be working there anymore. They might need a change of avenue. Like I said, my condolences to the people who witnessed this. My condolences to the witnesses. You know, another person. Let me see. Another person said probably gave her a life sentence. Let me just make sure to highlight it. Talking about this person here. Let me scroll it back. This person said probably gave her a life sentence, doing stuff on the side because whatever it was, it made her snap with no hesitation, studying human behavior. It was something he couldn't make right at all. The ultimate humiliation will definitely do it every single time. Again, how like where are people getting the information from? Like I said, people just going off of like some what if theories. Like people do understand that we do legitimately have crazy people out here, right? We do just have crazy people. Like we literally have serial killers out here, murderers directly out here. And when they get interviewed, they're like, "Well, I just always wanted to do it. I just wanted to see how it felt. This, that, and the third." Like I'm not sure why people are trying to find a justification so that it can fit within some type of narrow realm or box that they want to slide this directly into. It's like stop giving excuses to negative, abhorrent, bad behaviors. Like stop giving justifications. Like stop doing that. Like Jesus Christ. Like I said, this is why we have so much of this stuff going. Nobody wants to call it out. Nobody wants to call it exactly what it is. Everybody wants to just be easy and try to be politically correct. Oh, there was reason, there was this, there was that. Oh, she was probably hurt. And man, shut up with that, man. Like, come on. Like I said, we can easily say in unison there is no justification for a man to sit up there and take a woman's life in this circumstance, right? If we can all clearly state that men should not be doing this, shouldn't we be able to also say the same thing in unison when it deals with women? And this is why I try to get through to a lot of people in videos that people don't want to pay attention to, where I talked about how you have this lopsided or this double-sided type of thing where one gets called out and then the other one is handled with like kid gloves. Because I promise you, if this woman, if she decided that she did not want to end things how it ended on her end, if she would have went to court, she would have had a lawyer pleading insanity, pleading some type of emotional distress, post-traumatic distress, whatever it is, whatever women can normally use in order to get out of a lot of these situations, it would have been up there. They would have used the whole dictionary. Hey, they would have done it. But like I said, nobody just wants to sit up there and call these people crazy. It's crazy. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Diabolical in nature. Because I got something that I actually highlighted. This one right here. Somebody said, Casey Smith, men, just be honest. Quit playing with people's feelings. You don't have to lie to kick it. Brother, what are we talking about? It's just, like, brother, like I said, this is why I love doing live streams in this type of way so that we can all see what it is that I'm talking about. So people just can't say like, yo, Seji, you're saying this because you feel a certain type of way about. Nah, you looking at it. These are names. This is on Facebook. These are actual real people. These are not bots. It's not AI basically, doing this and that and the third. These are real people putting their emotions and their feelings directly on the internet. Like I said, it's crazy. And actually, funny enough, Sham, you mentioned something about feminism, and somebody else said this dude got him. He said in a response, he was like, typical feminist, you wouldn't say this if it was the other way around. And that's bars. Matter of fact, let me see what was the below comment. Yeah. And she didn't reply back. Not shocked. Somebody said it don't even matter if he was hopscotching or whatnot, whatever. It doesn't justify what take place. Other people getting directly on her as well, as rightfully so. Praying for both families. A lot of people are assuming as usual. She shouldn't have done this, period. Ain't no justification. There are various ways to handle things. Common sense. Common sense. Wait, is this the woman with the book? I'm not even sure. Let me just read this. Person said, I know that some people may say that I'm heartless or wrong or whatever about the statement that I'm about to make, but I'm going to speak my mind and no, I don't know what the backstory is, but you mean to tell me whatever the situation was, it trumped y'all child slash children? Like, that's crazy and unexplainable, unbearable pain that a parent purposefully placed on their child to take their father and yourself as a mother. Leaves me blank minded and speechless that a child slash children. Man, my heart goes out to them. I'm praying for them heavy. This is sad in so many ways. Facts. 100%. 100%. Two sides to every story. Y'all think people are crashing out for nothing. Crazy work. Another person said, man, people need to stop playing with people, period. Just leave people alone. Everyone don't want to be played with. And some people just can't take it. Another person replied, that part, this deserves the most likes. This is the most realist comment posted. How? How? Like 99%, 99.9% of the people directly up here are stating nonsense. They're stating emotional garbage. And again, you're putting all of the weight of the story specifically on the guy, stating that he's the reason that all of this took place. So he is the reason that he both got his life ended and the reason why she ended her life. Come on now, brother. What? How? Like is brother. This is, like I said, this is insane. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. This dude said that women in accountability, as soon as she realized that she was caught, she took herself out, didn't want to do that time, knowing she couldn't lie and say self-defense, knowing it had a witness. Her plan was to probably do it in a secluded area where it would have been her story against a dead man. He probably didn't want to meet up with her. So, being a female and studying his moves throughout their previous relationship, knew when he gets his hair cut at and what he drives. Her intentions was not to take herself out first. If so, she would have done it immediately after taking him out. That is a very good look at that, because that makes clear sense. Because in a lot of instances, for stories, going back to stories that I've covered over the last years, right? Where DV disputes and all of these things have taken place, and any cop will attest that those are the worst. They would rather deal with an armed robbery than a DV case, because you don't know what's going to take place. There could be either or both people at the same time wanting to go after the police, right? So it's very dangerous. High emotions, everything. In a lot of those cases where it dealt with families, uh, when those things take place, everything is done. Nobody is waiting around for the police. When people actually mean to do things, nobody is waiting for the police. Everybody is gone. And I mean everybody, including the family dog. Not even a cat or a goldfish or a hamster is left. Everybody is out of there. But in this instance, as what I read per the article, it stated that she went in there, did it multiple times, and then she was proceeding to leave out. But as soon as she left out, she saw the police. And that's when everything hit. So what he just stated made sense. She didn't mean to sit up there and be caught. She meant to escape, and she was going to have an alibi. Because going by from the previous statement that somebody wrote, that woman who took that man's life, she stopped posting. She stopped posting. So which means that more than likely she was going to get her story together. She was going to come back as soon as the news broke, and the first thing that she was going to say, like, oh, I'm going through a tough time right now. The father of my children, somebody took his life, and da 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 da. Prayers out there for us and the kids. It's a tough time for us, and trust me, I done seen these stories. Matter of fact, there's a story up here of a 17-year-old girl who was at her parents' funeral. I have the video of her reading a eulogy at her parents' funeral. 17 years old, and she was just arrested because she was the one that took both of her parents out. But this is, mind you, this is the same 17-year-old that is at the funeral reading a eulogy of her parents, crying and sniffling. So this is why I try to sit up there and tell people before, don't be sleeping on these girls and these women out here. A lot of them are worse than men out here. People don't want to see it. People don't want to believe it. But like I said, I may just so happen to play that clip of that girl reading the whole eulogy and everything like that. You got people in the background sniffling and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, man, it's crazy out here. And I keep trying to show these things off so that we can have a clear cut look at the field. And nothing is pretty much obscure in the distance or whatnot or whatever. We don't got no unforeseen cloud coverage. We need a clear view of what danger looks like. And from my perspective, it's everybody directly out here. It ain't no one-sided type of thing. If a 17-year-old girl could cry at her parents' funeral while also being the killer, again, looking at this story, the same thing was going to happen. The exact same thing. Let me see. What else do we got here? Yeah, and this is one of the ones because I was thinking about doing this as like a solo video because you got some of the people that just wrote books on this, and you got a woman here that decided that she wanted to write a whole clear-cut book, right? So let me just try to zoom this a little bit down because I want to get as much as this as possible. All right, I'm gonna cut it right there. So Clarissa Raban basically said people are either going to start learning to be better partners and find someone who is emotionally mature, or there's going to be a whole lot more of this. I don't condone violence, but I'm not surprised to see this nowadays. Women are getting tired of being financially, emotionally, and physically abused. Women are tired of being R-worded and no justice ever given. Women are tired of being cheated on and played for tools. Women are tired of being used as beards. Women are tired of being stuck to raise babies alone. Women are tired of reading stories about other women being murdered by women. Women are tired and the tables are turning. Men are starting to pay the same high price as women have for ages. Let me edit my comment so y'all don't have to keep tagging me. I don't care about these comments trying to argue with me. I said I don't condone violence. Just because I don't condone violence doesn't mean I don't understand why it happens. I don't need therapy just because I'm willing to say the ish other people think. Yes, everyone should walk away. No, everyone won't. No, two wrongs don't make a right, but it always is a but. But if a person acts recklessly towards their partners, they should be prepared to defend themselves. Everything doesn't everything does not have the same capacity for self-control. Replace women with people if that makes your heart happy. I don't care. I'm not here to play semantics. The point is that you will start to see more women becoming violent because of the abuse that they endure and the impossible standards that immature men try to hold them to. At the end of the day, don't be reckless in your treatment of other people. Learn to end the relationship amicably. And before they hit crisis mode, if they can't work through the issues, learn to be a good co-parent and don't use your children as pawns. Learn self-control and self-love. Be humble and empathetic. Do good in the world. Stop tagging me. I want you to note that this woman wrote this whole thing just to say that men are at fault. I just want for any women that wonder why I cover a lot of, why I would more frequently than not cover stuff like this is because I would consistently see women online writing dumbass shit like this. All she did was give justifications. She was like, we've been going through this for ages. We've suffered this through ages. Women everywhere, women this, women that. You're justifying the loss of life. You're justifying a woman taking away a parent or parents from children. You're putting all of the weight of every single thing directly on a man that can't even defend himself. And you're defending a woman that is not even here to defend herself. What are we doing? But like I said, as a man, I've clearly stated that we already know that historically speaking, right? If we look at crimes and everything, men are violent, right? We tend to have wars, fights, and everything like that, right? That being said, right, we know what one side is. So, what on God's green earth? Why would it make sense if men are the opposite? Women would have to be the opposite of men, right? If we're basically war, women would have to be peace. What I'm gathering here is that clearly women are not the opposite of men. Women are the same. Whatever men will sit up there and do, women will go out there and do it. Just worse. And on top of doing it, it will be justifications. Huge justifications. Like, we're going to sit up there and go out here and write novels to justify how it is that a woman. Who is this? Who is this? As a matter of fact, Jesus Christ! Had to sit up there and look at the woman's picture. She looked crazy. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. What's this woman's name again? Clarissa Rabbi. You look crazy. I'm just gonna be honest. Um, like, brother, you're justifying nonsense. You're justifying nonsense. Like I said, this is incredible. This is 100. This is incredible. This is incredible. Gail said, "Pay me no mind. I'm full of dark humor." Oh man, like, bro, like, yo, this is insane. This is 100% insane. Like, RY said, the 7-year-old, I believe it. Some of these females are faker than a $3 bill. I get told off or called a hater when I try to warn them. Yeah, be like that. And like I said, some of y'all been here long enough where you have seen me cover stories like this on the platform, and some of the comments that I just so happen to get in all this other type of stuff. And again, shout out to some of my moderators directly out there who was like, "Yo, Seji, sometimes maybe you should, stop covering stuff like this." And I get it, and this is why I do it every once in a while. Every once in a while, it's not as frequent as I would normally sit up there and do it, because again, I try to get these messages out there so that, like I said, I value human life. I really do. I very much do. I would rather people, go separate ways. I would rather people deal with this in the courts and everything like this versus doing the extent of where everybody is hurt. Because, like I said, more than just even the kids that are hurt, you got the witnesses that got to deal with something, a situation of which they weren't a part of, didn't know nothing about, but yet they got to suffer the consequences of these people's actions. And not only that, but now both families on their sides, on either side, the male or the female, both of them sat up there and lost somebody. They're going to be hurt for a very long time. And like I said, you got too many women out here giving, a type of justification as why this is an okay thing to do. And regardless of whatever it is that this woman decided to write 2 to 3 times, I'm not justifying violence. I'm not saying that this. Yes, you are. You can't write a whole book and say that you're giving this justification because women have suffered this, that. You wrote like 22 different things. But you're like, I'm not condoning, but I understand it. Shut up. Like, please be single. Please be single. Please, dear God, be single. Be single. Like I said, I'm just going to be real. For a lot of women who think like this, I feel that it will probably be best that maybe, just maybe, you should just go happen to seek out a woman. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. Maybe it would be best if you think that, all men basically mean you harm. If you think that all men are basically evil and this, that, and the third, go seek out a woman for comfort and to be your soulmate. And also make sure that you have daughters. Don't have boys. Please don't. Because you cannot, with any sense of a well-being, with any sense of an emotionally conscious, intelligent being, you are not capable of actually raising or having a son. You're not. It's just not going to sit up there and happen, because something is going to bleed out from the way that you feel about men. Something is going to bleed out, and it's going to be directly on that child. And it's going to affect and hurt him in a multitude of ways of which are unforeseen. And you're not going to realize it, or better yet, you're not going to care, because you're hurt or you have these types of feelings about, like I said, man, it's a Jesus. Jesus. Like I said, it's a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot. And like I said, you got people all right, this man, I might just read both of them. Yeah, I'll just read both of them. One person, June underneath said, it's crazy how women always find a way to make it the man's fault. The man's life was taken, then she did the same to her own. But this is what you come up with, not even knowing the situation. Besides, she took the life of the man. This ish is so crazy. She took that man's life and herself. All some can say is women getting tired. No disrespect, but this is sad. Yeah. Another person said, I hear you and empathize with you. MS, but you writing all this on this post, whatever this man did, this wasn't the answer. And from everything you wrote, it seems like you're condoning this behavior and it's wrong on both ends, period. His mama hurting from this and his family as well, and her family as well. Praying for the families and those kids, and also for you. Man, dog, don't pray for her. Say do not pray for that woman. There is no gods are going to hear your prayers when it deals with that woman. That I looked at that woman, she's older than me. Ain't nothing. Everything that she said is set in stone. The mentality and how she moved, it is set in stone. It is done. It is over. Leave that be. Do not waste time on any type of prayers or hopes or wishes, because they are going to be returned to sender. Like I said, that is crazy. Somebody else said, responding to Clarissa, said, very well said, my sister. I was almost here in my last relationship. I cried. Two, I couldn't cry anymore. And I made my tail stay home and not seek revenge. I'm glad I was able to overcome and resist. Like I said, you got crazy people directly out here. You got crazy people directly out here. I'm guessing, obviously, this woman. I'm not even going to theorize. I don't know what was happening in her relationship, because you also got some women out here that's crazy and they see things and they theorize that a man is cheating, but he ain't actually cheating, or they theorize that a dude is actually talking to a woman and he's not talking to her. There's videos about that stuff as well, with text messages to further fit that stuff. So again, this is another person directly out here stating that she was directly about to do the exact same thing. Huh? Huh? Ma'am, stay out of relationships. Never do not return to any relationships. You are emotionally imbalanced. You are not stable as a human being. You know how many times men have been in relationships with women and they've been cheated on? Just saying. I've given y'all my own story. And at no point in time did a thought come in my mind of that, yo, I want to sit up there and go out there and jump off. I've never done that. Nothing ever in my mind, no matter what I faced as a young man or as a grown man, it never came into my mind like, yo, I want to sit up there and cause harm to somebody. Never. Never. For what? So I can throw my life away? So I can no longer be here? Y'all gotta be stupid. You have to be incredibly stupid. And I can at least say this from my standpoint of going through things in relation. You have to be the stupidest person on earth to want to throw away your life like that. Because after you get that 1 second of like, I finally got my justice, now you're going to be empty. You don't have nothing else. You have zero. Everything is done. Now you are a hollow shell of what it is that you are, because of your own actions, not because of that person, because of your own actions, which you led yourself to sit up there and do. But like I said, a lot of people don't want to take acknowledgement and responsibility and accountability for their own decisions and their actions. And this is why that woman decided that she wanted to run back in there and do what it is that she did. She didn't want to face the cops, because I promise you, if she would have faced the cops, they would have been like, ma'am, throw the weapon to the side. She would have threw the weapon directly to the side. Ma'am, hear my voice, listen to my commands, follow everything that I'm saying, and da da da. They would have handcuffed her and put her in the back of that car, and she would have been on trial. She wouldn't have been getting done up like a black man. That would not have happened. So again, for her to be fearful, she didn't want to take accountability. Again, kryptonite. So she didn't want to take that kryptonite. She made her own, because she wasn't going to allow anybody else for her to be accountable for whatnot or whatever. Because again, I don't know what she was doing in the background, because I'm pretty sure at this moment in time, if any of her social medias and stuff are clearly open at this moment in time, if they decide to actually do some investigative work, they can find some stuff. Not that pretty much it matters now, because the case is pretty much closed because nobody's around. So I feel as though that there's not going to be really an investigation into this, because both parties are gone. All that's left is the kids, and they're just going to let it be. I guess for the sake of the kids, not trying to, draw anything out, or, things of that nature. Another person said that Jessica said, people think it, but they won't say it. I don't condone the violence either, but I can understand it as well. Women are tired of this ish. Seems like it's a bigger deal when a woman does, but it's normal when men do it. We can't afford to snap like they can. We have kids to take care of. Again, I don't condone the violence, but I understand it. Brother. Oh, brother. Mm. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Like I said, I don't know what to tell y'all. And then underneath another post, there was a response from a family member. I'm trying to scroll down and see if I can catch it. That was a woman that said that she did the lady's hair previously. Yeah. So let's scroll to this one real quick right here. Right. So Miss Fisher, she was like, she found out that he was on the down low, right? Mrs. Smith, she said that she's a family member. She said to Miss Fisher, my cousin didn't have HIV. Some of y'all need to be mindful. It's children that's still on this earth that are missing both parents. She later said to another person, that's my cousin. And that ish ain't true. Like, for real, nobody knows what happened. People are assuming, shaking my head. Another response, she said, yeah, man, that's my little cousin. It's so much hate in this world. And all I'm saying is show proof and respect the kids. That's all I'm saying. Another person said, was it? She was, let me make sure the same person. Yeah. Miss Smith later responded that people mad because she was getting at her bag and she was too, or whatever. I seen slick, disrespectful, and if they could hurt them, they start lies and ish. It's cool, right? So I'm guessing she's saying that you got women that were out there getting mad because the woman who took her ex-boyfriend's life was out there getting money, and those women were basically jealous. So because they're jealous, they decided to go out there and start, doing rumors. I've seen stuff like this before when it deals with women. Because I've stated before, the whole thing of women saying that there's a sisterhood, that's pretty much false. Because when you have women out here that are in close proximity with other women of which they know, a lot of those women are jealous that that woman is getting a type of money, fame, fortune, and all this other type of stuff. And they'll start spreading rumors or being jealous, envious, and all this other type of stuff, and try to tear down that woman's name and brand and all of that stuff, right? Another person, she responded to another person, said, trying to see who the lady is because I ain't seeing nothing talking, meaning that she's trying to see who the Terry Fisher is, because she ain't made a response back. And Miss Smith, who stated that she is a family member, has been responding in the post, and Fisher ain't come back to say nothing. Bridget Anderson said, all I got to say is something went down serious enough for her to take 2 lives. known that they both got kids. Something went on in her head, but I'm praying for your family and his family, especially the kids and the parents. Miss Smith responded and she said, at Miss Anderson, we're still trying to figure that out ourselves. Um, let me see. Another person said, Rakia Tucker said, I told you this is what it had to be, or he gave her something she couldn't come back from because he definitely looks suspect. Basically, suspect trying to say that he looks gay. That's crazy. Like you don't have brother. These theories that people are just sitting up there writing on a dude that can't even defend himself. He can't even say nothing. Right. Um Tucker responded to Miss Smith and said, sorry to hear about your cousin. It's definitely sad, but everyone is simply assuming on this app. Then stop assuming. Stop being stupid. Like, you're grown adults sitting up here assuming, and you got a family member telling you, like, yo, whatever y'all saying is not the case. Y'all don't know what it is that y'all talking about. So, respectfully, just stop saying it. But y'all just going to keep saying it. So underneath there, she said, replying to Miss Tucker, she said, they need to show proof because I ain't seen nothing, nothing in talking papers, nothing. That's my family. Tucker said, you can't fight the world, hun. Prayers for your family, though. That's crazy. That is crazy. And then later on said, Smith said, yeah, you're right, but I ain't going to sit back and not speak on it. And then she later said, supposedly he scammed them and now they're lying if AI they got it to. I'm just saying, I'm not even sure what that means. I'm not sure if she's trying to say that the guy was a scammer or who was a scammer. Like I said, all of this stuff is just like, dog, it's insane. It is crazy. Like I said, people got to do better at the end of the day. And again, I'm just going to preface this by saying, like, yo, a lot of women out here got to do better. I'm just going to be real. Like, family members, you got sometimes in some instances family members showing up to defend their family and everything, and people still want to run with some type of false narrative and accusations of which they don't know nothing about. You just don't hear typing for like 2 minutes because your life is bored and you want to spread rumors. But then you would get mad if somebody started, going through all of your business and started putting, some stuff directly out. Like I said, man, this is insane. I feel so bad for those kids, man. I feel so bad for those kids. I feel so bad for those kids. Like I said, you got somebody else directly right there said, is it true about the HIV part? Yeah, that's what's being said. If it's true, then I don't know how to feel. Brother, man, man. Yo, silly. She was like, black men have been patient with me in my day. Thank y'all. We got patience. Like I said, we love people out here, and that is the main thing. I try to sit up there and get through to a lot of people. Black men have a lot of patience. Trust me, the amount of stuff that I've had to sit up there and deal with and hear, even from women in my own family, oh, the amount of patience that I got. I can't even sit up there and tell you. Just even like looking at a lot of stuff now, how I even sat up there and had patience is incredible. Because right now I'm at the point of like I'm not really tolerating nothing. Like I'm just not. I'm just like I'm 5 seconds from just sitting up there, going off. Like, that's pretty much where I am. Because I'm like I'm return energy to sender. I'm like I'm not about to be keep holding stuff in and and all that other type of stuff. We ain't doing that. It's crazy, man. Let me tell you something. Um In comes a new challenger. That would be Brandon v. World. So Four Black said, are you talking about the dude who got murdered at the barbershop? Something extreme happened for her to react like that. If that's the case, you're referring to laughing emoji. How is that funny? I'm just trying to like. Do y'all not understand how weird y'all are when y'all start what is wrong with y'all? Like, are y'all just mentally broken? Like was this like passed down or taught specifically to you? Like I said before, you said that's not laughter. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. That looks like a laughing face. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I know that I have four eyes. I know that I wear glasses, and I primarily look at a monitor for a nice duration of the days. But I swear to goodness, I know what a laughing emoji looks like. I see the smile, I see the teeth, and the expression on the face. Let me get closer. The expression on the face don't look nothing of anger. That's asking. That's a question mark. Am I seeing the same thing? You know what? Let me just pull back. Am I bugging right now? Let me know. Somebody look at that comment that I just highlighted and let me know if that is like a thought bubble question. Like I'm not even sure how to even reference it because in my mind this looks like a smiling emoji. I'm just saying. No, I hear you. You say you telling me what you meant. All right. Like I said, when I sit up there and look at how everything is framed, and then I look at the last part, I'm just telling you what it looks like for me. Again, I'm just telling you, hey. So all I'm saying is this: if you just meant that as a question, my apologies. Again, I can admit when I'm wrong, and again, this is live, right? If I am incorrect, I am incorrect, and I do apologize. I can simply sit up. I can be man enough to sit up there and say that stuff happens. Like I tell people before, I'm working on being a better person with not trying to automatically go directly off because my patience is very low when it deals with a lot of stuff. So, like I said, if I am incorrect, I do apologize. Said it 3 times. Said it 3 times. Just saying. Um. So I got you. I got you. You said that was you asking. Um. And you said I'm telling you what you meant. Okay, no problem. I got you. Nardo said credit repair is a scam. Everything they do for you is stuff you can do for yourself. I mean, okay. But how many this is so for Nardo, this is what I'll tell you, right? Um, I'm not even sure if you live in the United States. Everything in the United States is pretty much a scam, right? Let's let me put it to you like this, right? So to put everything that you said into something that people could get, if you go to the market to buy groceries, you're being scammed because Sham, as one of my moderators here, she grows fruits and vegetables and things like that directly on her property. This is what she does. She goes and tends directly to the yard, the garden, all of those things. So she doesn't have to go to the market to go make a salad, to go get cucumbers, to go get eggplants, tomatoes, chilies, or lettuce or spinach. So if we're going to sit up there and try to say an allegation that credit repair is basically a scam, then you're also being scammed when you go to the market. But this is the main point. The reason why a lot of these businesses, just like markets, are here is because nobody wants to do the hard work. Cross-eyed Crickets, who is another one of my moderators who has a farm, he got goats, got eggs directly in the markets and everything. A lot of 99.9% of people don't want to do the hard work. They don't want the accountability. How many people want the accountability of doing their own credit or their taxes and having to report directly to the IRS and all these other things? Nobody wants that responsibility. Nobody wants the headache. So you're going to give that responsibility to somebody else. You're going to throw them a few $100s and let them deal with that headache while you could just sit back and kick up your feet and say and look like, oh, my credit report, I got 800 credit score. Look at that. Everything is a scam. Right? You said the scammers got scammed and then took the dude. like I said before, I don't know if they're scammers. That's an allegation. If you got some type of proof or paperwork or filing that you've done, that'd be great. You can bring that directly up here to show people. But other than that, like you're just saying like hearsay at this moment in time. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Uh Fort Black said, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Like I said, it again, I can be wrong. Things can, things can be misconstrued, things can look incorrect or different. Like I said. I'm not afraid to sit up there and admit that, and especially doing this live or even in a single formatted videos. Sham says she was an ex-girlfriend, not his client. Stop trying to make excuses. Still doesn't warrant her taking that man's life. Four Black say you never answered if that was a dude from the barbershop. Yeah, it is. This is well, you can't see the image right there, but can let me see if I can scroll this out just a little bit. Yeah, it's the same guy. It's the same guy because this is a picture of them and the family and everything like that. So yeah, it's the same guy. Nano said they don't advertise that the fruit that they sell you will begin to do other things you can't get them to do on your own. Said nobody. Said I agree. For blood, what was it? Somebody said Trump was the biggest scammer. Judas, amen, brother. Boy. I got you. I got you. You said you got laying hens and you're doing gardening right now. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. We got another a farmer. Hold on, I highlighted the wrong comment. My bad, Sham. We got another farmer. I'm just gonna say farmer. I mean, even though you didn't say it, but I'm just gonna. If you basically got like you got a form of livestock directly on your land, I'm going to consider you a farmer. So we got all intents and purposes another farmer directly out there and everything of that extent. So like I said, a lot of these things are scams. And yeah, I go to the market. I look at a lot of the ingredients on the back of boxes, and then it got to the point where I just stopped looking because I'm like, I know that it's trash. I'm going to buy it because it's easier to sit up there and do. So that's what I do. Again, this is coming from a person that literally goes to the market and buys the exact same trash that I'm telling you about that is scams, right? Again, we all know that a lot of the stuff at the market is not good for us. If you buy Stouffer's, lasagna or something like that, and you read the back of that, half of those chemicals I can't even pronounce. I would have to use AI to properly pronounce a lot of those words. And then on top of that, I would have to use some research, some Google or whatnot, whatever, to look up the chemical compounds and see what those things are linked to. And I've done that in other videos before. A lot of work doing that. But yeah, it's like it's crazy. It is crazy. For Black said, okay, thanks. Nardo said, if you check out her website and see her prices, you will see there's clearly something off with what she is offering. Hey, it'd be like that. Only thing I can sit up there and tell people, if things are off about a business, then you report people to the Better Business Bureau, the triple B's. That's what you sit up there and do and get them to handle it. That's the best I can sit up there and do for people. The other thing I can sit up there and tell people is like, hey, you can also leave comments or make video reviews, and different things of that nature, showing proof of work and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, there's a variety of ways to sit up there and have a paper trail and evidence of what people would deem to be nefarious or some things that are highly questionable that are going on with certain things. Kendall said was trying to really listen to the something particulars of the case, but the whole black men versus black women is exhausting. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. You'll get the best way I can sit up there and put it is like you'll just get used to it. You will just get used to it. This is the best way I can sit up there and put it to anybody directly out there. More so, let me just put this directly towards the men, because a lot of people say, "Oh, says you never sit up there and speak to the men." For any of the dudes out there, I'm just going to list personal experience. The moment in time hearing a lot of the stuff over the years when I first started social, media, like actually doing this. I've been on social media for a while, just did not create a platform. But going through the comments and reading stuff, I'm talking about since, going back to like high school and stuff, reading comments that women would make about men, it would actually hit. It would start to hurt, because especially you being young, and it's like, yo, these women out here, like, this is what they really think of like guys like me. Like, I don't even know it. Like, this is the whole thought process that you go through, right? And then you go through a multitude of other thought processes. And then at a certain point, you will get to a point where as a guy, you feel fed up and you feel angry because of all of those comments, everything that you're seeing. But that also comes to the aspect of that you're internalizing a lot of these things, and you're placing it upon yourself. Even though within the same token, a lot of those women, when they see you who are saying this online, they will deem and look at you the exact same way that they talk online. They're just not going to say it publicly. Or sometimes maybe you might get the rare few that will actually tell you some stuff directly, to your face and different things like that. But again, you'll just so happen to internalize a lot of things. You'll feel like you're the main, focal point that people are fixated on and all this other type of stuff. And then it starts to, turn into this anger and all these other types of emotions and stuff of that nature. And the main thing that I can sit up there and just tell people is like, you gotta get a thicker skin. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Because if you don't, everything that you've ever read and everything that you've ever felt by reaction to what women are saying and writing online is going to directly eat away at you. And you are going to be the worst possible version of yourself. Like when I sit up there and I try to tell a lot of women this, like the words that women use, like if a dude basically says something about a woman, it's not really gonna do nothing. Just to be real, it's not gonna do nothing. When women say something, that can erode. Like if how like the Grand Canyon was carved out by water, that's basically women in their words. They can carve rock, they can carve diamond. Like that is literally how lethal words are. And some women don't even have to say a full statement. They can just say one thing. And you'll have guys out here crashing out, especially if they're in a relationship with that guy. Like, let a woman sit up there, like, let a dude sit up there and say something crazy, like, you need to, start doing this and that. You don't cook, whatnot or whatever. A woman be like, well, your dick is small. Dude sitting up there crashing out. Woman sit up there say, well, that's why I slept with your best friend because he better than you. Dude sitting up there crashing out. Like, women know how to say things and word things in a specific way where it will hit at the core of the soul of a person. So as a man who has seen all types of women, it don't even matter the color of the woman that is saying these things. I've seen all women sit up there. It don't matter if they're Arab, don't matter if they're African women, don't matter if they're Black American, don't matter if they're Chinese, don't matter if they're from like the islands, Canadian, UK, Australian, South America. I done seen all women on this planet sit up there and say some crazy stuff about men. And again, you just gotta sit up there and get a thicker skin, and you gotta just like look over it. Like I said, you can't sit up there and allow that to walk with you and stay directly with you. You can't. Like I said, you're not built for that. Yeah, as a man, every single day, we're built for certain things to sit up there and do. We're not really built for that. Like I said, for men, stress kills. For stress does not kill women. Just to be honest, stress doesn't really kill women. It's rare. More oftentimes than not, stress kills men. So we're not built to hold in things emotionally like that, because it does something way more. Women can sit up there and hold stuff. It's not going to do anything. You got women that's still holding stuff and they're like 99 years old right now and they're still living and they're still pushing. Some men tried to sit up there and do that and they passed away sooner at 50. So, like I said before, men are not meant to hold in things emotionally like women. Women are built for that. Men aren't. So again, for a lot of men out there, don't do it. Do not do it. Take a case in point from example one. Do not sit up there and do it. It is not worth it. It's not going to benefit you at all. And the only thing it's going to do is to turn you into the reverse of what it is that they are. So if they feel a certain type of way about men, you're now in return, because of their, verbiage or actions. Now you're going to feel a certain type of way, be like, I feel a certain type of way about, women and this, that, and the third. Like I said, this is why you got a lot of these, different spheres, directly out here when it deals with certain types of verbiage, back and forth. Because as I've commonly stated on this platform, hurt people hurt people. And when you happen to say that, you'll have some people run through and they'll be like, well, men did it first or women did it first. It's the people doing this chicken and the egg type thing. Or the longest running argument that people love to get. I remember even having this argument back in school. Everybody was like, yo, why is the world the way that it is? And people are like, well, let's go back to the beginning when Adam and Eve, right? That's the longest debate and argument of men versus women to ever exist. And the main point, as a person that's just looking at this from the outside of people that's been, again, I've heard these arguments because I went to, some religious schools. And then I've also seen older adults have these arguments. And I'm just looking at everybody like they're stupid. Because at the end of the day, you're arguing about two adults that was a part of something that nobody wants to take accountability for. You know, Gail said, non Seji, we have heart attacks and not know it. Stress does take us out. Well, this is the thing though. More prevalent. The primary ones, if you talk to doctors and everything like that, they'll tell you when it deals with men, stress is one of the main things that takes men out. When it deals with women, what are they normally sitting up there saying? They're talking about ovarian cancer. They're talking about breast cancer. They're talking about some maybe some tumors or different things. I've never heard a doctor sit up there and list stress as, again, I'm not sitting up there saying that stress doesn't affect women, but again, to the totality of how it affects men, it's not even in the same ballpark. It's not in the same ballpark. Like, you guys are emotionally built to just hold in emotions, or however that basically works. Men can't do that. Because if we hold stuff in, we hold stuff in and it doesn't get released because we're taught, hey, you don't sit up there and cry. You don't release this. You don't do this. You just sit there and you go until you can't just, sit up there and go. But yeah, doesn't mean you just never sit up there and cry. Right. So again, that'll sit up there and do something. And you'll have a lot of dudes out here becoming like just hardened like stone, emotionless, not having nothing, not being able to convey anything because they're afraid to. Because the moment of time that they do, some of the closest women directly to them will sit up there and say something that they don't got no business saying. And then that makes a lot of men out here emotional recluses. And this leads to another reason of why it is that stress takes men out. Again, not saying that it doesn't happen for women, but I'm saying on a scale of every day, it happens more to men. Happens more to men. Gail said the male heart attack is the one with the painful chest clutching bit. Sham said, I make them in the cookies. Oh, Sham up there talking about cooking. Sham said, yeah, women channel that stress through crafting and hobbies, or we exercise it out, but some of us do lose our minds if we don't release stress better. I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but I'm saying, more on the average, this is what tends to happen when it deals with, us. Try to bypass as much online as you can. Majority of it is stupidity at its finest. Yeah, you have a lot of people who think that it's online and no consequences, and they like to say crazy, stupid stuff. Yeah. Yep. That's bars. That's bars. Somebody said, For Black said, I recently discovered your channel. I like your videos. This is my first time catching your lives. No problem. No problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, as I've tried to say this in probably like over 100 live streams that I've done over the years, I am working on becoming a better person and not, being so 0 to 100. Like I said, work in progress. Been a content creator for a very long time, and anytime I do videos and live streams, you'll have people just recklessly coming out saying stuff. So I'm like, yo, I'm not holding stuff in no more. I'm not ignoring stuff like people told me to do earlier on. I'm going directly at it. Like as soon as that energy comes up, we are returning right to sender. So again, hey, but again, shout out. Much love and appreciation. Shout out to pulling up to the channel and and watching some of the videos, perusing, through what it is that we have at this moment in time. We got shorts, standard videos such as short form videos, long form videos, and shorts, and also live streams as well, some of which hours long. Longest live stream that we had at one point in time, I think it was on the first channel. I'm not sure. I might still have it. It was probably about like 24 hours. So that was like one of the longest live streams that we had. So, like I said, we out here. Yo, Wild said, good brother. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? For Black said, men a lot of times trained to be robotic without emotion. That's why they can crash and burn. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Gail said a lot of us release our stress on the kids too. That's true. That's a good point. That is true. Good point to that is, Gail, that my mom, shout out to my mom. There was like a certain point where she was very stressed out in life and she lashed out at me. And then once she thought about it and she was, crying about the whole situation, she came back and apologized to me. She was like, that wasn't your fault. That had nothing to do with you. I'm just going through, a lot, at this moment in time. It's a stressful, situation trying to work things out and, other stuff of that nature. She also, came back and apologized even like some years later after. I'm like, I'm grown. I'm like, Mom, it's okay. I get it. It's like I understand. It's like I don't even, I'm not even holding, any of that or whatnot or whatever. Because like I said, when you get older, you see and understand some things. You're not saying that it's right, but it's like that type of deal. But like I said, that's what tends to happen. The closest people directly to people will do that. Sham said kids be traumatized by stressed out moms. I know my mom was scary when she flipped out, beat the heck out of everyone in the room for no reason. Man. And then you said then for the next 2 weeks, the house is spotless because mom done went crazy. It's not funny. Yeah, like Gail said, it's not funny, but it's like it's funny at the same time because it's like you picturing it. It's like a mom just going like wild in the house, and then next thing you know, she's Mrs. Mom just sitting up there cooking and cleaning. It's like, man, that's quite a flip, right there. It's quite a flip. Sham said, "LOL, you didn't have anyone to share the pain, huh? Had to shoulder it all." Yeah, yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Judah says, Seji, I tagged you on X, a YouTube video. I'm not sure if you got it. It's under the name 3D. Which um what's the name did you tag it to? Because I got like two I got two Twitters or two X accounts. So I'm not sure if you might have posted it on the main one that I just so happen to use, or it might be the other one directly up there. I would have to really check because I got to try to get to the other one. So I'm not sure. Not sure. So my apologies if I did not see it because one account I'm primarily on, the other one I gotta work on that one. Because the other one that I have is Hito Seji. I gotta go to that one real quick. Hold on. I think I can stop the screen share directly on this, right? Because we don't actually need this anymore. For the comments, because we didn't already went over the comments and everything. Let me just do that. Yeah. Oh wait, it just fully did the what's the name on that? That's crazy. Now I gotta put. Oh no, okay. So the image. Okay, we're good. So the image is up there, so we're good. Um, so yeah, I can shut off OBS on that because that was just a virtual. Then I can go over here. Uh, yeah, because if I go directly to, I forgot how to go to my account. Yeah. So you would have to go to Hito underscore Seji. You'll see it down there when you do. Because it is SEIJIHITO, but this one is like Hito underscore Seji. Let me just put it directly down there. Hold on, I got you. Whoops, almost hit the wrong thing. So yeah, that's what the other X account that I'm talking about. That is the Hito X Seji account. See, I would say send it there. I can tell you that I will get it on that one because I'm primarily on that one all day, every day. So yeah. So again, to anybody who might have sent stuff to the previous one, my apologies. When I happen to get to that one, I will, try to go over some of the things that y'all might have sent there or potentially tagged me directly in. But yeah, that is the X account name there. So when you type that in, you'll just so happen to see it. I don't got a whole bunch of stuff really posted. I got like reposts of some different stuff up there. A lot of different stuff. I mean, I got a few, I think some shorts I tried to put, up there, whatnot or whatever. But what was the last post I got? Last post I got was like, well, the very first post was December 11th of 2023. And then the last post I will repost up there. I got some up there for what, July? July something, but yeah, you'll see it. Um, what was it? Four Black said you have an interesting name. What does it mean? So the name originally, when I created this back when taking Japanese, basically it was political man. And that was due to my friends and what it is that they would always call me because I would be the one out the group that would always want to talk about politics. Everybody else would just be talking about like some random stuff, but I'm trying to talk about world events, politics, government, all this, other type of stuff. Even in school, this is what I was doing. I was sitting up there debating, and like I said, I love government. I love to talk about these things and different stuff like that. And that is the name that I came up with because I was studying Japanese during the time because I liked the language and I liked anime and stuff. And I was like, maybe I want to go to Japan one day, and all this other type of stuff. So, like I said, it's crazy how things that you create are there in the future. There's a better way that I could have worded this, but I'm pretty sure somebody get what I'm saying. Um, Yo said, gotcha. You up there talking about cooking right now. Sham said, I'm going out to the garden today, but later today I'm thinking of playing Diablo. I got an OP Sork that I can take to level 90 pits, almost to 100. Well, Sham, let me just let you know that the Sork actually has a build where you can get numbers until like the trillions. So yeah, the Sork is actually broken. Somebody made it to like 120 pits and stuff like that. So you know. Yo said, I can't believe this woman deleted a man over a man with little hands. Sham said, LOL, Gil. Why are you looking at his hands? Uh, you said that's unique. And thanks. Gotcha. No problem. No problem. No problem. Also, let me see. I gotta put on my headphones real quick just to matter of fact, I could probably play it on the other end just to make sure because I gotta see if there's any music. I probably won't even care at this point. Let me see. Okay, so they don't got music directly to it. So in order to highlight what I was talking about earlier, where you got the 17-year-old, let me just put the video up here. Let me grab that for you guys. Give me a second, which is this one right here.
Mother, everything we went through does not define what kind of person or what kind of mother you were. You were a beautiful, kind soul with so much gratitude. And so God.
Right. So that is the 17-year-old. And I want to note, this is why kids don't need to wear makeup. Because the left picture does not look like the exact same person that is giving the eulogy at this moment in time. I thought that that was like maybe a like a sister or something like that. Like I said, stop giving these kids makeup. That just it just needs to stop. Um, so I'm going to see if I can pull up the story real quick and read off some information. So this is what was stated by the Post. They said a Georgia teen accused of gunning down her own sleeping parents posted TikTok videos looking for sympathy to uh, and tried recruiting a true crime influencer to investigate their murders before she was arrested. Sarah Grace Patrick, age 17, posted a series of chilling TikTok videos mourning the deaths of her mother, Christine Brock, age 41, and her stepfather, James Brock, age 45, and pleading for prayers for healing after she allegedly murdered the pair in Tyus' home on February 20th. They said that the teen shared videos of her college mom. She shared a video collage of her mom and stepfather on March 1st, writing, quote, "They don't know it, but a year from now, me and my 5-year-old sister would find them wrongfully wounded and deceased in our home and won't get to watch me graduate high school, see me walk the aisle, and couldn't even say goodbye." In another post, she wrote, so homesick, missed him so much, and described her life as like a horrific movie that never ends. She also captioned the video with a post of should probably delete later. The Carroll County Sheriff's Office confirmed that they're aware of the TikTok account and that it does belong to Patrick. They also said that her other account, which is at sgrace04282, has been since removed from TikTok. In another bizarre twist, a true crime TikToker claims that Patrick reached out to her about covering her parents. Quote, "Why would you ask me to cover a case where you're going to get arrested for asking for taking the lives of your parents?" And she also stated that she messaged me on June 3rd and said, "Look up Brock case." So I said, "Brock Turner." "Brock who?" the TikToker said. She also stated that Christine and Brock James, they're my parents, and out of nowhere, a random Thursday night of February, someone came into my house with me and my 5-year-old sister and left my parents for me and my 5-year-old sister to wake up to. The creator specifying that she did not know she'd be arrested for the murders a month later, expressing sympathy towards the teen. Her stepdad's family friend, Kelly Brown, stated that Patrick contacted her to speak on her behalf in a TikTok video about her parents' murder. Right. So let's just take a look at this sad event, right? And again, this is a quote unquote 17-year-old.
And for my mother, everything we went through does not define what kind of person or what kind of mother you were. You were a beautiful, kind soul with so much gratitude. And so gosh dang strong. And you taught me so many life lessons, and some that you just recently taught me within the letter you sent to James in 2018. When I first read it, I smiled and I cried, and I got chill bumps. But every single time I read it, it puts me to a lot of peace. So I thought I'd share it. May 23rd, 2018. Deuteronomy 6:5. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. The wrong one will find you in peace and leave you in pieces, but the right one will find you in pieces and lead you in peace. We can't always choose the music the life plays for us, but you can choose how we dance to it. She was always dancing to her own beat, lol. And keep in mind, she wrote that herself. Eventually, all the pieces fall into place, but until then, laugh at the confusion, live for the moment, and know that everything happens for a reason. I can choose to let it define me, confine me, refine me, outshine me, or I can choose to move on and leave it behind me. Always, Kristen Brock. Considering that gave me so much closure, I want to remember them for who they were and not what happened to them, and be happy for the time we got to spend together and not sad about the time that we don't. I may always and will always be her sunshine, but she will always be my star from up above. And I know at nighttime I can go and look at Mama and Jamie in the sky, and gladly they will save me a seat in heaven like they saved for me. Gladly they will save a seat for me in heaven like they'd saved a seat for me in this very church. Although there's nothing we can do to bring them back, we still have control over how we treat people with us today. Therefore, when someone tries to tell you anything, no matter how important it could be, just listen, because you never know when it's somebody's time to go. You could say goodnight and wake up a few hours just to find out they aren't there to spread their joy and their love. So just listen and never take a hug or anyone or anything for granted, and love with all that you have in you like they did. And lastly, my take on not taking people for granted. I want to thank my family, also known as my Cashapp fam, my grandparents, my siblings, JB, Donnie, Jaden, Jojo, Trent, Tristan, Ashley, and Jesse for helping me get through my worst nightmare. And last but not least, I want to thank Tasha, Bree, Nate, Lane, Kimberly Hayes, Kim Bowling, Katie, and most of all, my father, Angie, and Ben for making such a big difference. Jamie and Mama would have thanked y'all too. I love you guys, and so do I. And so do they. I'm sorry.
Feeling so right. So now you see her on TikTok crying large crocodile tears, got the classic white girl mascara going. It's like, ah, look at my tears. It's like, ah, my family, they're both gone. They're in these urns, da 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 da. But yet you were the one that took them out. You were specifically the one that took them out, and you got the nerve to be sitting up here trying to cry, and you had the nerve to even write or say anything at their eulogy. And then on top of that, you were stupid enough to literally think that, oh, I'm going to have this TikTok investigator to do a story, about my family and what it is that took. I want y'all to know that this seems as though that this was a plot for her to get some type of fame. That it was going to be this story that she's a white girl, 17, right, young, white, and free, and she's going to be there to basically look after her little sister, 5-year-old sister. That was going to be the main story, right? That was going to be the main catch. It was going to bring in a lot of tears, heart-wrenching, all this other type of stuff, especially from white people. I'm pretty sure that she theorized about a GoFundMe. Let me let you know something. The all-American look that she has, the all-American white girl look, she would have raked in probably close to $1 million if she would have had a GoFundMe or a GoSendGo. She would have been rich. She probably would have been semi-famous on social media for a very long time, and it probably would have got to the point where she would have been on mainstream media news. Again, it seems as though that you have this 70-year-old, she was looking some type of fame because everything is directly for the eye of social media. Everything is content. And this is something that I tried to tell people about, some years ago, that we're getting to a point in time, a dangerous time, where people just want to do and use every and anything for content that don't need to be used for content. Everybody don't need to know everything. But like I said, you got some people out there, they see if they see some money signs, they're going to sit up there and do it. And she saw just that. And she was going to use a true crimes TikToker to highlight her story so that it would further propel her social media platform. Like I said, I already know what it was. I already knew exactly what it was. Man, that's tough. It'd be like that though. It'd be like that, and this is why I sit up there and say what I've always stated. This is why it's very difficult for me to sit up there and believe the tears of young girls and women directly out here, because behind those tears can be demons. Kid you not. Behind those tears be demons and laughter. That is it. Like I said, she went from crying one moment, mourning her parents, to now, hey, I'm graduating. Let me start smiling. Crazy. Diabolical. Had everybody believing you and sitting up there crying at that funeral. Mm. And I wonder, like the same people who try to give a justification for the woman taking out her ex-boyfriend. I wonder if they'll give a justification for this girl, like, oh, it had to be something with the parents. It's the parents, probably did something. They probably bullied her. Not saying that it's right, but they probably did X, Y. I wonder if those same people going to pull up and give a justification. Because right, if you're going to justify, you might as well start justifying it all. Again, this is another young female, right? Should justify it. Only difference is she didn't decide to just, go with her parents. That was the only difference. That's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. That is diabolical. Mm. Yo, Denise, what is up? You said where her kind of making derogatory remarks about this like they would about black people. Nowhere to be found. Because as I've looking at stuff for a long time, the one thing that the main consistency that you will see when it deals with white folks and dealing with stories like this is that they will show up to these stories and they'll be like, God's prayers, sympathies, doves, all types of crosses and hearts, X's and O's, and all of these other types of things. Like, what is the world coming to? What time and place are we living in? The end must be near. Right. They will go to the furthest extent to cover and to say things and to give all of these niceties and prayers. When it deals with black people, going through, the same similar stories, this is when the switch is flipped and I'm like, look at the blacks, look at how they act, this is just what they do, and da da da. And this is when they want to start throwing out their memes and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. Like I said, they real funny. They real funny acting. Like I said, it's consistent. It's online. It's shown all the time. That's something that they cannot hide. They may be able to hide a lot of things. That's something that they can't hide. They're consistent in that. If you put two stories that are fairly the same or similar that happen to a family, you'll see the reaction from white folks on the black story. Same white folks look at the reaction on the white story. It's a night and day. Night and day. Sham said the scariest thing ever. They need to make a movie out of those tears. Yeah, those tears have created a lot of lakes and ponds. I tell you that. Sham said, "Nah, white folks like to sweep their dirty laundry under the rug. They're not letting it get to national news. I mean, it is mainstream to an extent. It's just not, placed everywhere, but it is, out there to an extent. Um, what you talking about? You said that you're pretty sure every race does this. Why is it every single time when something is very specific, like at least the focal point? I'm pretty sure every race does this. What? What do we? No, no. No, a lot of times that I look at comments when it deals with stuff going on in the black community, black people will start calling each other out. They'll even start calling out their own families. It's a blessing and a curse because it's like, all right, you calling this out, but then it's like you bring your own family stuff directly in this and all. I'm like, you gotta learn how to pull back. Again, like I said before, when it deals with white folks doing this, y'all ain't talking about y'all communities. Well, matter of fact, I'm not even sure who you are, but I'm looking at the picture. I gotta look kind of close. Everything in there looks pretty light, close to white. So I'm just gonna go off of that, and also by way of the comment. Anyway, but like I said before, as I have studied over time, because I have studied this. I'm not sure if you have there, Jasmine, but I have studied this over time and learned that white folks do not call out their own families or their people or their communities when these things are going on. You don't do that. What you guys like to do is y'all want to try to find some type of grace to save. And when it deals with this 17-year-old, y'all be like, oh, well, my condolences and prayers to the family. But, we really shouldn't be that hard on her because, kids are really going through a lot of things out here. She really needs therapy. She doesn't, really need, jail or anything like that. But if she does have to, go there with all of those other bad, horrible people, let it be for a short, point in time to learn a serious lesson and then put her on house arrest for the rest of her life because, realistically, the real prison is her and her having to live with this every single day. That's what white folks like to sit up there and write online. Like I said, I've seen white folks write thesis on lines about why these kids shouldn't be going to jail or prison and why they should just get therapy and be at home. That's what y'all do. So miss me with the I'm pretty sure every race does. No, every race doesn't. No. Matter of hold on, because I get tired of people sitting up here doing stuff and saying things, and they want to try to make it seem like everybody does stuff. Let me just go to case number one because we got to go that far.
Hey, yo, when black people say that's white people shit, this is exactly what they're talking about.
So let's just clarify what you were just able to see. A woman was, I'm guessing, at her barn or whatnot, whatever. Maybe she might have been, sweating or whatnot, whatever. Her horse got close directly to her, maybe sensed the salt because horses like salt, and sat up there and licked the woman's neck, right? Because of probably perspiration, the salt content, and all those other types of things. And the woman was just sitting up there, letting it happen, just smiling. So when we are specific in stating that there's a certain group that does stuff, we mean just that. We mean just that. Just just saying. Just saying. When we sit up there and say that certain groups do stuff, we mean just that. And even one of your own concurred, right? It's crazy work though. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical in nature. Diabolical. Sham said black women tears mean nothing in society. Let a white woman start crying. Clear difference in behaviors. Whole wars are started over white women tears. That is facts. Sham was like, even my mom didn't put up my black tears. She smacked me and told me she gave me something to cry about. Yeah, that's I'm pretty sure that a lot of people in the black community got that same thing. Like, oh, you crying? I give you something to cry about. Yeah, I've heard that before too. Yeah. Yep. Quam said mental health. Sir Nick said there's a family annihilator out in Washington State a few months ago, and the media immediately when it's a lockdown made to keep him protected. The media will always keep them protected. That's true. That's facts. Shem also said black children learn early that crying will not help us get our way. White girls learn crying helps them get everything. That's facts. That is true. That is true. That is true. So Nick said, guaranteed the media uses her age that she garners some sort of sympathy. She was young and she didn't know better. She went through some things as a child. Wait for the excuses start flooding. Yeah. He said just because he got probation doesn't mean he's not in his own special kind. Wait, who got probation? Wait, let me go back to that story. Let me see something. Patrick, who will be tried as an adult, has been charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault. Investigators still working to discover motives for the killings. Even though Patrick has been charged, Carroll County Sheriff's Office spokeswoman Ashley Husley said that the investigations aren't ruling anything out in this case and are pursuing the possibility that more arrests will be made. Huh. So does that mean that more people could, more names could come to the surface? Let me see. So she was charged. I don't know who this person is talking about. I don't see nothing about what's in the nose taking a custody in charge of murder. I don't know what you talking about though. People should be more understanding. Not even sure what you're referring to. If she committed a crime, send her to prison. Treat her like a black person. That's bars. People should be more understanding. There's nothing to be more understanding about. Sir Nick said Keisha, aka Brick Lady, got a lot of people's attention. I mean, yeah. I mean, but she's an immigrant. She was Somalian, if I remember correctly. So that's different. That's completely different. Oh, okay. I got you. Like I said, I've been going through a lot of things on this platform. Going through a lot of things. But yeah, I got you. You said those were the excuses that you were demonstrating. I got you. Hopefully you make it to this point in the live stream. I'm not sure how far back you may be. Sham said Keisha got everyone's attention because she was beating herself in the face and not because she was crying. That level of crazy is something else. Yeah. Judas said, I retagged you that video on the other page. It's a good one. Talking about reap what you sow. I got you. I think I got the notification for it too as well. Yep, got you. Oh yeah. I covered this. I covered that lady. Yeah. That's matter of fact. I'm glad you brought that up. Well, technically, I feel like I would need to do a whole different live stream because of the title of the live stream, but that story that you just brought up, the white woman that was crying about the floods in Texas and whatnot, and then how it is that now, I mean, well, she was crying about the floods, but originally she was talking about, she was laughing at the immigrants and all this other. Yeah, it's like everything comes full circle, right? But the craziest part is I got videos where Republicans, I'm talking about, these are Texans, white Texans Republicans, during the Biden administration, they accepted millions of dollars to basically fix the thing dealing with like the rivers or the flooding or whatever it is out there so that they will be fine and dandy. But they specifically told the government out there, it's like, yeah, we'll take the money because we don't want that being given to another state, but y'all better not spend that money. So you mean to tell me that you hate another political party so much that you will take the money in order to keep it from going to another Democratic area and or state, and you would make sure that it would not be used, keeping it therefore in limbo or wherever it is, to then end up in July suffering a count of over 100 people dying in a flood. Y'all have to be the stupidest people to ever exist. Like I said, this is how far hate gets you. I might have to do that for like a solo video because I'm probably just gonna go off on a rant. But like you have to be the stupidest, the clear-cut stupidest people. And this is Texas. Y'all got some explaining to do. Y'all got some explaining to do. Republicans in Texas. What is wrong with y'all? You damned yourselves. Literally, you flooded yourselves. Literally, like I said before in the previous video, this same flood, I think it took about 200 or 300 lives back in 1987 during the exact same month. And I showcased that in the video. Like I said, man, I keep trying to tell people hate kills. And this is where it gets you. This is where it gets you. Like, that's crazy. Sir Nick said they actually took the money but spent it on the sheriff's department instead of building the early warning system. They spent the money on building improvements and gave themselves a raise. Y'all have to be. This is why I said before. This is why I don't feel sorry. Now, for unintended victims, yeah, unintended victims. Like, you got people out there that was really out there trying to like save lives. It's like, yeah, shout out to that person. Shout out to that. Shout out to the man that was out there risking his life to save his family, and he did just so, but he just wasn't able to save his life. And shout out to some of the others. But to the rest of you clowns out there who are Republicans, and y'all literally had the funds, y'all had the money to literally fix this problem before it happened, more things are probably going to happen. More things, because y'all got so much hate directly in your heart that you are really, y'all literally out there damning yourselves. You are the cause of loss of life. And you got, who was it? I think it was Tucker Carlson that I sat up there and saw, and he was trying to say this, that, and the third, and trying to blame. He was like, the wokeness, Democrats, what not, or whatever, doing the normal of what they like to sit up there and do as conservatives, trying to blame everybody else, but put the blames directly on themselves. That's crazy. You are the reason why a lot of people died. It's crazy out here, man. It is crazy. It is crazy. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. John said, "What is this live about?" At this moment in time, we were going over quite a few things. It was going over the title directly of the video about a domestic violent situation that took place between a male and female, and the woman inevitably took a male's life, including her own. And then it moved from that to going to the comments of women advocating and giving justifications on why a woman would be allowed, or why it would be acceptable for her to do just those things. It's purely emotional based. And then from that, I wanted to parallel into a story when it deals with basically, women getting sympathy and lying about the types of things that they do, to the 17-year-old that you are able to see who took the life of both of her parents. And then from that, we went into the fact of when it deals with social media and the responses from white folks directly out there, that there is never a type of outrage and a scream and an outcry when these things happen. It's more so that, oh, this person needs therapy. We got to understand. We got to, really seek God and redemption, like call on everything else instead of calling this exactly what it is. And then I said, in comparison, when you have black stories that are similar or the same, white folks will show a lot of animosity and hatred. And they'll start throwing up a lot of derogatory and racist memes and all of these other types of things. Again, a night and day type of thing. And then from that, we went into the story dealing with Texas and the flooding and how that was caused and how it happened. And how the people who are Republicans, conservatives down there in Texas were able to get the money, but they didn't use it for what it is that they needed to use it for. So that's at the point of where you are at this moment in time in this live stream. So I'm pretty sure that, my bad. It wasn't Tucker. It wasn't Tucker Carlson. What was it? Was it Charlie Kirk? It was. Yeah. Thank you for hollering. Let me rescind that back. It wasn't Tucker Carlson. It was Charlie Kirk. Like I said, when I see both of them, they kind of look similar. I'm sorry. Maybe it's like the forehead thing. I don't know, but yeah, I see both of them a lot, so they're interchangeable for me at this moment in time. But yeah, like I said, it is crazy. It is crazy. Oh, we got D Money in here. Where you at? Shout out to the regulars. I didn't even see D Money up there. Gail spotted him. There you go. He said, "What's good, people? Got you. Mina said, the state that's gonna feel the same pain. Yeah, I got you. You said also, get ready, Texas isn't the only one, I guess. Concerned Black Citizen said, yes, sir. What is up, Tippy? I would say, Tippy, you could probably peel back real quick. So let me because it's Tippy. I'll just sit here and do it. Bring you up to speed real quick. Originally, we covered this story here. Well, you probably can't really see like the image. Covered a story basically of a DV situation where you had a couple, with not even a couple. They were an ex, right? They were separated, weren't even married or anything like that. The whatever happened in the relationship, the woman that is clearly in the picture decided that she wanted to go to the barbershop where the man is located. She went into the door calmly, saw him, wounded him multiple times, taking his life there at the scene, then proceeded to walk out and escape. She couldn't walk out and escape when she noticed that police were arriving on scene. She walked right back into the same barbershop and proceeded to take her own life, leaving behind 2 kids. And I went over the fact that, and if you happen to rewind it about like an hour back, I was going over um, the messages that women were leaving directly on Facebook, giving a reason on why it was okay. Like, oh, he was. I heard he was on the DL. I heard he gave her HIV. I heard he cheated. I heard he was, taking $2.1 million directly from the business that they built. It like all of this stuff, but nobody has proof. Even when one of the family members came up and basically was telling people like, yo, y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all just saying anything directly out here and it's crazy. It's like y'all just saying whatever. And then I paralleled that into another story, basically with this girl here who took the life of her parents. Her name is she's a Georgia teen by the name of Sarah Grace Patrick, and she took the life of both her mom and her dad. But as you can clearly see at this moment in time, she's up here boohooing, white girl tearing at the funeral, reading a eulogy about her parents in front of her family and friends and everything of the such. And she even went to the stint of making videos on social media, tried to get another I guess high profile TikToker who covers true crimes to cover the story, because at the end of the day she's crazed and she just wanted attention. She wanted attention and she wanted fame, she wanted money. That's all she wanted. She cared nothing about her parents at all. Nothing about her parents at all. She lied about the whole situation. If there could have been somebody black if there could have been a black man in that area, she would have wrote him into that story, and that would have been a whole nother situation, and people would have really believed it. We would not have been able to uncover the truth up until probably months from now. Realistically, again, let this 17-year-old that said it was a black man that came into the house and that took my parents away from me, white Americans would have went in a rage. They would have been, we need to sit up there and stand up for this 17-year-old. Look at what they like to do when they run rampant. This is why we don't allow them in our It would have been this whole rhetoric for a long time, and all the conservative media outlets would have been all over this. And then once the truth came out, everybody would have calmed down and they would have just moved over to the next story, not gave no apologies or anything like that. And then from that, I sat up there and spoke on the fact of how when white people see these stories dealing with this 17-year-old, they give all of the prayer and hopeful wishes and Jesus this and doves and all this other type of stuff instead of calling it out. But if it was the same or similar story when it dealt with black people, they would have had a whole nother tune. It would have been all types of negative, all types of slurs, all types of derogative this and derogative that and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, so that's pretty much to try to zoom you up there, Tippy. Pretty much. Yeah, yeah. We had that's what I was referring to because that was the video that I think I might even have that bookmark. Matter of fact, do I have? Like I said, I probably have it as short form content. I probably have it as a standalone video because I'll probably go directly on some type of a rant because again, the information I'm learning about this is insane. It is completely insane. It's crazy. John said it's always going to be like that. They will always care and show more respect for the white people, period. Case closed because they think they're superior, which is BS. Mm. Brad Lang said, "Oh crap, I didn't see your title. My bad." No, it's cool. It's cool. Like I said, when I happen to do live streams, it will segue into other things. This is why usually I would not just specifically title the live stream like that. I would usually say "and more," but I didn't do that this time, and I don't feel like going back and trying to redo the title. So D Money says Seji on top of the comments today only took him about 3 minutes to acknowledge me. Hey man, it be like that. Well, this time, we don't got a lot of people when it's a live stream like this, and it's not in a whole different avenue, then the comments are, it's going to be a little bit slower, along with the views and everything. So it's a little bit more manageable. So I can catch up and keep up with some stuff. Um, Sham said, and for that reason, you have to answer for your ancient crimes because it is your crime. God does not forget, and the invention of racism goes against God and nature, and he will certainly get justice. No King said that grace is crazy. That is true. Tippy said, "Darn." That's bars. Uh, Tippy said, "Is she in prison?" Oh, you talking about the little white girl? Nah, she's in custody right now. I don't know what time she's gonna sit up there and face again. She's 17, so maybe they might try to wait until 18 to, because usually that's what they'll try to do, is like, we're gonna hold her for a year up until her birthday, and then we're gonna sit up there and try to charge her with something. I'm like I said before, I feel like they're gonna be lenient. I don't think that they're gonna be like, we're gonna keep you directly locked up until 2050. Like I said, it'll be rare. It'll be rare. Um, I haven't even heard of like a bond or anything yet, if there even is one. So I'm not even sure. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. 100% she would have blamed the black man, of course. Gail was like, her name was Sarah Grace. She had no grace or mercy. That's bars. That's a good point. Hack was like, that is Susan Smith 2.0. That's facts. Sham was like, the Meath did not let her think it through to blame a black man breaking into the house. Yep. Sham said, I think she's locked up now. This woman, Gail, talking about the hair. That's crazy. Sham getting on somebody talking about, don't spam me. I see what you're talking about. That's crazy to sit up there and start like spamming, and then you're like, what are y'all talking about? That's how I know, like, yo, y'all gotta be like NPCs or bots. Like, it gotta be like some other type of AI directly running on on YouTube. Cause I'm like, you talking all like this religious type stuff, and then you come out of nowhere like, what are you guys talking about? Man, NPCs out here, brother. Let me tell you. Sham said, we don't have too much crazies either. We talking about women. He doesn't get that big of an audience like he does when it's about black men going crazy and doing stuff. Yeah, it's true. That's bars. That's 100% bars. Gail said, wait a minute, the first in her family to graduate high school? Wait, was she? Wait, let me go back. Wait a minute, I gotta go back to the story. Was she the first in her family to graduate? That's crazy. If that is the case, it's like, wow. Let me see. I'm trying to zoom through this real quick, see if I might have missed. Especially TikTok video posted speaking. Alarm going off. That's her reading at the eulogy. 17-year-old aggravated. All right, I might have to look at it. I'm going to try to find that on a different story. Look through a few real quick. Yeah, maybe she lying about that for like a 10. That'd be crazy if that was the case. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. But like I said, I can't put nothing past her. Like, she up here, white tears and lying. White tears and lying. Like, it is crazy. Okay, on the video. This is why reading is fundamental, girl. Like I tell y'all before, at certain times I'll show y'all the videos and I'll sit up there and like listen, and then I'll just start talking tunnel vision. and not sitting up there looking. Well, also on my screen as well. Let me see. Can I bring that down? I can't even bring it down for me to see. On my screen, because of what I'm using, that's technically cut off. It's in like a smoky, like gray area. So I can't even see that underneath. So I didn't even see that. I only see the top part, which is uh I get too upset. Well, I get to feeling upset and I think about my mom a lot. That's the only part that I see on my screen. I wish I could show you my angle. Wait, can I screencast it? Hold on. Hold on. Let me show you what I'm talking about, y'all. Hold on. Cause it's like on my end, it's like you barely see it. Let me show you a picture of what I'm talking about real quick. So like that's what the image looks like on my end. Like you can see the top part and then the bottom part is kind of like faded because of how they got the thing set up on here. So that's why I didn't see it. That's why I didn't notice that. So shout out to Gail for noticing that. Gail sitting up there writing in all caps. It's on the screen, Cedric. I can hear you. I can hear you. Gail always getting mad at me. Let me tell you something. Gail's always getting mad at me. Oh man. And now Gail went to lower caps. Gotcha. Of course, Gail. Of course. Every time. Every time. Sham said, I get feeling upset and thinking about your mom, and I'm the first one in the family to graduate, is what she said. Yeah. Gail got the detective eyes. You can't hide from the sunshine. Yeah. Yeah, she does. Every time. Every single time. Let me tell you. That's why I told Gail, like, she should have been like a detective, private eye, something like that. You know? D Money was like yelling through the text is crazy work. Yeah. That's classic Gail right there. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, when Gail is mad, when Gail has come through on some streams and people were talking crazy, woo, the caps lock is on Super Saiyan. Let me tell you, that bad boy is broken. You will catch Gail writing a whole novel on somebody real quick, dropping chapters. I'm like, oh, this is a Harry Potter book right now. I'm like, what did you say to this woman? I'm like, what did you say to Gail? I'm like, Lord, hey man, oh man. So Nick said, even though Patrick has been charged, Carrollton County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Ashley Huxley, yep, said investigators aren't ruling anything out in the case and are pursuing possible charges. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, they might sit up there and wait. I don't really feel like she's going to get a lot of charges. I really don't. There's going to be some type of sympathy card at play. She'll probably be able to make something up. She might even try to pin something directly on her stepfather. And people will sit up there and believe it. Like I said, it's crazy out here. But I'm just going to bring this up whenever people start showing me videos of white women sitting up there crying. I'm bringing up this video as case number 1. Let me tell you. So I'm going to make sure to mark this somewhere in the back folder. Somewhere. I'm going to make sure to have this. Because I'm like, we ain't playing no games. I'm like, yo, you got your 17-year-old daughters out here doing stuff like this. I don't believe a word they say. I don't believe a word they say. Gil was like, said, I love him. Oh, man. Sham said, I'm reading and eating popcorn when Gail snapped because it's always going to be something to learn and she's going to hurt your feelings. Also, something else I do because we're already here in the live stream. There is a video that I gave you guys because basically everything is still falling in line with tragedy, stuff of that nature. There was a video that I gave you guys. I'm trying to just find it real quick. This one here. And I had some people basically ask me, how do you know that she's an immigrant? So just in case people don't know, there's 2 videos. I did 2 videos directly on this. It will be a 3rd video that I will solo put so that everything is just in there completely as stated. So the woman that you see directly in front of you, Afeni Badu Muhammad, she decided that she wanted to take the life of her McDonald's manager because she felt that the manager was playing with her hours and bullying her and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. I went through her social media. That girl is unhinged. Unhinged. The reason that I stated that she is an immigrant, number one, I stated that because of the name. You have a lot of people that will masquerade as Black Americans, and they will try to hide their name. In another post information that I do have up there, it was stated that she changed her name. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I got it somewhere. Yeah. So right here, it said that Afeni Muhammad Badu, the woman who unalived the manager at McDonald's in East Point, previously lived in Maryland, where her last name was changed from McCoy to Muhammad. She also lived in Virginia, where she has prior charges of basically doing the same thing. This is why I made sure when the court proceedings took place, where they had her in custody and she was in court, she was at the jail, and she was hearing the proceedings and everything going on. The side defending her had listed that, oh, the reason for her priors, Your Honor, is because she was in a DV relationship with who not and whoever and all this other type of stuff. So that's the excuse that they want to sit up there and give, right, to try to levy that off so that it's not on the plate when dealing with this. And then they try to levy and say that, oh well, she actually saved the life of somebody who was actually going through cancer and this that and the third, and trying to basically make it seem like she's an actual caring loving person. She is not. So, and then on top of that, the other reason I stated that she is an immigrant is because I looked up, unlike some people who wanted to have some questions out there. I looked up the last name, right? McCoy, right? Didn't look up Muhammad. Looked up the last name that somebody said that was hers, and this is what I got. They said a significant number of Jamaicans have Irish ancestry, estimated to be around 25% of the population. This is due to a history of Irish migration to Jamaica, particularly as indentured servants during the colonial era. The Irish influence can also be seen in various aspects of Jamaican culture, including place names, surnames, and even aspects of Jamaican accents, right? So the reason I came to that conclusion dealing with Irish and Jamaica is because I looked up the original name, right? So let me post this directly so people can actually follow me. Real quick, let me just give you all this information. Like I said, this is why I love doing, social media. You can just take time and look up information, right? So this is what I first originally looked up. So everybody got that directly in front of you. Irish Caribbean people refer to individuals as Irish descent who reside in the Caribbean or have ancestry or who originated from Ireland. The connection spans centuries with Irish people. Um, Arriving in the Caribbean as early as the 17th century, initially as indentured servants and later as merchants and planters. Their presence is particularly notable in islands such as, what is that? Montserrat. I might have mispronounced that. My apologies. Which is nicknamed the Emerald Isle of the Caribbean due to its strong Irish heritage, right? And then we have this, which was the very first thing that I first looked up. Let me see if I can pull this up for you guys. Or wait, or do I have it up here? Let me see. Yes. So this is the very first one. Anybody can type this in. So it's directly in front of you. Where does the last name McCoy come from? The last name McCoy has both Irish and Scottish origins. In both cases, it's a. Whew. I had the name pronounced before, but you can read it directly in front of me. I'm not even going to try to butcher it. I'm not even going to fake it like I know what it is. I had it once and I messed it up, right? So you got where it is in both cases, and it says in Ireland the name comes from McAdha. Pronounced might have been wrong, but we're going to go with it. Means son of Odd. Ad was an ancient person, name meaning fire, and sometimes also associated with a pagan god. The first bearers of Mik-Adha surname were the grandsons of Adha, which died back in 1033, and so on and so on and so on, right? So, one of the key interesting facts is that they said the name meaning fire. If you look directly on her social media, she refers to herself as a phoenix. And that phoenix, that the image of the phoenix that she uses is a phoenix that is on fire. So again, from whatever all of the information that you see in front of you, this is how I came to the conclusion. Oh, also, keynote, in the video that I gave you, she stated that this is how I know that she's different. So the manager, that I'm guessing is Black American, she said something that the woman in front of you, her, did not like, and she said that it was racial. And I'm like, if you're a Black woman, how could she say something that is racial? Because like that doesn't even make sense. The only way that would make sense is if you're not Black American. So again, a lot of people will tell directly on themselves with little bits and pieces of certain things. You just got to put things together. So again, for anybody wondering how it is that I listed her as an immigrant or why it is that I have her listed as an immigrant, that is the research that I was able to do that led me to the conclusion that she is an immigrant. That's all I'm saying. Now, if other people got other information where it's like, oh no, this is actually a Black American woman, then so be it. I'll sit up there and redo a video basically stating I was incorrect, all the other type of good stuff, and so be it. Like I said, I've done stuff before where I've gone back and recorrected myself after putting stuff out there. So, like I said, it ain't nothing. But like I said, that's the information that I got. Everything that I listed in front of you, that's how I came directly to that conclusion that she is a immigrant. Let me see. Let me see what I miss. I'm trying to go down. Always care more about the Mom period clause. Superior, which is BS. Trying to go down to the comments. Trying to catch up. Sarah Grace, right? I think I might have rolled up a little bit too quick. Even though, okay, right. Below Gail, trying to figure out what we're going to this country. Yeah, okay, there we go. Gail said the eyes and the wig screams immigrant. Sham said yes. I'm still trying to figure out how she got into country. Sir Nick said I was watching some of the live streams talk about this case, and the woman in the comment section were protecting the suspect. They were saying things like baby shoes and having a bad day. Oh yeah. Sam said, nah, she came here. She came from a place where they take folks out when they got a temper. Yeah. So Nick said she was having a bad day. Devon Teal. Oh, yeah, we already know who's on that list. Sham said nods and yep. And I don't know why the Irish want to deny that they were slave owners. Oh yeah, Irish is out there. They always that's the other killing part whenever I hear people talking about, but oh, the Irish, they were slaves. The Irish also own slaves. And I went over that in a whole different video as well. Coco Savage said crooked wig. That's crazy. Shan said, yep, the Islanders be short tempered. Yep. You also said that them eyes tell me she missing a few screws. Yeah. Gail said she took Tupac's mother and Erica's Badu's handle. Gail said, and she has wait, let me before I say that, let me just make sure. Let me just, because sometimes y'all say some stuff and I'm like, should I say that? Okay, so you're saying that she got like Asian type eyes. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I just typed that in real quick. I'm like, let me just let me just type this in, because some of the times I read some of y'all stuff. Sometimes I was like, man, maybe I shouldn't have read that. Probably shouldn't have read that. Sam said, "Yeah, that was funny. I almost choked." uh, but yeah, like I said, I'm sitting up there. I'm looking at her, and then I'm looking at the black woman down there, the mother. I'm like, yeah, I know how black women look. Like I'm used to seeing, black women my whole life. And I'm like, she looks like she's from somewhere else. I can't specifically pin it down, but that Afeni woman who was 26 years old, she looks weird. She looks weird. Also, I do got another video dealing with her as well too. Like I said, this is a whole turn into a whole different live stream at this moment. Let me make sure. Matter of fact, I think I can put it up there. Let me see. Hopefully, it doesn't have. My bad if y'all heard that. Ended up hitting my mic by mistake. Let me see. Because I do got another video. Like, this girl is unhinged. Well, I mean unhinged. She is unhinged. Um, let me see. So, right, that's probably going to be the start to the next video. So you're going to see her go off. She has a person that she lives with, and it's a guy. And again, I'm not sure what their relationship is or anything like that. So just a preference. The dude, I guess, asked her because he had bought her food or something like that. Again, they live in the exact same apartment, probably, lived there for, a little bit of time, know each other and all this other type of stuff because she stated that she has done stuff for him, helping him through situations or whatnot or whatever. So I guess at a point in time, because she's within proximity and I guess they, know each other, whatnot, he had asked her, like, hey, would you want to do something? And this is the reaction that she gave. Again, I've never there's been times in my life that I've literally known somebody and like asked me, like, hey, I've never seen a reaction like this. This is unhinged at its best. Like you would have thought that he was attacking her. Right. So let's just look at this.
Look, he always like look at me a certain way or something, and I told him that like I don't want to have sex. I told him that. So it's like, sometimes he would give me something to eat or something if I didn't make anyone of Instacart. I get that, but I told him like I don't want him thinking that that I owe him that just because he do that for me. Sometimes I want him to think that I owe him sex. So now, like, after I told him that, it's like he's been crying and crying and telling me he think I use him. Dismissing everything that I do for him and did for him. Dismissing the fact that he had this condition that he's been going through for a long time and nobody can help him. But me, I helped him get through it. And I cook and, I don't have a lot of money, but I still make money at work, but I don't have a car right now. I'm still working to get in a car. And he feels like I owe him sex. And now he's mad and crying and trying to make me feel guilty. I need to just calm down. I'm gonna be okay. But I should have known.
This is why, and I'm just going to repeat again. This is why I have a hard time believing women because I see, and again, I just want to note, like, she perfectly had the camera set up. You perfectly had the camera set up at that time. You're screaming, spinning around in a chair, 360. I don't want to have sex with you. I'm telling you, I don't want to have sex with you. Leave me alone. Stop asking me to have sex. I don't want to have sex with you. Brother, like, what are you sitting up there? What is wrong with you? And like I said, you got women online sitting up there defending her nonsense. Like I said, her social media is still up there. If you go out there and look directly for her social media, is still up there. She got unhinged videos and all other types of stuff, directly up there. Um, and I'm just gonna remind people she is 26. So when you happen to roll through her IG and you look through some stuff there, just note she's a thin person. I guess they would say petite. She's 26. I just want to state that to people. She is a grown adult. When you happen to see some of her videos directly up there. But yeah, this is boy. Like I said, man. You got unhinged. Sham was like, "Oh yeah, you can hear her accent too, Seji. She got a Jamaican accent." Like I said, I did as much research as I could. As much research as I could. And also I want to note, like, at no point in time you don't see the media did not go and try to seek out her parents. Normally what the media would do in a lot of instances, whenever their child did something, even though they're an adult, they're like, "Yo, do you have anything to say about, what your son or daughter basically did? Do you have any?" They didn't do none of that. And then the other interesting part is that you didn't see the media try to do a deep dive like they would normally do. They was like, "Oh, we're going to give you like the birthday cards from like the fourth grade. We're going to give you their grades and high school and all." They didn't do none of that research. They didn't try to list no friends, no family, no nothing. They just made it seem like, this black woman sat up there and did this to another black woman. And it's like, this is why you have to specify. And this is why things need to be specifically stated who people actually are. Because everybody that looks like a black American ain't a black American. And again, like I said, I could very much be wrong. But a lot of the information that I gathered from what her original last name is, to where those last names come from, to who is also associated with those last names, that leads me to think that she only came from the islands, as stated. So again, for all intents and purposes, up until further notice, she is an immigrant. I don't care if her parents, might have came from, Jamaica or whatnot or whatever. That's cool. And had her here, that don't mean that she black American. She is still Jamaican by blood. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Like I said, look at the last name and everything. We're not playing those games. So, it's crazy. It is crazy. D Money say you can't be crazy and withhold that. No, she can sit up there and hold all of that for the rest of her life. No man needs to be around that. Let her date women. Let her date women. The craziest part is I knew somebody that dressed like her. Because if you go through her profile on IG, she has like some stuff that's like more so in the goth. I knew a girl by the name of like Scooby. She was a lesbian. At the time, I thought Scooby was dope because she liked to skate. She was into video games and all talked to about like the same stuff and whatnot. Whatever. Thought she was cool, and found out later that she was a lesbian. Uh, and yeah, I'm like, yeah, it seems to be a thing. I feel as though that this girl, she just needs to be dealing with women. That just needs. She doesn't need to be dealing with guys. She doesn't need to do it, guys. Not at all. If you're gonna be screaming, because the funniest thing is, even if a woman was to talk to another woman in a same sex relationship, I've never seen a woman act like this towards another woman. You only see these type of unhinged reactions when it deals with men. And a dude probably, all right, let me just sit up there and just like ask this question real quick, like, and then we'll get some crazy ass response like this. And I'm like, dog, where did this even come from? What even happened? What happened to elicit this response? And even through her recording, I think I might have heard the dude like mumble, but I didn't hear the dude getting aggressive or whatnot or whatever. Because one of the main things that she listed, she was like, yeah, and he tries to do this thing where he tries to flip it on me by always crying and all this other type of stuff and yada yada yada. So you're hollering at a guy that cries. Yeah, you crazy. You're crazy. Like it'd have been different if you were hollering at a dude that was like abrasive and he was like really there. It was like trying to really make this a thing. You're hollering and yelling at a dude that you know to be a crier and not to be aggressive. Gotcha. And women are online defending her. Gotcha. Gotcha. Diabolical work. Sham said he probably didn't ask her for sex, but probably said hello, and those demons got her freaking out. That's why she wears red hair and worship phoenixes. She got demons. Hack said it's weird that they didn't scrub her videos from the internet like they would with white folks. Oh yeah. Because case in point, I'm glad you stated that, Hack. Because going by the other story with Grace, right, the 17-year-old, they got rid of her TikTok real quick. They pulled that TikTok so quick. I'm like, huh? I'm like, why wouldn't you leave that up there for people to see this girl? I'm like, are y'all really trying to get rid of her evidence of her lies so that you can try to garner some type of sympathy for her in court? Ooh, I'm like, that's crazy. That is crazy. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Like I said, the work that they would do in order to defend their own, no matter how wrong they are. That's crazy. Yo, Miss Gray. Oh, you not? Hold on. I got you. I can fix that. I got you. I'm glad you said something. Because, Miss Gray, I want you to know that I tried to get everybody who was a model in the original channel onto this channel as well, too. So I got you. Hold my beer, even though I don't drink. So I got you. We're gonna fix that real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, wait. Oh, you talking from the other channel. That's what it okay. Cause I was looking, I went to like the second comment. I'm like, wait, what is she talking about? I'm like, what you mean she not a model here? I'm like, I could have sworn that she was like a mod and everything like that. Oh, I got you. Let me fix that. Also, shout out to all 4,000 that pulled up to the scene during the live stream. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. Just gotta go over real quick. Gotta add you as a moderator directly up here. Let me hit you real quick. Wait, and also have the. Okay, there we go. So I got you. So now we got that. We got that fixed. So I got you. So we got that situated. Got it situated. Tippy says she's dealing with a lot of mental health. Maybe, I don't know. A lot of influencers take their struggles on social media and cry for help or seek attention. I don't know. It's a sad story. Miss Grace says, Shalom, Brother Seji. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Michael Harvey, what is up? Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle Harvey. What is up? Much love and appreciation. Said peace, SEIJIHITO. Peace to you as well. Said peace to everyone in the room. Miss Grace said, "Oh dear, I hate the color red unless it's with other colors. I play video games too, but I love my black men. We love y'all too." Well, I can only speak for the ones directly out there. That's because I had people before that wanted to be like, don't be sitting up there speaking for all of us. I'm like, all right, you got it then. Stay on the side. Stay on the side. Tippy said, I have said I've seen a few colorful haired females who lash out at the same gender partner. Oh, okay. All right. I got you, Tippy. All right. I stand corrected. Sham said you see her taking selfies while she's supposed to be working. Also, she crazy. I would have dropped her McDonald's hours too. She can't be around customers. And the craziest part is in court, the white dude who was basically talking about the charges, trying to get a warrant or whatnot or whatever in court, which they did get the warrant successfully. he was talking about how she was basically the cause, for the loss of her hours. And I'm like, what did nobody listen to anything that took place? People are just like, you shouldn't be playing with people's hours. This, that, and the third. I'm like, dog, she caused this. There was a video up there of her in the little playhouse in the McDonald's, the child play place area. She's up just in there filming, just looking around. I'm like, dog, you're 26. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you are a weirdo. This is where I'm at. I'm at the part where I don't think that a lot of women get called weird enough for doing stuff, because if that was a 26-year-old black male who was in a child's play place, people would have said that he was weird. People would have been like, oh, he needs to get fired. He's this, he's that, all that. People would have just listed everything under the sun and moon, right? Cool, no problem. When you got this woman sitting up here doing it, everybody quiet. I'm like, huh? I'm like, nobody finds that to be weird that she's just in the play place at a high vantage point, just like looking. I'm just sitting up there and imagine. I'm like, she's at a high vantage point of where she can overlook the register and part of the kitchen. I'm like, that is not good, because I'm like, she might be plotting something else, realistically. But that was just my mind, knowing what it is that she already did. But she's the type of person where she likes to get up and close, personal to people. So, this is what she likes to do. So, Sham said, you think McDonald's would make her scrub that too, since she's in uniforms and taking people out at the job? Yeah. D Money says she might get that insanity plea. She might. Judah said, this is why America's judgment can be so harsh. Ms. Gray also said that, LOL, I've been watching my old school stuff for days. RoboCop 1, 2, and 3, Demolition Man, and They Live. Yeah, They Live. That's one of my top favorite movies. Love that movie. Love that movie. He also said Fifth Element. Ms. Gray also said, I play fighting games, so they help me get anger out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, Miss Gray, are you on Steam by chance, or do you just play console? Let me know. Let me know. Sit up there and just add you to the band directly up there. Yo, stay winning. What is up? What is up? I was gonna read your whole name, but then I read it. I was like, yeah, I can't say that. But stay winning. What is up? You said she is a tether as well. Bars. Hack said he would have been called a PDF. Yes, he would have. Lala said, yeah, weird. Yep. Judah said, I apologize, brother. I haven't said what's up. Shalom says you're currently working at. No, you good. You good. It is not, trust me. it is all right. It is all right. It is all right. No problem. No problem. Sham said she would have just fired her straight out. Can't have misconduct on the job. Yep. Tippy said, while children are playing, or was it empty? I guess it was empty. But even still, that's weird. Like, why are you as a 26-year-old in a child's play place? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't be in there at all, Sham said, LOL, I'm sorry, but that red suit got me thinking she looks like a black Ronald McDonald with the wig. Oh, yeah. I think that was her dressing up on Halloween. I think that's what that was from, because I went through her page and I saw that that photo up there. Stay winning laughing. Yeah, I can't, sometimes you can't say the full name, YouTube. If this was different, if it was like Kick, or if I was streaming on X, then it'd be different. It'll be, a vastly, different type of situation and scenario, and doing stuff like that. So, but yeah, I see you out here. Stay winning. I got you. Miss Grace said, I don't stream, LOL. My PlayStation is a 3 and I don't have Wi-Fi. Oh, so you up there with Tippy? Because wait, Tippy, don't you got the PS3? I think. I ain't seen Miss Gray in a minute. Let me tell you something. Ain't that a turtle that you got up there? Yeah, it's like a little Ninja Turtle, something like that. Or maybe it might be a little bottle. I'm not sure. But yeah, I think I should at least have some of y'all directly up there on the on PlayStation. I think added. I think I forgot. I ain't been on PlayStation in a minute. D Money said, I don't understand why she couldn't just quit and go work at another fast food restaurant because she's stupid. Because she's 100% stupid. She literally gave her life away for one job. And I've even told this to a lot of dudes. I'm like, dude, don't be crashing out at your manager or whatnot for like one job. It's not worth it. Like, just go get another job. Put in, if you know that you're really fed up with that job and you're at your wits end, just during those 2 weeks, just bear it out so you can get that extra check, and make sure you're putting in and go seeking out other jobs so you can just leave. Just go do that. Gail says, Seji, one of your commenters said yesterday that she was probably a gold breaker, a gold digger, I guess you're trying to say. Wait, what you mean, Gail? Are you trying to say that she was like with a white dude or something? I'm a little bit confused. That's a new terminology I might not know about. Might have to put me up on that. Tippy said maybe I'm weird because I would go in the playground for memories. I remember McDonald's playground. I mean, I remembered as well too. I think the last time I went through there was like I was probably like a teenager, probably like preteens or something like that, just being stupid, just because. Um, what was it? Sham said I do watch a few African channels and it's wild over there. Yeah, it is. It is deep wild. Sham also said because she's crazy, she can't just quit. She got to take people out too. I swear, if it's not demons, then she has schizophrenia. I don't care what she got. I just don't want her to be getting a lesser sentence or be getting off at all. Not at all. Not at all. I want her in prison. Tippy said, "Yeah, I do, and a PS4 when my brother lets me." Lord, Tippy, we're going to upgrade you. We're going to upgrade you. It is all right, Tippy. We're going to make sure you are up to the future. We're going to get you there, Tippy. Sham said, Seiji, the devs found out the hack for the Sork and fixed it. It was a proc that lets you hit for a negative damage, and you could also solo 150 dungeons. I got to 150 on my Sork, but now I'm back to 9. Oh yeah. Yep. That's what I was talking about earlier. Tippy said, of course, with kids around, if it's empty, it's being a kid. Oh well. I mean, they have adult places for that. They got adult play places, like literally, that people can go and venture and play and be a kid and all this other type of stuff. You don't need to be sitting up there doing that at no McDonald's. You know. Okay, you said it's someone who pretends. So a gold brick is someone who pretends to be busy but really not. I got you. I got you. D Money said there's some mental health issues, but they're not going to throw the book at her. That is crazy. Miss Gray said in Kenya, people are literally selling other people's kidneys for money. It's like they don't understand us and why we never trust them folks. Yeah, like I said, it's a lot. It is a lot. And speaking of Kenya, speaking of over there in Africa, I have another video, and it's a longer video. It's about like a good 30 minutes. I was actually breaking it down into like segments and points, so it might be a few videos made directly from it. That originally was going to be the main part of the stream. We were going to have some parts there and then break it down and talk about it, conversate, and keep going directly through it. But I'll probably do a portion of it in like a solo and have that uploaded for you guys today. After I put my commentary directly to it. And then I would say maybe for tomorrow, I would do a live stream on that because I really did want to do that video. But the story that I brought up, which is this one, this came directly up, and I had to highlight that because that is insane. And then somebody else again in the comment section listed that somebody else, another man, got his life taken by way of a woman. Directly. Now I was trying to see if anybody was going to write the information down there because I would have covered that story too, but I didn't really get the other information on that. Tippy said, yeah, I used to be Big Kids Club member, a BK Kids Club member. I think I was too. I used to have the toy of the white boy that had like the cap with like the goggles, not Mighty Max, but it was a white kid goggles. He was like the main BK Kids Club like spokesperson or whatnot, whatever. If you know, you know. But I used to have that toy back when they had Happy Meals for kids. Then Sham said, I just go to Dave and Buster's or to the Mall of America. It has theme parks and water parks inside. Yeah, I've always wanted to actually go to Mall of America. Maybe one day when I happen to make it big, I'll venture out there and do that. You know, that'll be a nice trip inland and things of that nature. Sham said, frankly, if they lock her up, they should keep her isolated, given she certainly will. She ain't Sham. This is the one thing though. She ain't harder than those some of those women directly in there. I'll tell you that. That girl is woo. I want to say she probably like how thin she is. She probably like 88 pounds soaking wet. Like that's how she has a very thin frame. She has a very petite frame. And again, she's 26 years old. You could literally pick her up without trying. Like she don't weigh that much. She don't weigh that much at all. She ain't gonna be able to do nothing against those women that's there. So they can put her amongst the public. Trust me. Some of those women in there, they are rough. Them women are tough. They didn't set up there and did and seen some things. She would not be able to hold a candle to those women in there. Well, Clinton said, I don't know if y'all mentioned it, but allegedly the girl was sent home for making TikToks on the clock. Look at that. And basically what he's referring to is back to this woman here, right? Talking about her. Like I said, man, you got people out here just doing a whole bunch of stuff and a lot of other people not doing research on anything. And they're just going with how it is that they feel. Like I said, anybody who's worked a job has been sent home early. I've been sent home early. There's been times I was working like a temporary job and a job I was supposed to be working for like 11 hours. Right. So that's basically, sun up to sundown, you know, and there's been times when they'll be like, all right, well, we got too many workers on the site. We're going to have to sit up there and send y'all home. So we might only work out of the 11. We might only work 2 or 3 hours, or maybe we might have been there for like 45 minutes or maybe an hour. If we had to go get sent, I'm like, all right, whatever. That's cool. Like I said, I ain't going to argue about it. It is what it is. So, like I said, for her to sit up there and go crazy, like this is just something that's just crazy, and she's the only one being targeted, and it's the only thing. She's the only one ever going through. Come on, man, cut it out. But like I said, she was making a lot of videos at work. I did see that on her Instagram as well. You also said, did y'all see the rainbow immigrants who jumped the woman over being in a parking spot? Yes, I got that video, and I also have a follow-up video of that the woman that was recorded of the woman. I do plan on posting that as well too. I might make that as another video that I'll put up as for you guys today. Like I said, I got a few videos running through my mind that I want to sit up there and cover, especially some other things dealing with immigration. It's about 4 to 5 videos at this moment. Judah said, yeah, the guy with the remote on the BK kids. Yep. Ms. Gray said, shoot, because I got to paraphrase. I still watch Disney movies and cartoons like Invader Zim and Dragon Ball Z. I can honestly say that I'm cleverly disguised as a responsible adult. No, I'm the same here. Tippy is right up there with you. Trust me, you are not the only one. You are not the only one still, watching a lot of, shows and different stuff like that. Trust me, Tippy is right there with you, 100%. What was it? Sham said, I don't know. I don't like kids areas. When I was young, I would cry because I don't like the smell of pee. Why do little kids pee in a play place? I never did, but yeah, and that's the crazy part. Like I never understood that. I'm like, dog, at the end of the day, just slide down and just go to the bathroom. Why are you peeing in the play place? Like, I'm not even gonna going on rant, because there's been times I ran through a play place when I was younger, and I remember seeing like what looked to be water, but it wasn't water. And I'm just like, are you serious? I'm like, dog. I'm like, people are. Like I said, I need parents to train their kids better. That's all I can say. Lack of home training, like the kids running around like, you know what? I'm not gonna go on a rant. I ain't gonna do it. I can feel it, and I'm trying not to. D Money says she going straight to general population. She'll be met with her match in their bars. That is bars. Um, wait, who? You said Willworth. You said I'm Sunshine's fiance. I'm not sure who that even is. Who are you even talking to? We don't know who you're. I don't know who you're referring to. Maybe you came to like the wrong live stream or something. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody said, gang said, how do you, yo, what is up, what is up, what is up? Gail says she's going to be trying to make shanks, and every chance she gets, she probably will, and it's going to fail. D Money said, VTO is a blessing. Hack said, as Seji, is like the South Park episode when Cartman wants to enjoy the pool and the kids be peeing in the pool, peeing and doing other stuff in the pool. Yes, like I said, that's another reason. After learning some stuff from people that handle pools and clean pools, I learned a lot of stuff, especially about public pools. I'm like, never again. Never again. It's like I probably won't even dip my feet in there. I'm better off just being in the backyard with a sprinkler. After what I've learned. Ooh, ooh, boy, and I got that video too. I got a video of a dude explaining. He's talking about some stuff and showcasing things. And I'm like, man, that's what we be dealing with when we going into those pools. Ooh, that's bad. And they got certain bacteria there that can survive chlorine too. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Gail said kids are animals until you train them different. Well, see, Gail said it. I didn't. um Wait a minute. You said Sunshine is a moderator on here too? Wait, huh? Wait, where? Uh I mean, because I see you and Tippy on the first channel talking. Uh n- Wait, let me go back up to that comment. Let me see something. I don't know who Sunshine is. I don't even know who that is. I'm trying to look. I'm like, I don't. Hat King said, "What's the history of both of these women?" Though, the one at the bottom, at the lower right hand corner, is Black American. From everything that I'm able to at least understand from the story, she is Black American. The woman at top, who is the McDonald's worker, she is the one that I labeled as an immigrant from the information that I was able to find. Let me swap real quick. Let me just see. Well, maybe you might have asked that as like a question. So I'm trying to check what Miss Gray is talking about at this moment. Let me see. I don't think I remember having anybody named Sunshine as a moderator. Um, I mean, if that is the thing, let me go back up to that. Arden Whitworth, uh, much love, respect, and appreciation. To you and Sunshine, much love, respect, and appreciation. Because, like I said, it's been a minute since I've seen a lot of people, so some names may escape me at this moment in time. So my apologies. D Money said, "I learned to stay out of public pools. The Gulf is safer. Yeah, it is. Already said, why did she take her life? She did it because she's crazy. That's the best thing I can sit up there and realistically give you. She wanted to state that the manager was a bully and that the manager was taking her hours or whatnot or whatever. Any of the things that the crazy woman directly to the left side is listing, it doesn't justify her taking somebody's life. She could have just got another job. Now her life is not her own anymore. Now the state or the government basically owns her, and she gotta do whatever it is that they tell her to do. So she gonna be locked up. Miss Grace said, "Well, we do live in a country run by the caves." Um, Gail said, "Seji Sham." Uh, okay, okay. Wait, Gail, you got a fiance? You got a fiance, Gail? Let me. Is that what I'm trying to? Is that what I'm understanding? Because the person. Okay, yeah, that was yeah, that's what was throwing me off. I was like, hold on. I'm like, wait a minute. Shane was like, "Yep, I called Gail Sunshine, but we have a moderator that comes on here from time to time. Name Sunshine as well." Okay, okay. Like I said, y'all got a better memory than I do because like I said, it's been a minute. I try to do live streams so I can happen to say hi and see everybody and and check on y'all, see how y'all doing and and different things of that nature. D Money was like, "Wait, what?" Yeah, I thought the same thing. I'm like, "Wait, Gail got a fiance?" I'm like, "I didn't even know that." I'm like, "All of these years, I ain't even know." Didn't even know. Um, what was it? Already said she should have found another job. Yeah, that's facts. 100%. Hacking said nothing justifies taking out a person. Torture is different depending on the circumstances. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. 206. I'm sorry, 2006 said she's definitely crazy. Seen a few people blaming the manager for her proposed management style. No one else knows, and murking her was not an option uh that same people should choose. She's crazy. Yeah, she is. I 1,000% agree. I 1,000% agree. Also, shout out 2006. Much love, much love. Gail said, "Nope, I don't have a fiance. I'm scared to." I mean, I get that. I get that, Gail. I get sitting up there being scared because you never know what can specifically happen. I 100% understand that. I get it. Like I said, I would always be afraid for my mom out here. Like when I was well, technically when I was younger, not so much. I was just ecstatic to see her happy. Being like a teenager, I'm like, my mom, she, did this, and that for me. I'm like, I really do want to, see her happy and, different, stuff of that nature and whatnot. But it's like now looking at everything, I'm like, I might have to meet somebody real quick, have like a firearm or a baseball bat, because we ain't shaking no hands. Because I'm like, I don't know who you is. Because I'm like, I don't know how anything is going to sit up there and end, but I'm just going to let you know somebody is going to be the main person to rectify the situation. And like I said, I had a lot of conversations with my moms too about different situations, and she told me to just don't react a certain way or whatnot or whatever. Ah, it's easy. It's easy to sit up and tell somebody that it's different when the situation is happening. But like I said, those were just out there and just like thoughts and whatnot or whatever. But trust me, I understand. Trust me, I cover a lot of stories, and I'd be worried for a lot of y'all as well too. Sham said, "I thought Gail, Tippy, and me was married." Ah, oh my god. I did say I was supposed to pre-read the comments before I start. Every time, it's like it never fails. Somehow, some way, I fall for the trap. I'm like, yo, they not gonna sit there write nothing crazy. Let me just sit up there and read this comment real quick. Nope, nope. Leave it up to Sham. Ah, boy, leave it up. Leave it up to Sham. Leave it up to Sham. Sham said it's scary to even have a boyfriend slash girlfriend right now, with how crazy stuff is. Yep. D Money said, I'm so lost right now. It's a running joke. It's a running joke that's been going on for several years now. Let me tell you. And then they just threw Sham directly in there. Ms. Grace said, "We are in the end times, and hearts are waxing cold, just like the Bible clearly says. America is being judged." Mm. Sham said, "I was just teasing." The money said, "You skip over it anyway." I didn't actually skip. I actually read it. Um, Digital PLR hustle. Yo, what is up? Says self control and discipline are missing from a lot of us. That is facts. That is facts. Funny enough, I'm actually follow somebody that is PLR hustle. I think on IG. Um, Tippy said, "LOL, you see, I calmed down on my comments, but look at Sham." Yeah, actually, I'm proud of Tippy. Tippy has done very great over the years. Tippy was just all over the place. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Her and Gail, all over the place. Who was it? It was you, Gail, and what was it, Guitar, and something. And then like Nene would just like roll in there for like no reason. I'm like, what are you doing? Like you making this worse? And then you would have Mo in the background, just like adding jet fuel to the fire, just adding a whole bunch of stuff for like no reason. Like I said, it was terrible, and that's why those live streams would be at night. That's exactly why. Um, da 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 da. She wasn't loving it. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. Sham said, "LOL, one of us got to act out. Got to make some light jokes when the world is acting so dark. Easier to swallow that bitter pill. That is life." I mean, that's true. That is true. That is true. Sham said, "No, Tippy, you're not going to throw me over the bus. Tippy, the one who recruited me into the hair." These things do not exist, people. I don't know what people refers to. Um, Tube said Tips hat. Miss Grace said the guy I watched from Africa is called True Crime Daniel. He talks about the ritual taking out and other deletions from just owning someone's money. Dang, that's crazy. The money was like, I want to be like Seiji when I grow up. That's crazy. Diabolical. Uh, Tube said life is either a comedy or a tragedy. That's facts. Laugh now, cry later. And funny enough, that's a tattoo that I wanted because one of my favorite and one players, Hot Sauce, because I saw that tattoo in and one book that man, there's so many things I could have like talked about and showed y'all on live streams. All the stuff is gone. Man, I keep trying to just sit up there and forget so I don't like fixate on it. Joyner said mind games and playing with someone's money is deadly. I mean, playing with yourself is deadlier because clear cut, as you know, you got some comments stating that the woman was on a clock making TikToks. You're not supposed, if you are working a 9 to 5 job, you shouldn't be making videos realistically, unless your job allows it. I know some people that work at an office job or whatnot or whatever. They're doing their work at the computer, making TikTok videos. That's a little bit different, right? Maybe there's some leniency there. When you're working at McDonald's, I don't ever remember them allowing you McDonald's, White Castle, Little Caesars, whatever. I don't specifically remember them specifying that. Yeah, while you're on the clock, we want you making these videos and making these McDollars. I don't remember them saying that. I don't remember them saying that. So, like I said, if you on a clock making TikToks, you are going to get fired or your hours are going to be short because you should be working, move around, do something. Last time I checked in McDonald's, you got to be a jack of all trades. So if she got time to make videos, she got time to be mopping floors, she got time to be cleaning that bathroom. And everybody knows in McDonald's, the bathrooms be some of the most dirtiest things directly out there, other than the front area of which you receive your food. because I done walked into some McDonald's and the floor is looking a whole mess. I'm talking about fries are everywhere. I'm looking at lettuce. I'm looking at salt packets. I'm looking at wrappers, pieces of paper, dirty napkins, all types of stuff on the floor. So I can promise you, out of all of the many a times, hundreds of thousands of times I've been into a McDonald's, there's a lot of stuff that she could have been doing other than making TikTok videos. A lot of stuff. Matt Q says 6 people don't have they moms anymore. Yeah. Yep. That is true. D Money said, man, comments are moving. D Money said, I cried when I saw N1 gear in Walmart. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna sit up there and buy some N1 shoes. If I could find some that I like. Because it's been a minute. I don't know who's been styling these shoes over the last, some odd years. It ain't been the same. Miss Grace said they're also selling parts over there. We are definitely not the same people. That's true. PLR Hustle said she is going to jail over McDonald's money. Not worth it. Yep. Sham said, like I said, as a manager, she was nice because she should have been fired. She just lowered her hours. Yep. Hustle said your own life should be it should be more valuable over petty actions. True. 2006 said if you got time to lean, you got time to clean. Bars. Former chef here, and that was my motto. That's bars. And chefs be working. Let me tell you, I got this one guy on TikTok I follow where I follow like a lot of people that just got like the cameras on and they just like matter of fact, yo, wait, did you say you were a former chef? Dang. Yo, 2006. If you ever get the motivation to go back out there and cook, money making opportunity. Make sure you have a camera because you're going to be a chef working in the back and stuff. You can make money sitting up there just like people will watch you basically make food because that's what I do. I'm a food type of person. I love food and I love watching people who can cook, make food. So I got quite a few TikTok people that I follow where that's specifically what they do. Also, just in case anybody else that likes making food as well too, turn that into a TikTok. You don't even got to show your face. You can just, hey, I like barbecue and I like using the smoker or whatnot. Do that. Put some music directly over it or something. Some ambiance. Ambient music or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's just a thought process for people directly out there trying to figure out how to make some extra money on social media, side hustle, something like that. What was it? D Money said, especially the women's bathroom. Yeah, women's bathroom. I don't know how them boys be that dirty. I understand, like guys, I do and I don't at the same time. But technically, people expect guys to be dirty, right? I don't expect women's bathrooms to be dirty. And I was in for a surprise. That is, like I said, one dude working at Whole Foods, a dude was sitting up there telling me how he hated cleaning the women's bathrooms because women would just leave the bathroom dirty. And I'm like, how are women dirty? I'm like, if men are supposed to be the dirtiest ones out here, just uncouth, right? We're just out there in the wilderness. Women are supposed to be the next thing closest to godliness. How are women so dirty? That's what I've been trying to figure that out ever since middle school. Like even in middle school and high school, like the female bathrooms have always been dirty, and I just never understood. I'm like, why? Why? You would have thought like wolves were like just running through that thing. Like it's crazy. It's diabolical. Gail said, I don't like that laugh now, cry later, or the same thing that makes you laugh will make you cry. Where is the joy? Hell, I cried while laughing. I mean, yeah. Hacking say either way, what happened doesn't affect any of your day to life. Life is just sad and messed up. Someone took someone else's life, but at the end of the day, it doesn't affect our life unless they are your fam. Uh I say it's I put it to you like this, right? To an extent, you got a point. For me, it's a little bit different. I've been doing this for about 5 to 6 years. I'm a content creator. So I absorb these stories. There's been certain times in my content creation career where I've been able to have conversations with the family members. So, I basically have an understanding that at a certain point in time that maybe they may happen to, see my story and different things of, that nature. In other instances, you get to hear the cries of the children, and the emotions that are basically there. So while you are right that it doesn't affect your life as a person that doesn't do content, for me it does. Because for content creators, we absorb and we sit with this. We have to do these stories. We got to do research. We got to look up a multitude of videos. And some extent, you got content creators that actually reach out and get into contact with these families. Like the best way I can sit up there and put it in a general sense is that all energies carry. I know that's a hard belief for a lot of people to understand, but I do have a belief that all energies carry, whether it be good or bad. So you can have good energy, you can be, putting it directly out there, but it will take, way more of that positive energy for it to have a larger bandwidth versus something negative. You could say one negative thing and end up having, affecting 1,000 people. You could say one positive thing and that will potentially maybe affect one person. So it's like you need, which is crazy. Like you need to have way more good energy out there in order to have even a decent effect versus the gigawatt or the petabyte of one negative word. So I'm just saying, for me, from my perspective of doing stuff, a lot of energy carries and it has weight. It just varies. Ms. Gray said, I thought people got fired making videos at your job in uniform. I guess she didn't get the memo. Yeah. She could clean, make food, restock, and etc. I bet she was crazy with customers as well. She is 100% at fault for her hours getting cut. Yeah. 200. I'm sorry, I said 200. 2006 said, yep, 10 plus years out. Okay, I got you. Gotcha. Shout out to you for being a chef. Shout out. Sham said it affects people that McDonald's may end up closed. There is a whole killer that could be let loose as well. Death affects a lot more than just the family. I mean, that's true. That's true. 2006 said word. Oh, okay, and thanks. You said going to start cooking as a side hustle as soon. Yeah. Like I said, a lot of times when I happen to do live streams and whatnot, I try to give people some ideas and different types of insights. Again, somebody who is on social media who's literally doing this, speaking from doing it. I literally try to give people advice or at least some type of like ideas on to do certain things. Because again, a lot of y'all here, I know some of y'all might be going through different things with finances and stuff like that. And like I said, I rather see people win somewhere, or be able to alleviate something, even if it's like you make a video and per month you're getting like an extra $50 or something. I'm not sure how TikTok works because I'm not monetized on TikTok. So I don't know how that works, but a few $100 extra per month if you were able to get monetized on TikTok, that's great. That will help you out with some bills, or that'll cover groceries or something, so that way you can put money in other places. So like I said, we are running a type of a rat race, and we're running, and a lot of other people got unfair advantages, and we got to be out there trying to figure out and make a way. So you got a main job and then you got a side hustle, and hopefully at a point in time your side hustle will become your main job, and then from that you diversify and do a variety of things as well. So that's pretty dope though. That is pretty dope. D Money also said, all we ask for is 10% of the proceedings. Thanks in advance. This man right here, let me every time this man always talking about 10%. Let me tell you something. Matter of fact, let me see something real quick. Dun, dun, dun. Let me just all right, do that. But wait, that's on is that on the other one, or is this the which channel am I on right now? Okay, we're on the right one. All right, just had to make sure because I wasn't sure at first. Hacking said it doesn't affect your day today. LOL. 2006 said, I'm a woman and I can tell you women are filthy. Oh, I know. Oh well, luckily I didn't say anything crazy, so I didn't know because usually in my mind I'm automatically like, okay, so this is a guy talking, da da da, all the other type of stuff. So shout out to you, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yeah, for the life of me, like I said, I can't figure out why female bathrooms are dirty. I've never understood it at all. Because growing up, again, I grew up in a house where it was my mom, my aunt, and my grandmother. The bathroom wasn't dirty. Nothing was wrong with anything. Like I said, to go out in life, to leave that, and to go out in schools and to go out to public places, like what is happening? This is not what I grew up with. Matt Q said our bathrooms be whopped. That's crazy. Sham said, women's bathrooms be stinky and while women don't wash themselves, it be bad. That's crazy. 2006 said use pads don't flush. It's crazy. Yeah. Use pads and tampons. Yeah, it'd be crazy. And then you got women that be sitting up there using like the toilet paper and then just push it to like the side of the toilet. I'm like, dog, what is you doing? Were you raised by wolves? Like even like wolves and bears like cover their stuff, but I don't know. Said Simon, I don't even know what that means. Digital said it happens all the time. We are taking each other out every single day. We have to learn different ways. Yeah, that's true. Gail said there was a black man who would clean this all white establishment after hours. And he said that the women were filthy. He got fed up one time because they would throw their sanitary products everywhere. Yeah. And you also said that he went to the kitchen and got the tongs and removed the sanitary products from inappropriate places. Sham said, I'm not. You see it, you're not Floyd's family, but the way that everything happened on social media gave you PTSD for weeks and you were scared to even see police. Oh yeah, that was for a lot of people. 2006. Oh, you responded back to Gail. Oh, that's a good point. You said I have a theory for why it is. You said there's no expectation for them to clean up behind themselves because likely they weren't made to at home. It's entitlement. That's true. Yo, no, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? You said, what's up, Said you long time no see. That is bars. That is 100% facts. Hack said a bit off topic, but what are your picks for the season anime? Let me tell you, I have not even a clue. Sham been trying to get me to play Diablo for a minute. I have not played Diablo really. I think I might have did a little bit on. I think I sent Sham an invite to some game that was on Steam that I was like waiting for. I think I sent like a invite to that to see if she would probably like that or whatnot or whatever. But other than doing videos and no lifing the internet, I've played a little bit of like the First Descendant to try to catch up to the new season that's coming out. So I played a little bit of that because I gotta wait for my videos to go through a process which takes way too long at this moment. I gotta install a hard drive so I don't have to deal with the external. But yeah, I have not watched pretty much anything really. I've been just day and night waking up, get on a computer, videos, sit here for hours, post some videos, get a little bit to eat. By the time I look back up, basically it's time to go to sleep. That's pretty much it. That is pretty much my life as a content creator at this moment in time. Other than potentially ordering some food, when I'm able to do it. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Let me see. What was it? Gnome said, I've been seeing this story a lot. That was a disturbed young lady and the signs were there. That's facts. That is complete facts. Complete facts. Sham said, Floyd's deceasement also affected my day to day. I was scared to go outside to see police, scared I would be murdered like that just for being black. I think we all get affected even day to day. My bad. That was my alarm. Shout out to Zio. Um, yeah. I like I said, I understand that. I completely understand that, Shem. 100%. Understand it 100%. And sorry if my alarm was that loud. My bad. I keep forgetting whenever I do like these long live streams, my alarm will probably go off. It'd be like that. No one said this is very sad. The money sitting up there looking. Tippy said, I think it's a certain type of women. Just saying, true. D Money said, did I just get knighted? Possibly. That it might have been a flick of the wrist. I don't know. Stuff happens. Stuff happens. It be like that. Shout out to D Money, being one of our newest moderators directly on the platform. Shout out to D Money. Shout out. Benjamin Smith said, yo, I'm from Aiton Van Dyke, and I saw this on the news the other day. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? Yeah, it's crazy. It's a yo, matter of fact, I got you. Since you basically technically by the way, let me see if I can put this video directly up because I do want to highlight this. Speaking of Detroit area, stuff like that. Let me see if I can actually find the video that I recorded. Hopefully it is up here. Let me see. Nope, that is not it. Wait, is this the one right here? I think this is the one. Nope. Gotta be kidding me. I didn't do it because they had some street racing that was going on in Detroit. And let me see. I can't believe I didn't cap that. That is correct. How did I miss that? I gotta be slipping. Let me go to my bookmarks real quick. Let me. Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute to probably scroll back down. Let me see something. Cause yeah, there was a whole street race that was going on that was crazy that didn't make no type of sense. And I'm like, yo, people got to get it together. I'm like, dog, just because you want to do something don't mean that you need to sit up there and do it. Yeah, I do got the Charlie Kirk video up there too. I want to say the new Red Sonja looks trash. I'm just gonna put that out there. It looks trash, 100%. Let me try to just search this real quick. I gotta put Detroit in there. Because they completely yeah, that's the one right there. Okay, so I might have to put. I'm not even sure if y'all gonna be able to sit up there and hear it. That'll be the whole. Let me see. Maybe I can get this real quick. Hopefully, if the gods are with me, I can actually get this. Oh, that didn't work. Well. All right. I guess we're gonna try the. Oh, matter of fact, I think I can just do the. Yeah, ain't nothing crazy up there. So I think I can probably. The site will be able to see other content on your screen, no problem. Where is the tab at? Irish. Twitter, Detroit takeover right there. Also share sound. Okay. Y'all can let me know if y'all happen to like hear it. This is something else I did want to cover. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it like a full, video or whatnot, or whatever, but we can look at this real quick.
Chaos on Detroit's west side. Hundreds of people getting together on the streets, lighting off fireworks, doing donuts,
Let me know if y'all can hear the sound.
harassing bus drivers. It all ends with a car set on fire. Good evening, everybody. I'm Rupraj.
And I'm Mimi Lang. This all happened early Saturday morning, and it is the second time in 2 weeks a rowdy crowd paralyzed a Detroit neighborhood. Fox News' Justifications
shout out
joining us
2006. Have a
live
good
with
day.
more. Jess, that had to be a frightening scene for some out there.
Yeah, Amy and Rube, we've been covering these street takeovers for several years. That's definitely not new here in the city of Detroit. It kind of ebbs and flows, but this one, it was pretty bad. We're talking about 200 people really paralyzing
Yeah, you can
a
listen to
Detroit neighborhood for about an hour and a half. This time they had fireworks. They were shooting them off at cars. Even when Detroit Fire came, they were shooting them at those firefighters, and they also jumped on DDOT buses. This was absolute chaos, and a lot of it was caught on video. Take a look.
What's up, Denise Rivers?
It was extremely chaotic. It was almost riot level. They were shooting fireworks at cars, at passersby. They were threatening to shoot people.
A street takeover on Detroit's west side for an hour and a half. Detroit police say about 200 people packed the intersection of 7 Mile and Myers. It's crazy to me that no one got killed. I mean, truly, look at it, what was going on.
Definitely. Alcohol and guns don't ever mix.
Stephen Erder lives a couple houses down from where it happened around 3 a.m. Sunday.
A group of people were jumping on top of the white Challenger that was set on fire. And then a group of people started to jump on the bus, and then they started shooting fireworks at the bus, throwing M80s at the bus. 3
people were arrested when Detroit police eventually assembled and responded.
We had to pull police cars from multiple precincts. You can't send one scout car into a crowd of 200 people and not put the officers at risk.
DPD's mobile field force put in place last summer after another illegal gathering on the city's east side where 21 people were shot, but their shift ends at 3 a.m.
It's becoming clear to the chief and me that these folks have figured out the mobile field force is going home at 3 o'clock and have adjusted their strategies.
Now that team will stay out until 5 a.m. Sources say these street takeovers draw crowds from the city and suburbs, and they organize on social media for social media.
They're not going to get no likes in the parking lot, but if they shut down 7 Mile, they will.
This time, Stephen cleaned up liquor bottles off the block. He says next time, he doesn't want it to be bodies.
Hopefully in the future, this is curtailed because it can potentially escalate into something far greater.
Hey, you see that ring of fire lit by gasoline in the intersection? Just unbelievable. A lot of folks may be wondering why this intersection of 7 Mile and Myers. It's unclear. There's 3 or 4 green light locations out there, cameras everywhere. We didn't get a clear answer as to why that intersection in particular. Now, another change that was announced today by the mayor, he says any gathering that comes in, any call that comes in about a gathering of young people, that's now going to be a priority 1 911 call. That means it's escalated to the top of the pile for DPD officers, and they'll respond quicker. Again, also that mobile unit that's trained to break up these kinds of gathering, they're extending their hours at least through the summer from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., hoping to end some of this pretty crazy activity. Reporting live on Detroit's west side, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 2 News.
You know, I'll preface it by saying these officers have incredibly difficult jobs that not all of us understand what goes into it. But you mentioned they were shooting off those firecrackers while first responders were at the scene. So I get that this was a tough scene to control, but 200 people in an hour and a half of this just going on. Yeah, is there a reason it went on for so long?
Well, Stefan, who you heard from in this story there, he kept calling 911. 911 dispatchers reported that they understood that they were getting calls. But the problem is at 3 a.m., that mobile unit that's trained for this, they're gone for the night. Remember, it was 4th of July, so there's calls all over the city. So it was kind of a strategic manpower issue. You can't send one scout car into 200 people. Sure. You saw how rowdy it is. So it does make sense. It's hopefully something they can learn from, and this doesn't happen again.
Nice.
Yeah, like that is insane. Like you got clowns sitting up there jumping on top of a car and then setting it on fire. This is this is the moment in time I'm probably about to sound like a conservative. These are obviously people that don't got jobs. I'm just gonna be real. Anybody that has a job, a normal 9 to 5, and you got to wake up in the morning, you're not about to sit up there and be being reckless and doing all of this. Like, not like responsible adults don't do this. People that don't got jobs, that don't care, people that are irresponsible, this is what they sit up there and do. For me, and I've specifically stated this before, the moment in time that stuff like this happened, everybody needs to be rounded up. Like I said, we got the tech right now where people can sit up there and start, oh, we got part of your face, we got your state ID, all the identification since you've been in middle school. Oh, no problem. We're going to sit up there and run all these faces through a system. Like I said, start rounding people up. Start letting people know, like, yo, stop doing this. Like, you're setting fires in the middle of the street. Bro, you're throwing M80s. I want people to understand there's a rapper by the name of 4 Extra. If you happen to go on X, look him up, type in 4 Extra hand. He blew off his hand because he was dealing with M80s. That's basically like a piece of dynamite in a sense. Like, you really shouldn't even be messing with those. And they have very short fuses. And these clowns are lighting those and throwing those at buses. I'm just letting you know those people do not care. If anybody on that bus even had an M80 thrown directly at them, and then some of that glass or whatever, the window, basically, if somebody in that bus decided that they wanted to fire back, I wouldn't even be mad. I would not feel bad. I would not feel bad. You don't got no business throwing fireworks at a city bus, and then you're also blocking the way for emergency services trying to get through. Put them all in jail. Put them all in jail. Round them up. Round them up. Like, that is crazy. Like, that is 100% crazy. 100% crazy. 100%. The other thing as well too, because I see somebody talking about Democrat run city. My guy, did you not see the flood that happened? You know the flood that happened in Texas, right? You know about that flood, and how it is that Republicans voted not to use the money that the Democrats basically gave them on trying to establish a better infrastructure on the flooding and the water. And now you got, 100 plus people that died, perished. That's crazy. But we talking about Democrat run cities though, right? Oh, I'm lying? I got you. Okay, we got, you think you got some. Okay, we treating this like a rap battle. I got you, brother. No problem. Let me unshare that screen real quick. I don't even care if this even got music. I'll just probably cut it out afterwards. You said, bruh, that's a flood. Mother Nature, not civil unrest. How about the Cali fires? You do realize that the exact same hold on, let me just, because I see I gotta give some corrections here, because I gotta just put a facts. I ain't even gonna talk. I got you. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find these real quick. I got you. No problem there, brother. No problem. That's not the one. That's the Essence Fest. Let me see. Where is, because the exact same flood that I'm referring to, that happened back in 1987. It happened back in 1987, 30 years ago. So you mean to tell me that from 1987, y'all knew that this was a problem, did nothing about it. So in the same exact month of the first flood that happened 30 some odd years ago, it happens again? Y'all just letting stuff happen? That's a little bit weird. Matter of fact, let me give you the, where's the other video? Let me see this. Let me see this. That's the girl. That was yesterday's videos. That's Dean Kane. see. It takes a minute sipping trying to go through this stuff. All the footage, no context. Yo, you got to be kidding me right now. Florida deputies question why. Okay, that was the black couple. This man got caught right there. Hold on, where is? Oh, wait, we ain't doing this. Give me a quick second. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Let me make sure to bookmark this. Go to bookmarks. Okay, there we go. Like I said, I don't even care if this got music. Let me just snatch this up real quick because I thought I actually had it recorded. Download it. I guess I didn't. So let me just download this. Be a few seconds right there. So let me just put this up there to showcase how Republicans did not want to use the money properly since you said that it was false. Let me go back. Where's your comment right there? Let me just highlight this, right? So I scrolled a little bit too far. So you said that I was basically lying and all of that. So no problem. Shout out to the white people that decided to talk during this engagement here.
We do not want more of Biden's mandates attached to keeping Biden's money.
But these people are communists. They hate America. They're teaching it in our schools. They're invading the border as we speak. I don't think we should take any money from the federal government because they can't be trusted.
Now, we don't need these funds here. We've done just fine. And we'll get by without them. But you spend this money, you're signing a contract with the devil, and the devil's in the White House.
If you vote to keep Biden's money, I will hold you personally responsible and personally liable.
The Biden regime has proven to be tyrannical and anti-American. There is no part of this administration that has the good of America or Americans at heart. We want no part in anything coming down from the federal government. This is Texas, and Texans can take care of Texas.
And I don't believe we should take the money. We should not have it. I don't trust our federal government. I don't think that they're truthful with us. And in these days and these times or whatever, we can't afford to make a mistake.
So we heard that, right? I'm just making sure we all heard that, right? Making sure we all heard that, right? They clearly said that they'll basically take the money and hold it in because they don't want nobody else to be able to get to it. And but make sure that you don't use it. That's a little bit interesting. Where were those white folks at that was saying some stuff real quick? Who was calling me a liar and all of that stuff and this, that, and the third and yada yada. What was that again? Because wasn't that about several white people that basically was coming directly in that meeting talking about the money during the time of the Biden administration, and they opted to not use the money, which means they allowed the flood to happen. They allowed the flood to happen. You could have circumvented this problem if you weren't so stupid and racist, if you weren't so ignorant and dumb. You could have made sure that things would have been different. But you opted not to do that. That's crazy. Matter of fact, I got you. Let me hit you with another one, right? Because I know on whenever I do live streams, people like to get real stupid on me. So I got you, no problem. Let me get you one of your actual people so you know that she's a Trump supporter, right? So that you know she's about red. Let me show you what she specifically went through and what she stated, right? Because y'all like to get a lot of stupid directly in here. So let me hit you with that real quick. Let me go to this next video.
Good afternoon, America. The big beautiful bill was signed, and we as Americans have just been given the largest tax cuts. I wasn't going to step up on your video this morning.
You just couldn't help out of
but I'm going to have to do that. We're not going to help out anybody. Y'all been living on food stamps, EBT, Section 8 housing your entire freaking life, and you're not going to do it anymore. If you can work, you're an able-bodied person, go get a job. I'm tired of paying for it. And you, ma'am, probably are on Social Security, so you'll get the help you need. Have the day you deserve.
But for God's sakes, Travis County, help us. Don't treat us like we're nothing out here, because we're not. We're human beings. We pay taxes out here. Don't treat us like this.
Huh. That's crazy. That wasn't a Trump supporter? Don't usually if you MAGA, you're conservative, you vote for Trump, you vote red. And the same woman who stated that she didn't care about immigration, she didn't care about how it is that they were going through certain things. Ain't she the same one that was basically crying, talking about the flood? Ooh, life comes at you fast. That's crazy. Ooh, that's diabolical. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yo, Lavender, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? That is diabolical. It's very interesting. You know, again, how a lot of people don't want to take accountability for their own actions. That's, very interesting. Let me see if I can potentially find something real quick, because I find it very interesting that I don't see the video, and I just recently did a video talking about the flood there. Let me see. Is that the one? Gotcha. That was the video I was originally looking for. All right, now we're in business.
On Friday morning.
So I want to know. So look what he said. July 17th, 1987. When did that flood hit? Wasn't that about a day or so ago? So for the white folks out here that want to, Democrat this and da 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 da, liberal and da da da. Okay, so let's look at the first time where this flood happened. Let's pay attention.
July 17th, 1987. The small town of Comfort, Texas, became the scene of a heroic rescue and tragic loss. Much of the footage you will see was taped on that day by the banks of the Guadalupe River.
It was the day they were supposed to go home.
That sounds familiar.
The more than 300 children at the church camp were awakened early. The river was flooding. If they didn't leave soon, their buses might not be able to leave at all.
They come in there rushing us up and everything. Telling us get up, get packed and all this stuff. And everybody was asking why. They said we got to get out of here because the river was flowing over.
And we started going around the corner. We would go down the hill, then water started coming in the bus and stuff. We tried to back up, but then the bus got stuck, so they made all of us get out of the bus.
And that's whenever the first wave hit us and started scattering people to different trees.
Kids clinging onto the trees like ants, surrounded by rushing water. Chris Ray was the first to be rescued.
How many are there of you? There's the bus over there, 40. How many? 40. In the bus? Well, the bus, we all got out the bus. Wherever the bus started going down.
As news bulletins.
Right. So again, it seems like history is repeating itself. That's all I'm saying. Because as I stated before, like you're grown adults sitting up there fighting Democrat, Republican, Democrat. Obviously a lot of conservatives, they feel like their option is the best option. A lot of Democrats feel the exact same way about their option. It's basically two kids arguing over who has the best toy. That's it. Or in a better sense, you're basically arguing over which one of your daddies has the bigger stick. That's it. Because at the end of the day, everybody loses. Right? Everybody loses. Which brings me to this next one, because obviously I wasn't even trying to go here at this moment in time, actually. I actually saw this article, and the main question, and you can look this up, it says that the world is $351 trillion in debt. Usually, if you are in debt, that means that you owe money to somebody. So my main question is, with an article written like this, who would Earth actually owe money directly to? I'm just saying, because that was the main thing that came across, my mind. That's, just saying. Just saying, because I see a lot of times that a lot of white folks out here, they believe that being conservative is the best thing since sliced bread, and that everything is going to be all great and all grandiose, and it's going to be a perfect world, heaven on earth, and all this other type of stuff. And I'm like, y'all do realize that the government does not genuinely care. Just saying. Just saying. Mike is like, lame-o countries who owe other countries. I mean, to basically try to say that the whole planet is in debt, again, that would mean that you would basically owe somebody. I'm talking about as a whole. I'm not talking about, see, you're talking about individually. I'm talking about as a whole, as one, because the planet is one. I'm not talking about country by country by country by country by country. I'm not sitting up there talking about that. It's not what I'm doing. And then if we're going to talk about somebody owing debt, United States has been in debt for how long? And we can literally make debt and erase debt and put other people in debt. Like, do we even actually have a debt at this moment in time? I mean, they say that we got a tab, but realistically, do we? Because like I said, man, that's whatever. All it is that people want to sit up there and look at it. But as stated before, to the white folks out there that wanted to do this Democrat Republican type of thing, again, just sitting up here saying, y'all as Republicans screwed over a multitude of people, caused loss of lives because you believed that the Biden regime or whatnot or whatever was this, that, and the third, and you weren't going to accept the money, but yet you weren't going to allow the money to go to other places. So you decided to do whatever and not actually fix a problem that ended up being a problem now. That's my main point. That's all I'm saying. That's crazy.
Do not want more of Biden's.
Like I said, that is diabolical. You got Cary County got $10.2 million, and the community wanted to reject it. It's crazy. But like I said, y'all got it though. Yeah, like I said, y'all know what y'all doing. And like I said, going back, let me just try to remember. Didn't we had a war on terrorism? Wasn't that during like the George Bush Jr. administration? Right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. My mind might be a little bit foggy when it deals with history. I think that was during George Bush, right? And we was dealing with the whole thing of Osama bin Laden, even though Osama bin Laden in the 90s came directly to the United States, but somehow, some way later on, he became the #1 terrorist, but he was friends with the United States and his family. That's a little bit weird, don't you think? That's a little bit weird. And then Donald Rumsfeld sat up there and got on the news during the White House meeting and said that we currently lost track of $2 trillion and we don't know where it went, and we're currently going to do an investigation. And in comes 9/11. And during 9/11, didn't World Trade 7 go down even though it never got hit by a plane? It was just on fire. And then I showcased videos of firefighters saying that, yeah, we got to just, pull the building. Pull means to demo. Pull means to demo. When did y'all have enough time to put explosives down so that it would just completely just go down on its own footprint? It's a little bit weird. Little bit weird. 9/11 was supposed to be an investigation, right? But yet all of the pieces of that investigation, meaning both of the buildings, both of the Twin Towers, all of that stuff was basically melted down A few pieces of metal might have been given away to art exhibits or whatnot or whatever, but nothing was really fully investigated. Like I said, there was a lot of stuff going on. And that was during the a Republican administration, right? Because Bush Jr. is a Republican, correct? He's also down there in Texas, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all, y'all always want to, try to say one side is worse than the other side. Y'all both are part of the exact same coin. That's crazy. One devil playing two sides. How we do that? And you think people still gonna be falling for the exact? Come on now. You talk about people trying to be divisive. What? Greatest deceivers on the planet, and they ain't black. That's crazy. Like I said, at one moment in time, white people had the Bible, black people had land. Now you look now, black people got the Bible, white people got the land. How that work? Great deception at work. Let me tell you. Y'all ain't trying to talk about that though. You're not trying to sit up and talk about that though. You don't want to just so happen to talk about all of the money that the United States government been giving over to other countries though, right? Don't want to talk about that. Like I said, I like to, in a sense, encompass the whole government, not just one side. But you got a lot of white folks out here that want to be stupid about it. It's crazy to me. Hack was like, think of your credit score. I probably don't even got one at this moment. That's how they do. It's like, hey, if you ain't established no credit, you don't got no credit score. That's some diabolical work. I was looking for, like, what'd you say? You said, what about it? I explained what about it. I explained about both sides. Like I said, I'm not for either or. And like I said, I told that before. And like I said, I be having a lot of Trumpers and a lot of people of conservative notions pop directly up to the channel, let me know that they're conservative. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean for me? The rich Republicans will get rid of poor whites. Like I said, matter of fact, all white people keep voting Republican. Keep doing it. Matter of fact, keep voting. Keep going that same direction. Don't think outside of the box. Keep voting Republican. I'm sorry. Just pull back what I said. Rich Republicans, they love and care about you. Rich Republicans, they love and care about you. They see you just like family. They come to your trailers, your automobiles. They come to the Appalachia poor white areas. Keep voting the same way that you've been voting. Keep voting. Let me see. So what I like to do sometimes is that I'll just freehand it and I'll just let AI just take over, because sometimes people start asking some stuff or start saying some stuff because somebody was like Trump is not a Republican, so I just wanted to be friendly and type in the AI. It was like, yo, is Trump a Republican? And AI responded, yes, Donald Trump is a member of the Republican Party and is currently the 47th president of the United States. He previously served as the 45th president from 2017 to 2021. He announced his candidacy for the 2024 presidential election in November of 2022 and subsequently won the Republican nomination in July of 2024. He was elected to his second term in November of 2024. So where am I confused? Where am I confused? Where am I confused at? Where am I confused at? Trump isn't a Republican? Like I said, I'm black, right? So we don't create AI. We don't create computers like a lot of people say. Black people don't create stuff. So white people, this is your systems at work. I use your AI. I use your systems. So I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Just saying. Just saying. You know. And then you said, he's not though. He ran as Republican. Using AI and stuff your brain is crazy. You know what's even crazier? Didn't they give y'all a story called The Terminator? How Skynet and AI is going to sit up there and take over. I just want to, when I go back and think about The Terminator, I think about the people that basically created those systems in those movies. And then I look at that, and then I look at today, and I look at who are the people that are creating a lot of these AIs and these systems. And being on social media, I see a lot of young white boys, a lot of white guys that own a lot of the stuff. I'm talking about specifically America. I'm not talking about nobody else, only in America. I see a lot of them, basically doing these things. Even when it deals with Microsoft, they're trying to consolidate at this moment in time and allow AI to take over certain job positions. Even Bill Gates, a white man, Caucasian, he stood up there and stated that most jobs in the future will be taken over by AI. But yet you're saying that I'm a fool for using the same tool that you're trying to use, your people are trying to use in order to take away normal jobs. That's crazy. What? That don't make any sense. Some of the richest folks, some of the top smartest people are using AI, but I'm insane for using AI. That's crazy. It got to be a race thing. It got to be a race thing. Because this same person wouldn't call Bill Gates, who was a billionaire, tech billionaire, you're not going to call him crazy or an idiot for using AI. You would never do that. You're not even in the same realm to even have a conversation, even breathe with that guy. So you wouldn't even have a chance to even utter those words. But yet, he's doing that. Right? Who is Elon Musk? He's currently using AI right now. You're going to call him an idiot? This, that? Nope. He's a billionaire. He didn't make money directly off of this. You would just look stupid. Somebody who's made money off of AI versus somebody who is doing nothing with AI. The United States government is actually currently using AI at this moment in time. Oops. But, like I said before, hey, it is what it is. Let me see what else we got. You said then use AI to see how long Trump was a Democrat. Didn't people just say that the Democrats are evil? Correct me if I'm wrong. You're talking about past versus present. And then on top of that, you do know that you could also look it up yourself. Like I said, I'm not, this isn't a circus. The only clown that's here is basically you. So, if you want to sit up there and do some work for some peanuts, you can sit up there and look that up, because it's crazy how people will sit up there and ask somebody to do something when they already know an answer instead of just giving an answer. That doesn't make any sense. You should just give the answer. But like I said before, I'm talking about now, irregardless of what the answer is. I'm talking about now, right? Is he not a Republican president? Is that not the umbrella that he ran directly under? Just saying. Yeah, just saying. That's, Somebody said Democrats are evil. You're brainwashed. Because if you think that only one side is evil, you're stupid. You're completely stupid. You're an idiot. I've stated this a variety of times throughout all of my live streams a lot, that nobody in the United States governments actually care at all. Bro, let me put it to you like this. At a moment in time, the United States is going to sit up there and fall, and you're going to see how much your precious government actually cares. That's what's going to happen. The greater majority of the United. Let me just do this real quick. See if I can get this real quick. Let's see if we can actually get something up here. So I just wanted to look up again. Like I said, I like using AI. It's pretty nifty, right? So whenever I happen to tell white folks out there that if anything falls in the United States, it's going to be by your hands, I mean just that. So I just decided to type into AI, right? Because I just keep crying, like he said. What's the demographics of the United States government, right? And white 61.2% versus the 59.3% of the United States population. Black and African American 18.2 versus the 12.6% of the United States government. Hispanic 9.5 versus the 18.9% of the United States population. Hispanic individuals were the most underrepresented group in the federal workforce in 2001. And then you got Asian, more than one race, African, and all this, American Indian and Hawaiian, and all of that other type of stuff, and yada yada yada. So like I said before, the overwhelming majority of you are basically are in control. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. The main part of that, you got a government official, or not official, but officials able to make money, able to hedge bets directly on stocks that they are supposed to pass bills or talk about is crazy. For them to be able to put money, millions of dollars down, and then multiply those millions after they pass a bill, making them even richer, is crazy. And you got the nerve to sit up there and pull up to the scene. For you and somebody else got the nerve to have a problem directly with me and try to be on this one-sided type of frame, or to try, man, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. Like, y'all the reason that the food is poisoned right now. Y'all the reason that there are so many chemical compounds that should not even be in natural foods that are in foods. You're the reasons that we got GMO foods at this moment in time, genetically modified organisms. You are the reasons that the greater majority of Americans are eating this stuff at this moment in time. Like I said, and I know about it because I worked in Whole Foods. So I know what is there and what is not there. And you think Whole Foods is as its name is? No, it's not. Like I said, y'all the same group of people that don't even want to help out the homeless, but then at the same time, you will arrest people wanting to feed and help the homeless. That's crazy. We got men out here trying to do for the community, give haircuts and everything to the homeless. You know what y'all sit up there and do? Y'all call the police on them. You allow your dogs to sit up there and give them tickets to try to arrest them, to try to intimidate them because they're helping out those who need help. That's crazy. Y'all the same ones that leave the VA in a type of condition that is currently in at this moment in time. But y'all turn around and say that, oh, we're for July 4th and Memorial Day. We love the vets. We love our veterans. No, you don't. You don't care about nothing but yourselves. And as long as you're not getting affected, you don't care what happens to anybody else. That's crazy. Like I said, y'all come through here always playing these games. Y'all think somebody ain't going to sit up there and check y'all on the bullshit that y'all sit up there and say. You are sorely wrong, sorely mistaken. Like I said, I don't care what side did you basically vote. You're still voting for the devil at the end of the day. Like what are we talking about? Democrat, Republican, you still voting for the devil at the end of the day. What are we talking about? I don't care if it's a Democrat-run city or if it's a Republican-run nation. It's the exact same thing. The people are going to end and die all the same. But y'all like, well, I'm going to vote for this side because I'm going to die a little bit less. What? That don't even make sense. So you're going to vote that? Boy, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. White folks, y'all don't make no sense. And I've been saying this for the longest time possible. Like, y'all will literally vote to damn everybody just so long as that you take a little bit less fire. What? That don't even make sense. You still gonna be on fire? Like, what are we talking about? Like, man, y'all so brainwashed and conditioned. It is insane. And y'all still got the nerve to run around here talking about, oh, we're a Christian nation. We care about everybody. Y'all don't care about nobody but yourselves. You barely even care about the God that you parade around and supposedly talk about. Y'all ain't even really Christians. Y'all pagans. Y'all don't actually have a religion. This is why, case in point, let me just showcase this to a lot of people directly out here. If you go and look up, because I know I got an older crowd directly up here. So you have certain influencers, certain social media influencers. They've come out and stated that when they're on platforms and they decide to talk about God, they talk about Christ, they talk about their religion, they're told by these platforms, hey, we don't want you talking about that because that's bad for brands. Now, everybody, I want you to put on your adult thinking caps and think for a minute. Why would brands care about somebody talking about God in a positive way? Why would they deem that as a negative? Why would they want to pull money away? Seems a little bit interesting. Seems that you have a lot of godless people directly out here. Shout out to Balenciaga, aka Baal, Malak, the deity of which the pagans would sit up there and sacrifice children to in order to get some good favor. White people. But we ain't gonna talk about that though. Y'all want to talk about your pagan gods and your deities and all those other types of things of which you still do to this day. All of the sacrifices of lives that you do in America. This is why we got how many missing immigrant children, how many missing black women, pregnant black women, how many missing kids that we got across America that people don't know where they are. It wasn't too long ago that there was a story that I ran across where kids were saved from a Bible camp. I wonder what they were going to get used for. It's a little bit interesting. White folks, pagans. But you got the nerve to sit up there and try to say that what black Americans are the most ungodly people directly out here, that we don't have no faith, no religion, that we're uncouth, that we're just savages. We're just beasts directly out here just moving around, and you were sent here in order to quote unquote tame us, to rile us, to corral us, to make us human. But yet, who are the ones walking on all fours? Who are the ones that were stated that they had to have boards strapped to their back in order to walk as human beings? Who are the ones that were sitting up there worshiping a false idol and still doing it to this day? Like I said before, look on the back of your dollar. It says, in God we trust. And white people, no white person in the United States can tell you what God that they are talking about. So when people happen to say that we live in a godless society, that's exactly what they mean. It is a godless society. Because no matter what heights that you gain, no matter where it is that you go directly into, there will be people there that will gatekeep and that will tell you that, there is no God past this realm. Whatever God that you speak, whatever God that you worship, there is none of that if you want this money. And that's what a lot of these young influencers are talking about, that they're losing out on money. They're losing out on brand deals. They can potentially get deplatformed for talking about God, their religion, their belief. And they're sitting there telling other people, it's like, because of their belief in God and how it is that they move, God allowed it to be possible for them to get what it is that they have. And they're frowned upon. They're looked down upon. They're told not to. This is why when you happen to go over pictures of the Olympics where people are talking about Jesus or talking about God, they specifically edit those words directly out. Even in speeches given by people who play sports, they edit out the word God. They edit out the word Jesus. I wonder why. Quite interesting. Very interesting. But like I said, shout out to the trolls and other people that want to come directly up to this platform and think that they're not going to get some type of rebuttal that's going to be directly on them, because it's going to happen. One where it's going to happen. Like I said, everything points right back to you at the end of the day. Like I said, you're not going to sit up and tell me that you're God-fearing people, but you came to this nation, you came to this land as demons. You came here pillaging, you came here murdering, you came in here, you came here to take, you came here to rob. The exact same thing that you claim that black people do every single day. Oh, look at the blacks committing crimes against us. Oh my God, it's a genocide against the whites. Nobody sees it. Oh my God, everybody's so racist. Everybody's so against us. No, everybody's not against you. You're just actually now feeling the heat because people are making you accountable for everything that you did, and you don't like it. That's crazy. It's crazy how you can sit up there and first off do something, but then try to claim that you gave grace so that you did it in good works under the Lord. That's crazy. That's the same thing y'all said about slavery. God told you to. It was God's will. Specifically told the slaves that, make sure to follow your master, basically meaning you, a white man. Not God, but you were saying you are the master. You are God. And that the black slaves should praise you, give all praise due to you, because you allowed them to be alive. You allowed them to still be here. You are sheltering them. You are clothing them. You are feeding them. That's crazy. It's crazy how brandings can just so happen to switch, just like the brand or the term American. American didn't mean European. American did not mean Caucasian. American meant native, copper-colored, indigenous folks, of which you robbed and stole the land directly from. You did everything possible, including chemical warfare. And you're still to this day screwing people over on their land. So after you got rid of the natives, you decided to take up the moniker and the name. You came up with the Dawes Rolls. You just paid $5 and automatically you were a part of any Indian nation directly out there just for a little bit of $5. $5.99. And then y'all out here claiming that y'all indigenous. Indigenous to what? Indigenous to who? Because that don't make no sense. If you're actually indigenous, then we will see you all throughout Africa, correct? Even in the warmest and the hottest parts. But we all know that you're not there. I wonder why. Because y'all just recently started going back out into the sun, and I got videos up there where the sun is beaming. It is getting y'all like never before. People showing up with swollen skin, swollen eyes. I'm like, ooh, that's crazy. I never got that out of all of my black life. I ain't never got no type of reaction like that from the sun ever in my life. That doesn't seem like somebody who's indigenous to me. Like I said before, the sun nurtures and gives life to everything on this planet. But it seems to really not have that effect on you. It's a little bit weird. It's almost as if people are just built for cold and darkness. A little bit odd. But like I said, my bad. I was ranting. My bad. My bad. My apologies. Wait, what? You said, Tippy, are you crooked and can you hide secrets and lie with a straight face? You got the job. I'm not sure if you were trying to insult Tippy or what was going on there. I'm trying to, figure that one out because I'm trying not to go on like 100 right now because I'm already in like a ranting mood. So I'm keeping my. This is the Super Saiyan Seiji controls. Because sometimes I read comments, I'm like, wait, you what you say to Zippy? Let me tell you. You said it wasn't. Nah, I know it wasn't. I know it wasn't directed, towards me. Like I said, I am I care about, my moderators here. And I tend to, take things a little bit because, like I said, I know people, so I technically take things personally when people happen to say stuff, and I will sit up there and go on the attack first. Because again, I got a voice. I'm live and I got a mic, so I will directly tear into somebody for a good 30 minutes. Let me tell you something. I've done it before, so hey. D Money said friendly fire, said you. Yeah. Like I said, I'm working on becoming a better person. I'm so working on becoming a better person. I'm trying to get myself to a better patient level. I'm trying so much. But it seems though a lot of the about to be there. I was trying to run it for black people. Oh, guys, see what the dude Kev was talking about. I get what he was talking about. But yeah, it seems like a lot of those trolls disappeared. Either that or my mods might have packed some people up. I'm not sure. Because that does happen. I don't know. I don't know. 'Cause I'm trying to look back through here because it started looking like a sea of mods real quick. Yes. Yeah, people ducked out. It be like that sometimes though. It be like that sometimes. I keep trying to sit up there and Tippy said I missed a comment. What happened? Somebody don't like me. Sham said, sorry, I lost my patience. Oh, Sham must have packed out the other two guys up there that were, saying whatever Republicans and Trump and all that other type of stuff. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Like I said before, I have a very calm patience when it deals with that. I have a very, very calm patience. Very calm patience. So simmering patience. D Money said combination of mods doing the Lord's work and self-deportation. That's crazy. Oh, okay. Gail said, no, you're good, Tippy. Somebody was just stating what it would take to get hired. Okay. I got you. Yeah, it was Carmen Jones that said something. So, like I said, in my mind, I'm sitting up there reading stuff, and sometimes I might look at it wrong. I might read it wrong. So I apologize. It happens sometimes. I apologize. Carmen Jones said, you know what, I'm trying to engage. Don't do too much. I just channel in for real. I can go there too. I mean, champion, let me tell you. For me, it doesn't matter if people can go there or not. The main thing that I like to sit up there and tell people is that there are levels. So you may be a person that can go there. That is great. But as a person that's a content creator, I can tell you that I can make money off of this real simple. So that's the difference. And that's why I tell a lot of people. So for me, a challenge, it ain't really a challenge for me because I can just slice and do whatever and turn this into money. So it's like I try to tell people, everybody, those people who want to go back and forth, you doing it for free. I can do it for money. So I can happen to rage out or whatnot or whatever. It's good content for people. People enjoy that. It's all good for me. So, like I said, I just try to tell people it's levels to everything. It's levels to everything. You know. Let's see what she say. She said, you were challenged by oh snap. Oh my goodness. Like I said, it's all love at the end of the day. It's all love, It's all love, But the only thing I was saying on a serious note, the only thing I was saying is that, when it deals with the mods and everything, it's like, I take that as if, somebody's basically talking to me. So I'm automatically like I got heat vision. So I'm trying to sit up there and read real quick. I'm like, wait, what they say? I'm like, that don't seem right. It's that type of thing. But like I said, that's just me. That's how I, tend to look at it. you know, in that instance. Because like I said, a lot of my people here, they sat up there and irregardless of me saying that, they pulled up to the scene to, you know, defend me a lot of times. Like I might have been like sleep, like not even knowing what comments were being said or whatnot or whatever. And I woke up and it's like a whole thread of people just cutting directly into like one or multiple people. I'm like, ooh, I'm like, what just happened? I'm like, how did this happen? Like, yo, I'm just waking up to this. I'm like, that's crazy. So, you know, like I said, you know, for me, I try to show, you know, my love and respect and support in a variety of ways. You know, like I said, that's just me. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Best way I can put it. Hopefully, people understand. You know, D Money said, "Take it there, and we will take it further, respectfully." And Shan was like, "Or unrespectfully." Oh man, hilarious. Yo, Mr. Dorsey, what is up? I meant to say what's up to you earlier because I did see you in the comment section. You said the sad part of it is that the white man weaponized the Brazilian butt lift and black women risk their lives over a fetish. I mean, a lot of things is you know, it's tough out here. It's tough. The main thing that I will say when it deals with body modification that I try to focus on is trying to get through to a lot of women that, yo, this is going to have an effect on these young girls, because a lot of these women don't realize, like, this is how I want people to just look at this, right? Because I know people are like, oh, here's an attack on women. I just need people to just pay attention, put the emotions to a side for 5 seconds and listen. So as a grown adult woman, you see things imperfect about yourself that you want to change, right? So it may be like the forehead, it may be your eyes, maybe some bags, it may be like your butt, your stomach, all this other type of stuff, right? So you spend 50 or 100 grand to go on a knife and do that successfully, healthily, you are completely fine. You got the new body that you want, right? Cool. So then you end up having a daughter, or before that, you ended up having a daughter. So now you got to sit up there and try to tell your daughter that she's beautiful, but she looks just like you did. You did all of these body modifications. You're telling your daughter that she's beautiful the way that she is, but yet you changed who it is that you originally were because you were unhappy. So it's like, how can you within right conscience try to tell your daughter that she's perfect when she is the exact copy of you? So it's like you're saying one thing, but you mean another. You're saying good words, but your actions speak differently. You're telling her, like, look at yourself in the mirror. What do you see? She's telling you. And you know what she sees because you saw it originally. That's why you changed it. But you're trying to tell her, no, you're actually beautiful. You can't talk to your inner child when you have an existing child. You can't do that. You're not going to be able to rewrite those wrongs. You're not going to be able to take those things back. So like I said, now you got to be okay with allowing your daughter to get her body modified. Right is right. Because you can't sit up there and live that lie, because that's really what you're doing. If you modified your body, you can't turn around and tell your daughter that she's beautiful the way that she is when she looks just like you. You can't do that. You're just straight lying. That's one of the biggest lies that I've seen. A lot of like these famous social media women on social media tell their daughters. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. You know, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. You said it's like lightening your skin like Sammy Sosa? Yeah. And I thought, yo, Sammy Sosa was cold. I was like, yo, Sammy. I'm like, that brother, he's dope. And that was before we got to the extent of where we are right now, right? But before then, like, everybody in the black community, like, yo, Sammy, da-da-da, all this other. And then the dude started looking like a ghost. He started looking like unseasoned, uncooked chicken. And I'm like, what just happened? If you look at Sammy now, he looks better. He just started, I guess he's relaxing on the creams, the soaps, or whatever it is that he's doing, whatever self-hate that he got. I guess like something must be clicking, because he's, you know, he's getting his color, you know, right back. You know, you said Michael Jackson. I don't know what Michael Jackson was. There's a lot of different stories around that. There's a lot of different stories directly around that, and I can't even pinpoint you know, anything to you, because it wasn't like his parents were white, like they were like the lightest things on earth, and you know, pretty much everybody had the same skin complexion, roughly. And irregardless of whatever phase that Michael Jackson went through, women loved Michael Jackson still to this day. No matter what he looked like, still loved him. You know. Let me see. Oh yeah. You talking about? I know what you're talking about, Tippy. You talking about on the cruise ships? I got those videos up there too. Matter of fact, Tippy, you've been around when I've covered some of those. I actually gave y'all like full-fledged, like the full unedited video of one of those cruise fights, and it was all black people. And I was like, I went off. Like I literally went off, and people was like, "Yo, don't categorize and put all black people." But I'm like, how do you expect me not to do it when I'm looking at black people fighting, and then I'm looking at other black people standing back? Like this is like slavery. It's like you got some black people that knew that slavery was going down, but they were like, we ain't going to try to risk it and try to help and save other people. And then you got the slaves being directly right there. And then amongst the slaves, you had slaves ready to snitch on slaves that were trying to revolt or trying to run away. Like it's a losing situation. It's like you got those that don't want to help you. You know who they are, but then you got those amongst you that are doing a variety of other jobs working for the other side. It's like, dog, you're losing everywhere. So it's like I'm supposed to not sit up there and call out this type of stuff, and people want to get mad. Oh, you can't blanket all black people because I'm not this. I'm like everybody in the same boat. It's like I don't know. I don't know. Sam said, "I wish my skin was darker. I'm highly yellow. Can pass for Hawaiian." Gail said, "At the end of the day, Michael Jackson said himself that he looked like a monster and he regretted it." It'd be like that. You know, like I said, for that instance, I wasn't there for the whole saga. A lot of people that's older than me, they was there, since the Jackson 5. I was there, after after, it's pretty much where I was, so I guess, it's going to be some different, perspectives or sites, directly on it versus like when I look at Sammy. So I was there. Like I said, I saw Sammy Sosa before, and I saw him basically using stuff, in a sense, and and a variety of other people as well too. And then this is when the stuff started coming out about Jamaica, the Jamaicans lightening their skin and doing this and that and all that other type of stuff. So it's a lot, it's a lot out there. What was it? Dorsey said, "Oh, you're not down in his talents, but was he happy? Married to the king's daughter, got the Beatles master, you got Disney producing." Wait, I forgot. I might skip the comment. Got Disney producing a theme ride in your honor. Michael Jackson was so unhappy up until Sham said Michael Jackson was unhappy up until he died. Like I said, it comes to a point. I feel as though if I'm to look at everything, I want to say that the unhappiness basically hit the fan when people started bringing out allegations. I want to say that was probably the point of no return, where people started bringing up the allegations to smear and to ruin his name, and they carried that on for like 20 years. You even still got some people now still trying to say something. I'm like, dog, there's no money in this. You're not getting any. There's nothing for you to get anymore. This ain't the 90s where you could just say something and probably, rack up five or 10 grand or something like this ain't those times. Like it's over. It's gone. He's no longer here. Like, pack it up, close up shop, and like I said, and the main thing that I've stated, and I've even, had arguments with other black people that believe everything that the media stated. I'm like, so y'all going to look past Macaulay Culkin, who said that he wasn't that type of person? You're going to look past one of the Coreys, who has been one of the most outspoken white individuals in Hollywood, talking about how these Hollywood types get down. And he was the main one technically soloing for decades, defending Michael Jackson. I'm like, so everybody's looking over this. This dude is calling out everybody else in Hollywood, telling you stuff. And he's telling you like, yo, Michael Jackson is not that person that you're saying or trying to portray him as. Like I said, even before Barbara Walters was when she was still around, not like Barbara Walters. When she was still one of the Coreys, he sat up there and had to sit down with Barbara Walters, and they're trying to, she's trying to make it seem like, oh, this is just whatever. I can't believe this. Because Barbara Walters, she was about that life. Like I said, she's been around enough times to know a lot of stuff going on and going down. And she is going to sit up there and hide a lot of those secrets. Now, on the reverse, you'll have somebody like Wendy Williams, who has been around the music industry, Hollywood, and all this other type of stuff. And she knows some stuff. And a lot of the stuff that Wendy Williams was talking about earlier on, you started to see that. Well. So, and you saw what they did to Wendy Williams, right? You saw what they did to Joan Rivers, right? Crazy work. Diabolical. Yeah, you said what artists had billions of fans? That's black excellence. Michael Jackson was a genius from childhood. Yeah, he was you can basically say he was like a prodigy. Like him and Prince. Like I just wish, I don't know what was going on between him and Prince with those rivalry. Man, if they could have like come together on some stuff, that would have been unbeatable. That would, like, the type of concert that if Prince and Michael Jackson came together and did, oh man, nobody would be able to top it. It would take you several lifetimes to be able to top that concert, because they would be loved. Again, Michael Jackson is loved. I can't name you other artists. Michael Jackson is loved all over the world. Like, this man literally went down to South America and he was filming in the favelas. The governments were telling him like, yo, we can't, do nothing, whatever, because, we can't give you safety. Yo, the drug lords there was like, yo, Mike, you good. We got you. What? Brother, what? Do you understand how loved you have to be for drug lords have to be like, yo, we got you. Ain't nobody touch you. Nobody touched that man. Nobody touched Michael Jackson while he was down there filming. I can't list you, like, man. Like I said, like, everybody want to talk about some Taylor Swift, please. Taylor Swift is like the great white hype. And like I said, Taylor Swift came from if you look her up, like, that woman came from money. Like, she already had like a backing and everything. Like, when people talk about inflated numbers and bots and all this other, yeah, you got a lot of that stuff going on, especially when it deals with like white artists. You got a lot of that stuff going on. Like, it's insane. Insane. Like I said, Michael Jackson was doing all this before you had this AI, before you had bots, before people was really on computers and stuff. All of his stuff was genuine. Like, this is not nothing inflated. Like, when Michael Jackson showed up, people showed up. That man literally did not start the concert up until he moved, like, started his part. I think that should have been like the Super Bowl. And he literally stood there and everybody waited. You didn't see not one person, oh, I'm not staying for this Super Bowl, half cut. I'm turning the channel. This is woke. This is it. Everybody tuned in, especially white folks. Everybody was there. It's crazy. Like I said, what was as a lot of white folks want to sit up there and say a lot of these woke songs, Michael Jackson had They Don't Really Care About Us. And that song was speaking bars. But, like I said before, everything is woke. So, like I said, that's, what? I think that's the best thing that ever happened. Black people need to keep allowing white people to just call everything woke, because that'll be the greatest way to put information out there that they're not going to listen to. That's all you got to do. Just sprinkle something in there that's just going to sit up there and tick them off. That's it. They're going to cut off, not going to listen, not going to pay attention. That's, like I said, that's how you get messages out there. That's it. Make it woke. That's it. They're not going to pay attention. They're not going to sit up there and listen. All you got to do is just put black in there and have some other things in there that'll trigger them. That's it. It's that simple. D Money said Prince is overly competitive. That beef always felt one-sided to me. I mean, yeah. Yeah, and like I said, Prince was that man was cold. That man is nice. Man is nice. Like I said, if only they could have just came together, man. Oh man. Mr. Dorsey said the cruise ship party was out of bounds. Yeah, it is 100%. He said Prince even had beef with Rick James. Oh yeah, I saw a video on that too. I saw that. I saw Rick James talking about that. Dorsey said, but nobody got. But the funny thing is, I think was it who? I forgot. Y'all could probably tell me in the comment section because I watched another video where Rick James was talking about he doesn't like samples, right? And somebody had sampled his song, and he was about to get his lawyers on it. He was about to put a cease and desist and all this other type of stuff directly out there because he was pissed. He was mad. He was angry that somebody would basically take his song and do all of this stuff. And then Rick James, he was like, but you know, I saw that money. I saw that check. And he was like, I'm glad I ain't go through with it. Like I said, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Oh man, I'm pretty sure Rick James was on something when he thought about sending that cease and desist. Because I'm like, brother, it was MC Hammer. That's what it was. Because I'm like, dog, you do know that you're gonna get money because they sampled your song. And like Hammer was big during that time. Hammer was big. So I promise you, Rick James, he was getting some nice checks, especially during the times of the 90s. That brother, he was getting some nice checks. Like I said, Rick James, he was it's crazy. It was crazy. It's like, man, oh man. Man, oh man, let me tell you. Miss Dorsey said Rick James had beef with everybody. Remember Eddie Murphy couch incident? The Murphys had to be Rick. Oh yeah. That's one of the classic ones. That's one of the classic Chappelle Show episodes. That is oh my goodness, that is classic. Man, oh man, that is classic. Like I said, I wish Charlie Murphy was still around. Like the way that man would tell stories and like the way his face. Oh man, that dude is hilarious. That man is a whole character, man. Oh my goodness. It's like even thinking about it right now, it's like oh my goodness, Charlie Murphy. Darknesses. Oh my goodness, like I said, the Chappelle Show, like I said, can't nobody really do it like the Chappelle Show. Like that's like a once in a blue moon, type of deal. The closest thing that people tried to get was Key and Peele. Tried to tap into that whole thing. Like I said, I give credit where credit is due. They had a nice run on doing stuff and everything like that. But before Key and Peele, like I said, I'm not sure if people remember, but Petridge Farm remembers. I remember running into them on Mad TV and Comedy Central before they really had their show and everything. Because I remember them showing up on the newer seasons of Mad TV before they really got big. And I was like, yo, who these two like black dudes like pulling up to the line? I ain't never seen them before. It was like first you had Aries Spears and then you had the other lady, directly up there. Like I said, only so few black people. Only so few. You had a lot of you had, some Latins up there, had some Asian, representation and and different things of that nature. But like I said, a lot of people don't know about that Mad TV though. Let me see. Mr. Dorsey said Slick Rick, Punk Funk. Tippy said before my time, but I wish Michael Jackson and Prince did get together. Yeah. Judah said I heard the term woke from Marcus Garvey. Yeah, we were, sitting up there using the terminology for a while. Like dealing with black people and everything, using that for a while. It wasn't up until recently where you had conservative whites who like to butcher words. Anything that black people associate with something like positive or good or whatnot, they will just take that over and just do whatever. Like I said, this is where they got black fatigue, right? But yet a black woman wrote the book and made the terminology, but then they took it and then did their whole thing with it. Like I said, it's crazy. Can't just come up with something. Can't just come up with something by yourself. Just like the whole thing with what was it? Time is Up, and the whole other movement. I forgot what it was. But yeah, those two, feminist movements. Again, it mainly stemmed directly from a black woman coming up with this and all these other types of things. Like I said, can't create nothing. Bushido, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said I love the Chappelle show in the intro. Oh yeah. Yeah. D Money said Mad TV was fire, but nothing beats Living Color. Oh no, Living Color is classic. Living Color is classic, but I will tell you this though. If you go back and actually watch the shows of episodes of Mad TV was pushing. They were pushing what they could potentially do. Like I said, Living Color is classic. I love Living Color and everything. But again, different time period of like the 90s black sitcoms, and technically you got positive black representation during that time frame. Of that. And you got the Wayans and everything of the sort. The 2000s is pretty much where a lot of that pretty much died down or was almost close to like non-existent. So then you had, Mad TV, and Mad TV was basically trying to push the bounds on a lot of things. Because there was a recent episode of Mad TV that I watched, and it was old, from the 2000s, where I forgot the lady's name. It was one of the main white ladies on there. And what was the main thing that she would always say? Oh my goodness. She would always do like this annoying, I think, what was it? What would she say about that? Or I don't know about that. I forgot what she would always say, but it's one white lady that would have a consistent reoccurring role. It's not the tall lady. That would work with the other tall guy that would play Stewart and Stewart's mom. It was a shorter white lady that was there. She played a parody of sort of like Dolly Parton, in a sense, country, music sensation. And she had a song, and where they told you that she was going across America, it would make a certain symbol reminiscent of Germany. Right? And you heard you set up there when you saw it being drawn out. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, they about to do that? I'm like, word. And of course, all of the places were, of course, down south. And it, and it formulated this thing. She also had a song talking about like the Negroes and all this other time. Like I said, pushing the boundaries. It was funny. A lot of the stuff that they did in Mad TV, you could not get away with doing right now on television, because like I said, we're living at a point in time where you in a sense got like the softest generation, where it's like people can't just either decide not to laugh or laugh at it, right? Because like I said, comedy is subjective. I've seen some stuff on Mad TV that I'm like, yo, this ain't even funny what what you sitting up here doing there. I'm like, I don't even know why y'all did this, right? But then in the next one, they'll have another skit where it's actually funny. So but like I said, you growing up in a whole different, timeline. You see things, different. You don't take it as all the way, to heart. MC Hammer can't touch this. Lamiko, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Bushido said, look what I can do. Yeah, you talking about Stewart. Yeah, you talking about Stewart. Mr. Dorsey said, I love FBA culture. We are very colorful people, and we find joy and simplicity of life, even the dark side. That is bars. Mr. Dorsey said, they said, wake up, sleeping giant, the black community. What was it? I think that's Daria. Parat. Hopefully I might have. Was it? Let me see the other day. No, Deborah. When I was talking about the black folks, Deborah Wilson. Yeah, thank you. And and I used to sit up. I had a crush on Deborah Wilson. Let me just make sure, because it should be her, because I think I watched a what's the name of her when she was going over stuff? Yeah. Yep, Deborah Wilson, yeah. let me see. Where was what's the name there? And then on top of that, Deborah Wilson right now is like the face of a lot of black characters. When it deals with certain what's the names? That's actually a nice picture there. So, let me see. I'm trying to sit up there and find what she did, but she made a good point. She was saying that earlier on in her career, I think it was like she was saying like certain things that she regretted. When she was doing, like Mad TV and stuff, like she would do a lot of, provocative, whatnot type of things that weren't really needed, but that's because she was battling and she was going through, a lot of things herself. And I was like, man, I'm like, and that's why you can only share up a multitude of videos. Let me remove that, put that directly up there. And that's what I said before. Wait, they still won't let me put that up there? Let me just move 3 things. Let me just do that. All right. So now that should work. You can only share up to 10 M. Why is it still saying that? I mean, okay, it is quite a bit up there. So let me take down a little bit more. And then there we go. So yeah, like she said, she was going through quite a few things, battling, some stuff and whatnot or whatever. So I'm like, man, I didn't even know that. Did not, know that at all. But like I said, you kind of get attached whenever you see black characters on, television shows, especially when it's a few. You technically get, like attached. It's like you can, you got some type of like representation there. Like, oh, you got a black woman up there and whatnot, whatever, and all this, the type of stuff. Like I said, during that timeline, Ari Spears was, he was funny. He had the impersonations, he would do Shaq and all this other type of stuff. But then, later on, I'm like, yo, you're doing some weird type of roles on here. I'm like, dog, why is he always doing like these ultra flamboyant type of? I'm like, brother, I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, that is like, I'm like, whatever. I'm like, all right, dude gotta sit up there and get a paycheck. And again, this is me looking at this when I'm younger and seeing Ari Spears do a lot of this, questionable type of roles or whatnot or whatever. But I'm like, all right, whatever. But it'd be like that. It's just like what was the dude's name that played Big Worm? I forgot his name. Like he's one of the ones too. He didn't play like some some real questionable roles, playing as a dude, locked up with other dudes and all the other time. I'm like, brother, I'm like, yo, it's like I know that dude from like Wendell off of Parenthood. And that was like another one of my favorite shows. Love that show. It was all, all black, all positive, type of thing. 2-parent household, the families, basically working out various life to life, day-to-day situations and everything, you got a common theme or a message at the end that people can sit up there and learn from. You don't got that no more. And you see what happens. Like I said, taking a lot of these black TV shows and everything positive, black imagery, off television, it does something. It does something. That's the best way I can sit up there and and tell those people. It's crazy. Let me see. Was it you said wait, you said Mo Collins? Is that the lady? No. Mo Collins, I know Mo. That's the tall lady. She would also play what was that crazy woman that she would sit up there and play that would be dressed up as like a kid or something, and she would always be touching her nose. Like I said, the roles that she played is hilarious. She plays some hilarious roles as well too. Hilarious roles. Like I said, man, TV they got some memorable stuff up there. D Money said, I know who you're talking about. I remember that. MAGA before MAGA was a thing. Yep. Also, they had that in Superman too. Basically, so okay. So to cut to something else different, right? Because I might as well add these in because I'm not even sure because a lot of stuff I capture or get, and I'm not sure if I'm going to put it as like a video, something like a live stream. Might as well just put it in there just because, and just talk about it to get it out the way. You got Dean Cain, right? If you don't know who Dean Cain at one point in time, he just like Kevin Sorbo, these were superheroes during the time, right? Before we really had the MCU and whatnot, these were the television superheroes. Dean Cain, that was one of my favorite, Superman next to Christopher Reeves, right? And Matt Reeves. George Reeves, I'm sorry. But then I found out later on how Dean Cain really was. I'm like, and you were Superman? And then to put the icing on the cake, with him talking about, the new Superman is basically woke. The funniest thing is, if people actually do a little bit of digging, and I covered this before about last year, Dean Cain is part Japanese. Because I always looked at Dean Cain, and I'm like, he doesn't look like a normal white guy. I'm like, something is there. I'm like, I can't, like I said, black people, we can always see it. We can uniquely tell when somebody else is just not what we think or what everybody thinks that they are. And every time I looked at, I'm like, yo, is he like Native American? I'm like, he can't be. I don't think he's Latin because they would never have a Latin as the representation of Superman. They're not doing that. Just like they would not have a black dude being a standard representation of Superman. I'm like, you are white, but it's something else that's there. It's just something else that was there. And then, I found out years later that I think he said his grandfather is Japanese. So yeah, I think what did he say? I think is Tanaka or something like that. I forgot what it was, but he has a tattoo commemorating his grandfather. Stuff of that nature. But Dean Cain got on social media and basically saying that Superman is woke, stating that it was a mistake calling Superman a immigrant, and it's going to hurt the box office. He is an immigrant. Better yet, let me go back because Dean Cain, he's older now. He may have forgotten the roles that he played. So we're going to have to pull up some footage real quick. Hopefully. Let me see. How far back? Okay, that's today. Right. So this is what this is during one of the episodes what he had to deal with, right? So let's just cut.
Emily Stevens with Immigration and Naturalization. We just need a quick look at your green card.
Green card.
You are an alien, are you not?
Superman, I'm afraid until we get this cleared up, I'm gonna have to ground you.
Right. So that was one of the main villains at the time. That's not Lex. But that was one of the main villains during the time that was, trying to impede on Superman, stop him from, doing this, that, and the third, trying to bog him down with humanity and, and all of those things, right? So you heard the first lady. She was like, Superman, I need to see your green card. He was like, green card? She was like, you are an alien, right? And he was like, gotta be kidding me. And she's right. Right? That was a white woman talking to Superman, right? So let's go to the next clip that we have touching directly on this. I gotta go through. Hold on, let me pull back up. There we go.
My greatest hope is that the former supporters of President Garner will join with me in making this country great again.
Again?
Like back in the days of slavery.
In particular.
Right? So we all heard that, right? So this is, I want y'all to know, and that's Terry Hatcher, just for people who don't know. Desperate Housewives. So this was back in the 90s. And talking about making America great again. That sounds real familiar. Terry Hatcher was like, guess he must be talking about back in the days of slavery. Sounds real familiar. This is back in the 90s, guys. And we're in 2025. Look at that. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Lamiko said Keegan Michael Key is from the Detroit area. See, that's the thing though. Detroit area is very vast. It's different from somebody saying, because like everybody used to say like, yo, Eminem was from Detroit. It wasn't actually from Detroit. But I get it. I get it. You also got some other people. What they say, like Kid Rock. Like I said, there's a lot of people I ain't trying to sit up there and claim. There's a lot of people I ain't trying to claim, but it'd be like that. Kelly Johnson said it's nice to see our young black people take up the mantle. Hey. Sham said, I want to switch too, but I'm waiting for a pink one to come out. You can just buy like a wrap for it whenever they get a company. That might be the name right there. D Money said Darlene McBride. I think that might be her. Let me see. Let me make sure I see Darlene. Let me see. Yep, that's her. Yep. Yeah, that's what it was called on the skit. It was called Take America Back Tour. Take Back America Tour. That's what they had on Mad TV. Man, that was crazy. That looking at that was diabolical. But I'm like, it matches up with stuff today. Like I said, a lot of these skits that they set up there and did, it's just like everything is just matching up now. Yep, Hack put it up in there. Shout out to Hack. Mad TV, Darlene McBride, Take America Back. Yep. Nicole Sullivan was her name. That was the actress, I think. Let me see. Do I remember Nicole Sullivan? Let me see something real quick. Let me make sure. Let me see. Ellie. Nicole Sullivan. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so that's her actual name. Okay. I mean, she still looks the same. She just now she has like weight on her face. Like she still looks the same. Let me see. Deborah Wilson was on that video game Wolfenstein. Mr. Dorsey said white people complain about everything that ain't their business. Said happy white misery month. Cold blooded. D Money said Deborah has a lot of voiceovers on games and cartoons. Yeah. Yep. That's true. Let me see. Yeah, and those gamers hate the F out of her for no reason and call her D. Yeah. It's more so I put it more so is because I know what Deborah Wilson looks like, and you have other images or other like I said, they can easily sit up there and put black women when they happen to put black women in games. They can put them in the best light. In a lot of instances, these game creators they opt not to do it. The only thing recently that I can even give you that I'll put Fortnite up there. Fortnite, they do a very good job of making black female characters. Like they look great. Like everything from when they do the hair, the clothes, everything. When it deals with a lot of other games, they tend not to do that. They tend to dim the light on black women a lot, and then they'll heighten everybody else. You can even look at Apex. If anybody who plays Apex, I got a few gamers in here, you can look at Lifeline. Lifeline is she's not American, she's other, either Jamaican, Caribbean, whatnot, or whatever. Lifeline looks great, right? Don't get me wrong. Lifeline looks great. Great character, all of that. Now, when you go to Bangalore, who is a black woman, I put it as black American women, you see how they basically have her and how they make her in a sense more masculine, which is crazy. Like they don't give her no type of shape, no type of nothing. Like it's just whatever. But when you have some of these other characters that are either Latin or if they're white, they tend to have a little bit of a shape or something. You can even go to the extent of looking at Marvel Rivals. I mean, Storm, she looks They did a decent job. Did a decent job. But then when you look at the white female characters, like if you look at Susan Storm, or who was one of the other ones up there? Was it Magic? Like all of the white girls up there on that game magically have a shape. I'm like, when did this happen? I'm like, bro, this ain't even realistic. I'm like, I understand surgery is a thing, but I'm like, dog, Emma Frost did not have a shape. Emma Frost was naturally thin. Like that was it. She had no type. She was classic, 2000s white girl. Emma Frost never had a shape at all. Never. And then they gave her a shape. I'm like, dog, Emma Frost never gained weight. Like when she started working out. Like what like I said, I feel like this really started going on during the timeline, not even Dexter's Laboratory. Like The Incredibles, when they started, trying to highlight white women, like, white women do got shapes and this, that, and the third. I'm like, that's not nothing that they would really highlight when they deal with the media. If you look at bikini commercials, swimming, vacations, those are not the shapes that they primarily highlight. Those are not the shapes that they primarily advertise. So I'm like, what y'all trying to do now? Now y'all trying to sit up there and say like, oh, people out here are, got this, that, and that. Come on now. Come on. That's crazy. Mr. Dorsey said you have an excellent format. That chat responds to your messages. I mean, it works. It could be better. Like I said, I tend to critique a lot of things here. Like I said, I gotta get a dual screen. That was the one main thing. Realistically, in order to do certain things, I would say I would need a dual PC setup, but I don't really have enough room to do that in a sense, because I would have one for the streaming and then the other one to do the other stuff. So that way, it's less work all on one system. But yeah, the moment of time, like I said, get more space, I can, actually do that. And, quality of certain things will actually be a lot better, stream wise and everything of that sort. So, work in progress, but shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. It's it's a work in progress. Timmy said on the game that had her character a militant, revolutionary, pro-black, masculine leader of the group, while her boyfriend a nerdy-looking, soft beta male white guy. Be like that. Bushido said Face on Love. Yeah. That was who I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said Lorraine. I'm not sure what it is. I think you're talking about somebody on Mad TV. Sham said they say playing the Superman character is cursed. Yeah, I've heard that before. Because one of the other actors, he almost lost his life because one of the little boys is like back in like I think what was like the 30s or the 40s or whatnot. Should have been with George Reeves. I want to make sure usually I'm better with this. Let me see. Yeah, it should be George Reeves if I remember. Yeah, because I used to watch this. Yeah, George. No. I'm sorry. It wasn't George Reeves that had to deal with that. It was the other guy. Jeez, I forgot his name. Because I think he was dressed up. Maybe it was George Reeves, but there was another Superman as well too, because he was the representation of like the radio Superman or whatnot. Because they used to do the stories by radio before they did TV. History lesson. But whenever there was like he showed up, you had this kid that actually took his father's pistol. It was live with ammunition, and I think what was it? Who sat up there and played him? Jesus, they actually did a biograph directly on him. Daredevil played him. Ben Affleck. He played that version of that Superman, I think, for that biopic. But when he showed up in costume, the kid had his cowboy hat and whatnot on. He showed up with a live pistol with rounds, and he was actually aiming it. And he had to talk him down to like, just let him know. Cause like, he was about to lose his life that day because the kid really thought that, he was Superman. He had to know. He was like, I am invulnerable. I am Superman. But if you happen to shoot me with that, you might potentially, the bullet will bounce off and it may hit somebody. That was the smartest dog. Let me tell you something, to think that cool-headed at that moment in time where you have an immature kid that is living in between the line, the line of reality and not, and you have to try to talk him down from doing something that could potentially, man, I couldn't even imagine. But yeah, that was crazy. Tibby said they said that the new Superman is an immigrant. Sham said, I don't think he was white at all. You didn't think he was white at all? Yeah. D Money said you thought he was Hispanic. Tibby said, I noticed that about Dean Cain too, like Keanu and John Wick. Yeah, Keanu is, I think, was he Hawaiian or something like that? Asian? Somewhere in there. He got a mixture of stuff in there. Miss Parat said, well, the Japanese used to have a bit of superiority problem about themselves. Yeah, that's true. D Money said, I mean, technically Superman is an illegal alien. He is. They also had this on Smallville too. I don't think I got that clip though. But it was an episode of Smallville where Clark was coming back home and it was like this Latin kid that he was trying to protect. And his mom, Martha, was trying to tell him, like, yo, you can't sit up there and do that. It's not right for you to do. We got laws and everything like that. But he was like, Mom, didn't you sit up there and go against the law by sitting up there harboring me and raising me? I'm an illegal immigrant. She was like, but Clark, that's different. It was like, no, it's no different than, what you did is no different from what I'm doing right now. And he was right. And that was teenage Clark on Smallville during the 2000s. He was 1,000% right. You harbored an illegal person that ain't supposed to be here, right? That goes against everything on earth, right? You're not supposed to be doing that, but you decided to do it because you wanted to do it. So now your alien son is doing what you did for him for somebody else. Like I said, he was right. And this is the main thing that they try to get across to people when they deal with Superman, is that he's for everybody, right? Because he's somebody that really is not supposed to be here. But yet the world, in a sense, when he finally, came out there and he was doing all his superhero deeds and saving people, the world welcomed him as an alien. They allowed him to be, in a sense, quote unquote, an earthling, a part of them, and all this other type of stuff. So, again, that's the main point that I feel they probably trying to get through on the movie and all this other type of stuff. The same thing that they've been doing. But for whatever reason, now people are just as if they're just paying attention. But yet this has been, going on for a long time. Like, it's crazy. D Money said they never gave that man a social security card. That's bars. Tippy said Lois, shut up. Dre says, Seji, have you seen Dean Cain's role in A Different World, literally playing himself? No, I covered that. I did a live stream where I covered, trust me, I was a huge Dean Cain fan because he plays Superman, who was, one of, my favorite superheroes. And it was like, I was there. Like when Lois and Clark came on, I was sitting up there. I did not miss an episode of Lois. I saw all of it. Every single bit of it. I even sat up there and watched reruns. I think it was playing on TNT or TBS, during like the 2000s or whatnot, whatever. I forgot what it was. But yeah, I was there, because that was my guy. But then later on, you sit up there and you learn about the people that you consider to be heroes, just like, Kevin Sorbo, and, you got the Hulk Hogan directly up there, yeah, brother, and, all this other type of stuff. It's, like I said, it's crazy. But yeah, Dean Cain was playing himself. He was comfortable in that role. Like I said, you could tell. You people, you already know. You already know. I promise you, I bet you Dean Cain was the one that was like, yo, we're going to spray paint this directly on this car. I promise you. He probably had some stuff, going and whatnot. Sam said those boomers dream about being slave owners and their kids dream about the 50s where they can beat up black people without consequences. Yep. Lamiko said, hey, Seji, remember when Dean Cain played a racist on an episode of Different World? Yep. Dorsey said, do you not see the parallel between England and Japan? White-skinned people on the island with the ruling class that they treated like gods, and the royal bloodlines raised going in every direction. Yeah. Yep. Judah said, make America great again. Yep. Hidden in plain sight. Deborah Wilson is bald currently, though, and has been for a while, and she looks exactly the same. She does, but it's like she lost a little bit of weight in her face. I can tell the difference. Like when I sit up there and see her versus Mad TV, because she at certain points in Mad TV, she had a little bit more weight directly on her. D-Money said, you love Lifeline. Yeah, Lifeline is cool. She's cool. D-Money said, champion, challenger means little if you die. That's true. Dorsey says Superman is a white man's ultimate dream to stand outside in the sun and become stronger, the exact opposite of reality. That's facts. Demoni said they make Emma exactly thick, extra thick, and they gave her jiggle physics. Yeah, it ain't nothing like the first Ascended. Trust me, I'm on the first Ascended. Ain't nothing compared to those jiggle physics. Shout out to the Gooners. To be said, transforming white bodies into black women bodies. Yep. To be said, they do it in animes as well. Yeah, they do. Because, like I said, the way that they depict Japanese women don't actually look like that. I mean, you do have some Japanese women that have shapes, but they hide those. They don't put those and report those out there. Sham said, I can tell you that I hate Ice Mountain and Nestle water. I swear they let that machine oil drip into those bottles. Hollywood Land. Anybody else see the new Superman movie yet? I might see it at some point. I decided to, do videos and a live stream that day. Sham said, Fran was bad in Final Fantasy 12, the Black Bunny rabbit that dated the pirate. I think I know who you're talking about. You talking about with lightning. Dorsey says Superman is Satan man, independent of God. The family are of El, Jarrell, Kal-El. L are the angels, angel messengers, L of God. That's a curse to save the world. Tippy said, I used to have a crush on Dean Cain. Yeah, I bet a lot of, I can promise you a lot of girls did. Just like when I was in school, a few black girls didn't really know anything about anime or Dragon Ball Z, but saw a picture of Trunks. White boy automatically had a crush on. I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, what are we doing? I'm like, even at that point in time, I'm like, we're really that cooked right now. I'm like, man, I was so mad. I'm like, oh my god. Dre said I recently binge watched Lois and Clark, and the episode is ironic. Yep. Yo, what is up, Ollie? What is up? What is up? Sham said, LOL. They would deport Jesus if he showed up right now. Yeah. Yo, Senshi, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said you don't play first. Yeah, I do. I play First Ascended. You gotta give me your name on there so I can sit up there and add you. I can add you directly up on there. Hold on. Now I actually gotta. Hopefully this don't crash or nothing. I don't think it will. And I gotta sit up there and pull up. Man, yo, I'm getting tired of. I'm not. Remind me later. I'll update OBS later. I'm not doing that. Let me see. Where is? Okay, there we go. Let me see. It should be there. I think I did my logins for today as well too. I just realized that this live stream been going on for like 5 hours. Like I said, this is what happens. Getting on tangents, talking about other stuff. And I was supposed to do a video and have that uploaded for you guys, but I'm sitting up here talking. This is. Let me tell you, this is crazy. So now that video is probably going to be coming out probably around like 8:00. It'll probably show up around 8:00. Let me see, because I think for Senshi, I think I got you added. I think you're on a Hito Seiji profile, so you wouldn't be able to see me on First Ascended. Jeez, let me see, dude. No. I should have you. No. Yeah. Because I see you right now. You're on Diablo right now. So yeah, I got you on you on the SEIJIHITO one. Yeah, I'm on there. I set up there. I leveled up my my Ajax as soon as I leveled him up like 8 times. I primarily for any of those out there that play First Ascendant, I do like playing support. Well, actually, originally I'm a Valby player. I've been playing Valby since the game was in beta or whatnot or whatever. So that's basically my go-to. That's my girl right there, Valby. But other than Valby, I'm trying to go to my descendant. Wait, where is? Go to my descendants real quick. Capacity increase. I need to go to would be level. Damn, I can't even see. Hold on, let me look at this real quick. Okay, so I got Valby leveled up 8 times. Ajax is 8 times. Jaber at 7. Ezimo is 4. My man Eugen, I got him on 7. And then I got Haley, Luna, Bunny, Kyle, Ezimo. I'm not Ezimo, Enzo, Lepic, and then Viesa. But primarily you'll probably catch me as of now because I got defense, support, and attack. Eugen because I can spam heals no matter where you are on the map. Valby for DPS because I can basically throw water everywhere and start to do dot damage and all that other type of stuff. And then I have defensive wise tank and also attack. I got Ajax. I always want Ajax, and I'm working towards a ultimate Ajax, at this moment in time. So, we got that. So yeah, I am on First Ascent. I just ain't really seen you on there. I'm just saying. Just saying there, man. Just saying. What was it? Yo, Dre, what's up? You said Gothic chick from Final Fantasy X. Pink said Future Trunks was attractive when I was a teen. What is up, Pink? What is going on? Sham said no, Final Fantasy 12 was before Lightning. That's with Princess Ashelia, Van, etc. It was like medieval thing. Oh, okay, I got you. You said Seiji, what was the game you wanted me to play? I would have to turn on Steam right now. I forgot. I sent you an invite to it. If you click on your notification bell directly on Steam, you should see it. You should see it. I'm not sure if we can still play it right now. Like the game is okay. It's not, it's not bad. It's a looter, type of deal. It's PvP PvP PvE type of deal. So it's like you can fight things out there in the world and collect, and you can also escape with your loot, so you can do certain stuff. But amongst that, you can also go against other players that may be there, and they can basically sneak you and get your gear and stuff. But it's sort of like Diablo-esque, type of deal, whatnot. Mr. Dorsey said, I am currently smoking, but this reminds me of, what was it? Dorm room BS session. Oh, yeah. Since she said 5 hours, I didn't get any notifications. Yeah, YouTube does that. That's why I told y'all before. YouTube doesn't normally send y'all notifications. But also depending on the type of live stream it is, just to further prove my point, when I tell y'all that notifications don't go off for certain videos, and certain videos are not going to get certain type of looks as other videos, this is further proof of that. I've been going for 5 hours, notifications still weren't sent. I didn't really put any videos up today, and this is technically the first video realistically. And again, versus the other live stream, we got 39 people currently here versus the hundreds that we had with the previous live stream. So like I said, hey, YouTube picks and chooses sometimes. It be like that. D Money said Lulu from Final Fantasy X. Tippy said no, wrong. It was that one white guy. Majority of the Christian were Shamar Moore, LL Cool J, Tyson, The Rock, till his cousin in the picture, and now it's Roman. Of course, Tippy. Tippy is just always moving around. Of course, Tippy. Ali said I missed the fries story. What happened? Wait, fries? I'm a little bit. I don't even know fries story. A little bit confused. Since she said the irony is when this man says he doesn't see me playing said game while hiding offline. I'm always offline. I've been offline for years. A lot of my friends complain about this. Like, yo, Seiji, why you always offline? It'd be like that. Mr. Dorsey said Trunks gave off BD energy, the opposite of Vegeta. That's crazy. Vegeta got Bulma. Like, Vegeta took Bulma from Yamcha. Yamcha had Bulma the first time, and then out of nowhere, people was like, wait, Bulma had a kid? It was like, Bulma, you were pregnant? It's like, Yamcha, you dog, you're the dad. He was like, I ain't the daddy. And then everybody looked at him, who's the dad? And then we was like, everybody started looking at Vegeta. That's how I be going. But what's the name? Trunks is with Mai. That is basically his lifetime love interest. that he basically got. So, they out there, probably having kids and whatnot. I feel like Trunks will probably have a daughter. Probably. I feel like that'll be what will happen. Since Vegeta had a son, Trunks will probably have a daughter. And I'm not sure if she's gonna have black or purple hair, or would it be blue? I forgot. I'm not sure which hair type that she would have. But it would be dope though. Have another female Super Saiyan in the timeline other than Pan, technically, if they ever allow her to go Super Saiyan. What was it? Sham said, okay, I see it. It's Vault Breakers. That's the name of the game. Yeah. And the other one is Terminal Brigade. Yeah. I know I sent you two. If you're on Diablo 4, can you add me as a friend? Yeah, he got the wait, can we got cross-platform, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. So it would just So since you would just have to add the Blizzard name, and that's what would have to happen. So remember, Sham, you got to send the Blizzard, because we went through this. We went through this whole thing the first time where you sent like the main name, and that wasn't it. And you had to look for the hashtag and everything. Yeah, there we go. Let me see. Dory said Goku needs a daughter. I mean, he got a granddaughter though, by way of Gohan. Got Pan out there. I feel like the funniest thing is if Goku was to have a daughter, she would be more like Vegeta. Because Goku is more carefree. Gohan is a 50-50. He's sort of like his dad in an extent, but then he's more so like Piccolo. But he doesn't get to be like Piccolo up until he's like pushed to like the limit. So Cell Saga 116, the whole thing with Raditz, the whole thing with Frieza, the Tournament of Power, the whole training regiment, and then also in Super when they introduced Beast Gohan, he has to be pushed to that limit and basically stay in that mind frame for him to, do what it is. Because Gohan is actually, if anybody actually had to be a killer in the Z Fighter other than Piccolo, it would be Gohan. And Gohan does have a body count, even though unofficially, if we're going by movies and stuff. So, just put that out there. Wait, what was it? Wait, since she said, nah, I'm in FBA mail, I'm lost. I'm a little bit confused. I don't even know what just happened. but yeah, that was pretty much it. So yeah, guys, that is pretty much it. Now I have my system running in the background. Because I got the First Descendant running. Let me just turn it off real quick. I told what's the name about this game as well too. I told Sham about this game too, but I'm not sure how that might run on her computer. I'm not sure how that's going to run. That it might be a little bit tough. We'll have to put those graphics down. Let me tell you, because even with the card that I got, I'm like, yeah, my computer, it will start running real hot. I'm like, you'll sit up there and touch the glass directly on there. It's feeling like a nice, high 70s. Might be even close to 80. Like if it's the wintertime, that feels great. But you ain't trying to have that heat running through a room, when it's already 90 outside. So, that's why I tend to play more stuff on my Xbox than PC a lot of times, But yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much it, man. Y'all can pretty much have at it. What was it? Sham said, what's the name of the game? The First Descendant. You'll see it if you look on Steam and you type in The First Descendant. It's on Steam. It's a free-to-play game. They're about to have a large update August 7th. So either on the 7th we'll get the update, or we'll get it on the 7th, and then we'll probably be able to play it later on during the day or something, depending on how long maintenance is on the servers and everything like that. Like I said, they're moving to the point where the stuff that they talked about we will be able to do, where it can be like 8-man teams. It's like an open world. You fighting, enemies, and you fighting bosses out there. And yeah, we're about to have that, along with having bikes and stuff like that. So, like I said, just like they have characters for the guys, the gooners, directly out there, bathing suits and stuff like that, swimsuits. Where if you got a female character, they wearing those. They got stuff up there for the women as well too. So if you got a male character you like playing with, you can have him directly in shorts, with some slippers or something like that, a suit and all this other type of stuff. So because I know how girls happen to get when they play these games, like they don't got nothing for for the girls that want to play the male character. They got stuff up there for y'all. It's not the same, but they they got stuff up there. Shem said, I got a Noctu. Oh, Noctu fan. Okay, I got you. In the case, it keeps the thing cool. Oh, okay, I got you. Tibby said, I'm about to get on the game, start playing GTA, have Franklin just swim at the beach or play Sims. Oh man, I tried to tell you could have PS4. I think Tibby, you got a PS4 or PS3. I think it's PS4. But yeah, if you had the PS4, I forgot what it was. You could also played First Descendant 2, but I don't think it's. I think you got a PS3. But yeah. He said somebody said nobody cares about the story. Well, are you talking about like First Descendant, or are you just talking about in general? I'm not even sure. D Money sitting up there laughing. You said I don't want to see male prostitutes. That means it's not male prostitutes. These are characters just wearing swimsuits. So it might be like trunks, it might be, suit and tie or casual clothes or, alternate outfits. I'm just saying they got stuff up there for everybody up there. So, because normally girls would be like, y'all got all of this stuff for girls. Like, but what if I want to play with a guy character, or the other type of stuff. So like I said, First Descendant, it does have a story directly to it that you will go through. Continuations of the story are coming up. I think with this first update, we will get some continuations. Side parts of the story are with the characters and their ultimates. So when you got to do the missions to get the ultimate of that character, there's certain things in that as well too. So oh, you're talking about GTA. Okay, I got you. Sham said I got a dual graphics card. One is a GTX 2060 Super, so it should be able to handle it on low or medium, I think. And you got a 64 gigabyte RAM. I should be able to update my card. Yeah, your system is better than mine. I gotta do something with mine. Let me tell you. Like I got a RTX. What was it, like a 380? I got that directly in the system. I had that for a little bit of time. I got that one for free. But yeah, I think I just need I gotta redo the whole system, like motherboard and everything like that. Technically, realistically, I think I would actually need a whole new case. Because realistically, I would want 2 graphics cards on top of my capture card, my MK Elgato capture card that I got that is inside of the case. So yeah. D Money said, I think I have the First Descendant somewhere in my library. Let me see. What is it? Wait, D Money, are you talking about on Expo? What system are you talking about? I think you got PlayStation, right? Mel said GTA 6 has gay nightclubs if they haven't changed the goals. I mean, it probably will. It'll probably be updated. It'll probably have a lot of stuff directly in there. So it'll have some up there for everybody. So it'd be like that. Like I said, you will see me on that GTA 6 though. I'll be on there along with half of the world. Oh, you got it on PlayStation? Oh yeah, I think we don't think I crossplay. I think it is crossplay. I think it is crossplay. I would have to, because I play with people on PC. Now I gotta boot this back up. Sham said you remember that one live you did was 24 hours? Yeah. Yes, indeed. I'm not trying to do that right now though. Let me tell you, I'm not trying to do that right now. I would have to be prepared. That was a a Seiji that was always hyped, to sit up there and just do stuff. But also, I had a lot of the mods up there and people from the channel talking, so that helped out quite a bit, quite a bit, quite a bit. Let me see. Yo, D Money, do you know what your name is on First Descendant? Tippy said, I need help. I'm trying to hook up the PS4, but I don't see an HDMI port on the skinny LG TV. Oh, that's crazy. She shouldn't why am I saying it like that? You should not. There should be, even on my monitor, I got two HDMI ports. So if it's an LG, it should have the HD. You got to feel for it. So it might be on the left or the right, or it might be on the very back center of that monitor or that screen that you're looking at. Tibby said, will it work if I plug it in with a Roku? I mean, maybe. If it has an HDMI port in it, it might work. Sham said, is it on the side panel or the back? Tibby ran and got that PS4. Let me tell you something. Tibby said the thing is on the wall. It got you, Tippy. And I can hear it, and I know, because I know Tippy's voice, I can hear her cussing. Oh man, that makes it 1,000 times funnier. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I could hear Tippy just cussing up a storm. You said you're scared to move it. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if y'all got it attached to the wall. It should be able to extend directly out. It shouldn't just be like a standard issue, just wall stand or I don't know. I don't want you to break your TV either. Sham said you should be able to pull it forward. She said hers is mounted to the wall as well too. Yeah, you should be able to pull it out because you got to be able to put your HDMI cords and cable cords and stuff like that in. Sham said I have a remote control mechanism that moves. See, Sham got this Bruce Wayne type stuff. I can't deal with Sham. She living a rich life right now. Just got everything out here. D Money said never played it, but it's in my library. Does it make you create a game profile? Nah. You shouldn't have to do that. You don't have to make like a Blizzard or PSN or nothing like that. Whatever what's the name that you got, that's what you use. That's all you gotta sit up there and use. I gotta sit up there and turn it off real quick. Them fans are kicking up right now. And I know that it's, let me see. Oh, it's actually not registering that much because I thought it would be. D Money said never played it, but okay, that was the same comment. Okay, got you. But yeah, that was pretty much it, guys. That was pretty much it. Tippy said, I'm not moving. I get it, Tiffy. You said, wait, so your PSN is D Money 2002? Tippy is like, help. We're gonna have to work on upgrading you, Tippy. Trust me, we're gonna get you up there, Tippy. You're gonna be up there playing on a monitor, brand new system. This works. Gonna get you up there, Tippy. We got you. We're gonna start up a Tippy fund. Tippy said I'm gonna ask for assistance. Sham said, "LOL." Tippy, can it tilt at least? I think Tippy's afraid to do it. Tippy is strong. So like I was telling you, Sham, just like how you're tall, Tippy is tall too. And she likes to say she's 5'12" and a half. I'm like, you're 6 feet. You might as well just say 6 feet and just stick directly with it. So yeah, she's I don't think she really wanna want to potentially tempt fate and accidentally break something. Tippy said, "Y'all start a GoFundMe." Yeah, we got you, Tippy. D Money said, "One of those days I'll do a 24-hour stream, but I got to prep for it." Yeah, you got to prep for that one. You going? And I think did I have coffee during that time? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if I had the coffee machine during that time. Tippy was like, "It's an emergency." Sam said, "Me and Tippy are sisters." She have Banja. I don't even know what that means. Y'all be sitting up there bringing up words. I don't even know what that means. Banja. Why does that sound like Asian? uh, did I type that in right? Oh, I typed it in wrong. Okay. Barbados, Bohemian. Okay, I got you. Because yeah, that was throwing me off. I'm like, what does that mean? I'm like, that sounds Asian. As soon as I typed it in, I typed in Banjan, and then I got food. I got like some Afghanistan food. All it took was one letter off. One letter off. This is why reading is fundamental. Yo, give them what is up? What is going on? Sham said she is 6'1". Yeah, Tippy is up there. She's about basically 6 feet. She's there. Sky is the limit. Let me tell you, sky's the limit. See, I completely understand Tippy. Tippy's like, yeah, I ain't about to mess with this TV. I ain't trying to mess nothing up. I get it. I got you. I understand, ma'am. I understand. Let me see. I think D Money, don't I got you added on what's the name? On PSN? I think I should. I'm not sure if I can add. I'll have to probably do it later. Let me just make sure to write it. I swear I do got you up there. Let me just make sure to write this down so when I get off stream I can do it. Let me see. D Money 2002. Man, my handwriting is terrible. Yeah, I swear I got you up there though. The one thing I need them to do on these games is to add separate friends lists. So it's like, yo, I got everybody from YouTube directly right here. So it's like, bam. Instead of having everybody just like mixed in, it's hard to sit up there and keep track. Give them said just chilling. No problem. Since you said 4GA Virgilus helmet, nice work. Wait, I'm confused. I'm so confused. Tippy said, I'm black and black, just a lighter shade on melanin, but I have more melanin than white folks. I'm darker than Beyonce. My hair is 4 ABC. Both parents and grandparents, both black and black down line. Only Tippy. Level Up said Terry Hatcher was great during those days. That was the classic Terry Hatcher. Yo, Bowser, what is up? You said Lois Lane took someone up to the upper room. I just got here. Nah. This was just from like a different conversation. A further conversation. D Money says still taller than me, still waiting on my 1v1 sham. This man. Tippy said, why have a TV mounted on the wall and can't move? That's dumb. That's crazy. Yeah, that is crazy. D Money said, "Yeah, you have to add me on PSN." I didn't add you. That's crazy. Let me see if I can open up the other browser and do it. I'll just do it while I'm online here. Let me see. PSN. I would have to go to the store to go to my profile, I think. Or yeah, PSN network. Let me just do that. Ooh, the sign in. What? Please tell me that everything is up here. Brother. Oh no. Let me see. Oh no. It's not because I'm not trying to lock this. Because it's been a minute. Please tell me that's the right password. Oh, we did it. Hey, first try. There we go. All right. All right. So I'm on my PSN. Let me see. Game library subscriptions, account settings. Um. Let me see. They don't got like a friends list thing directly up. Yo, this is another reason why I have a problem with PS. All right. So because I'm doing this directly from the computer and they won't let me do it. I was able to actually log in though. All right, D Money. This is the PSN. So you would have to add me, and when I happen to go downstairs and log into my PlayStation, I can just add you. So that's the PSN. Well, I should have did PSN. I should have did it that way. Yeah. So let me, because I know it's going to double up. Yeah, it's going to double up. So let me delete that comment there and delete the other one. There we go. So yeah, that's the PSN right there. Hito _ Seiji, all caps. And then you should be able to see it. It should then pop up as SEIJIHITO. So so that is, there we are. Sham said my hair is 3B, and yeah, I think I'm lighter than Beyonce in the winter and darker in the winter. Wait, that's crazy. Oh, darker in the summer. Okay, I was like, wait, I was confused. D Money said, yes, you have me at it. Okay, so I do have you. Okay. I was trying to figure out, since you was like, Xbox is better. Like I said, the one great thing about Xbox is that irregardless on being online or not, I can just add you. I can go on my phone right now, put your name in there, add you. PSN, I don't know what they're doing. I can't even do it off of the computer. Like, they are so backwards and archaic in a lot of ways. Like, it just don't make sense. It don't matter. It just it's crazy. D Money said, yeah, I got you the 8-ball profile. Yeah, I thought originally my the one image that I got up there should be a lion, but I guess they swapped it or something, which was, it didn't make any. Again, that's another thing with PSN that I don't like, where it deals with stuff, because I got a different profile picture. But yeah. Sham said, LOL, that was me at Tippy. I think it's Island Blood that we tan like that. Possibly so. D Money said Xbox is not better. No judgment. I mean, for me, I'm not in this. I got everything. Switch. Sham is on the Switch as well too. We got PC, PS5, Xbox. We got, the only thing we're missing is like a Steam Deck. I mean, we don't really need it, but that's the only thing that's missing. Since she was like, it's definitely better. Oh, also, Sham, another game. I'll probably will, like I said, you'll see it. It's gonna be a game called Jesus, I'm trying to get my mind right. I was about to say Starship Troopers, but that is not it. It's the only game where I always say for democracy and freedom. Oh my god. But it's coming to Xbox. I'm sorry, August 12th or August 8th. I forgot the name of it. Somebody probably know what I'm talking about, but I forgot. But yeah, you'll see it, because I'll bring it up to you. Yeah, Helldivers. Thank you, Senshi. Thank you. Yeah, Helldivers. We're going to be getting that directly on Xbox. The thing that sucks is that I have a profile on Steam and I have things on there from battle passes from yesteryears. Like, we were playing this during the pandemic. But I don't think we're going to have cross-play saves, which sucks, which is stupid. And in 2025, every game should have cross-play saves, mandatory. For whatever reason, game companies don't want to do this. It's stupid. Because luckily I like the game, and that's the reason I'm buying it again. Luckily, just luckily, because again, a lot of people on Xbox did not get a chance to try this out. Helldivers is a pretty fun, nice game. It's a lot of stuff in there to actually do. Like, dude, when I'm talking, I'll show y'all the moment of time that it comes out. I will do a live stream of Helldivers, and when I mean to tell you that you are in the trenches in that game, it is you versus the world. It is not a game. Like, you better come prepared. If you're not prepared, you better start running. Yo, if you ever seen Starship Troopers, it's Starship Troopers on 100. Like that's exactly what it is. But like I said, it's a fun game for anybody and everybody to sit up and play for democracy and freedom. You know, Tippy said, I'm about to lose it. I'm still trying to play the game. Tippy, you don't get heated. Don't get heated. That's how things break, Tippy. Sham said, I'm waiting to get a new Xbox at release so I can get the Steam hookup on it. Oh yeah. That's how I know I'm hungry. I'm a little bit tired. I know exactly what you're talking about. I do plan on whenever it releases, I will get the new Xbox as well too. I'm not sure if that bad boy will cost $1,000 though. We might be, we might potentially be looking at some PS3 era pricing when it deals with that. So we'll see though. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. Sham said, I bet the parts are on the back of the TV and not on the side. Yeah, probably so. Since she said, how do you feel about Mecha Break now that it's out? No, I love Mecha Break. Mecha Break, I play that too. I primarily play the defensive heavy, so that is what was it? Tricera. I don't play Woken. I don't play Woken at all. I'm a little bit like melees for me are a little bit different. But the main three heavies I play. So Tricera, I forgot the other one. That has like the cannon. The main one also shoots like the missiles as well too. One has a charge cannon and another one has missiles, a barrage of missiles that can fire like heavy arms. But those are the main three that I play. Since she was like, see, Xbox better. D Money said Xbox is better than MAGA. Sham said, I think Xbox is better cooling system than the PS6. This time around. Oh, you talking about the PS5? Yeah. I mean the PS5 cool. I really haven't played anything that's heavily demanding, so I couldn't even tell you. The Xbox cooling, it does work. I would say if you got a newer Xbox, it's probably a little bit different. Your cooling is probably better than mine because I have my Xbox since the pandemic, like 2020. So it's been here for a minute, and I've put that bad boy through the ringer of when it means to have a system on and to be playing the system, playing demanding systems, being on for hours, and I've put it through the ringer, and I can safely tell you that the Xbox has stood the test of time. The only things that has taken place is that if it does get too hot, it will basically go directly to the dashboard because it's like, all right, it's hot. It needs to, cool off, that type of thing. Then you could, proceed to play the games. Rare times you might have the Xbox cut off. Rare. I'm talking about once every pink moon. Rare. That would happen, but that's extenuating circumstances where your room is hot and the Xbox is hot. So yeah. But other than that, the Xbox is good. I had no problems. The other thing I can sit up there and say as well too that people were having, my PlayStation has always been on the side. If you get a PlayStation, don't stand it up because it's been stated that the stuff that holds the main chip to the console, it will technically bleed out, and that'll be problematic if you stand it up and playing high demanding games and stuff like that. So since she said anything is better than PlayStation, that's crazy. That's crazy. D Money said it's a shame how cool some people can be, but then you find out they play Xbox. Cold blooded. Since she said feel the same way until you find someone says they play PlayStation. This is now Xbox versus PlayStation lobby right now. D Money said, imagine using that oversized control. Wait, whoa. Wait, hold on. What you talking about oversized control? You're talking about the Duke controller. You're talking about the original Xbox. We don't got those no more. I mean, that's a retro controller some people may have, but I don't use that. I got a standard issue controller. I'm a little bit hurt, and I got both systems. That hurts my feelings. That's crazy. Sham said, I play PC, D Money, but I have all the systems in my house. Sham said, I don't have a favorite console. I just like PC gaming mode. That's because Sham is a part of the PC Master Race. That's what it is. Sham is saying it without saying it. Tippy said, I got it. It was in the middle of the Tippy, I told you that. I said it was in the middle of the back of the TV. I told you that 30 minutes ago. This woman don't be listening to nothing I be telling her. Let me tell you. Since she said, see how misinformed people are? LOL. Yes, ma'am. Tippy said the console wars are so dumb. Tippy only says that because she has one console. If Tippy was ever able to get every console, she'd be like a kid in the candy store. Her mind would be frazzled. She wouldn't even know what to play. She'd be all over the place. Tippy said stupid location. I can hear you. As soon as you said stupid location, you started doing like the little grumble. That like I said, it's funny. Stupid location. Like who would put it back there? I can hear like, man, I'm telling you. It's hilarious when you know how people talk and how they sound. It's hilarious. Tippy with the grumble. Let me tell you. D Money was like, Sham is console fluid. Tippy up there laughing. Sham said, I got everything, so I don't argue. I mean, I don't argue either, but console battles are still fun. It's still fun to take parts in. Like I said, I see every side. I see what people talk about when they're PC Master Race and stuff. I get it. Like I said, you got everything there, but Steam has millions of trash games that I would never touch. And bar none, that's a fact. Millions of trash games. But like I said, every console got trash games. But I will tell you, if you do have a Nintendo Switch, download Pokemon Unite, and four of us can team up, and we can start going through some pubs and pub stumping people. We can sit up there and do that. I know Sham has a Nintendo Switch. I just never seen Sham get on Pokemon Unite. I don't know what it is. I need you to start playing some Pokemon game, Sham. You got to get up on it because, like I said, I be having it. I be before I tell y'all this. If I'm not on the Xbox, because I'm like, y'all, I don't feel like even getting up on there. I'm just gonna go to sleep. Before I go to sleep, I will at least run about 2 or 3 matches of Pokemon Unite. Some of y'all didn't see me. I got Gardevoir. That's my girl, right there. But I think what's the other one that I use now, like Caldera or something like that. I forgot, but it's like an armored. It's a 2-piece different like Pokemon. One is attack, and the other one is like sort of like defensive type. But I use like the fire version, and, stuff like that. So Tippy said, but that's why I said stupid same TVs need to have HDMI and USB ports at the bottom or the sides. Yeah, the TVs that well, my monitor it's at the back, it's not at the side, but other TVs that I've seen, they do got side ports. They do have side ports. Sham said that's true. I don't feel like always sorting through all of that. Yeah. D Money said Xbox has the most trash games, historically trash. Nah, that'll be Steam, my friend. As a person that is on Steam and has it, that is Steam. Steam has way more games than Xbox. Let me tell you. Xbox ain't touching with Steam, guy. I'm talking about you got some utter trash game. I'm talking about games that are so trash that Steam had to refund millions of people. I'm talking about in the millions of dollars. Because people like look up a game called The Day Before, aka The Day That Never Happened. People gave money to that game and pre-ordered or whatnot or whatever, and Steam had to take that game directly down and refund people money. Like Steam has refunded a lot of money for a lot of games. Like that's how crazy it is on Steam. Like you got some rampant thievery going on there. You can't do that on Xbox. You can't just be like, all right, I'm going to put this on a Microsoft store and have people pay $50 to $60 and then dip off with the money. Yeah, I ain't doing that. You got to be certified company, all that other type of stuff. Steam will just allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry to just be a game company and just put something up there. It's crazy. Take yo, what is up? What is up? You said good evening. What is up? Good evening to you as well. Sham said, LOL, I got Pokemon games, but is the United MMO? It's like it's a MOBA type. So Sham, what you do is you download because I'm on here. Wait, hold on. This got to be you on the system. No, somebody else. Sham was on there 3 hours ago. I'm snitching. Let me go through your games. Last thing, you spent 90 hours on Crunchyroll. 90 hours. So you do got some Pokemon games. I do see you, but I don't see Pokemon Unite though. Let me tell you that. I don't see that Pokemon Unite up there. You gotta get that Unite. Gotta get up there, Sham, so we can start pub stumping. Cause I've already done it by myself. I done set up there and had some matches where I done got like 23 to like 33 kills, just stumping people down. Shout out to God of War. Let me see. Since she said top selling games in the PS Store are ... The money said, isn't Steam and Xbox merging? Not exactly merging, but you'll have the storefront directly on supposedly on the next console. So if you have Steam games and the store is directly on a console, you should be able to natively play those, hopefully play those directly on the Xbox, which will be dope because that'll allow me to just, go to and from and do this and that. Like I said, all in one, for me, that's dope. That's a very dope thing. Like I said, I do have a PC, but sometimes you want to be in the comfortability of your couch in your living room and be able to do all of that instead of sitting at a computer and not being comfortable. So like I said, there's that. Sham said, see, I play Final Fantasy on PlayStation, so I have all of my consoles from the beginning. PlayStation 1. I used to have all of mine, but due to things that happen with the house, I don't got those. So I gotta work on rebuying those consoles. And I kept those specifically because my mom, she bought those for me, like the PlayStation 2, and stuff like that. So it had memories, directly to it. So I gotta try to replace those. Gotta try to replace them. Sham said, I downloaded it. It don't even say that you're online, Sham. Look at Sham hiding offline. Look at this. Look at this nonsense here. Talking about you downloaded it. Why you not online, Sham? What stalkers are you hiding from? So yeah, so when you play it, Sham, it'll give you a tutorial, a short tutorial that you basically go through, pretty simple and easy, and then we can go through and play. I mean, you do have items that you got to put on your character. You can pre-put on your character along with other stuff. Like I said, I'll walk you through it. Later on, because I know when you play it, it's gonna be like, yo, why are they getting me like this? So it's gonna be like, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to rotate quite a bit. Because normally when I play my character, I got the bottom half of the map or whatnot. David said, that I'm not even getting that one. Since you said more misinformation, I see. The money said, who is misinformed? But yeah, anyways, like I was saying earlier, wait, Sham said on Xbox, my first game I played on there was the Piñata. Oh yeah, Viva Piñata. Yeah. That was one of my favorite games before I was really online. Viva Piñata, I was no life in that little demo that I had. But I played a lot of good games there too, and I have old systems and Nintendo. Yeah, like 360, PS3. That I want to say that was another golden time for consoles. Like the games that came out then and how people were actually experimenting with games and the different stuff. Yeah, it's very hard to even get that back because you got everybody wanting to make these AAA games. They want to try to spend $100 million as if it's like a DC or a Marvel movie. I'm like, dog, y'all doing too much. Every game don't gotta be a AAA $100 million. Like, dog, just put out some decent games, some brand new ideas, fun mechanics, and different stuff like that, and consistently update the games. And don't do some stuff where it's online only and people don't got the rights to the game after the servers are off. Like I said, that's the problem that I have right now as a gamer. That's the problem that I got. Sham said I still got Sega Genesis. I had that and I had the adapter. I had the Mega adapter. Tippy said, all right, now it's on. I had to take down the TV physically to put the cable in. Heavy TV, but I got it done. She said, miss me with the feminism. Trust me, Tippy, I understand. I completely understand. But you got it done. You got it done, Tippy. You got it done. D Money said the last good game Xbox made was Turok Dinosaur Hunter. That's crazy. That is crazy. But yes, Tippy. Yes, Tippy. Let me see. So I guess Tippy is going to be playing like some GTA or something like that. I guess. My PlayStation is currently downstairs. Now, if I would have had like a backbone or something, I could, easily just, look at some stuff upstairs. Even though I don't really play my PlayStation, it just collects dust. Up until they actually have some stuff up there that I really want to play that makes me like, yeah, I really got to play my PlayStation. Like I said, everything is pretty much on Xbox. So, other than Helldivers. Wait, did I buy Helldivers for PlayStation? I got the first one, but I don't think I got the second one on there. I don't think so. But anyways, that was pretty much it. That is pretty much it. So I'm going to let you guys technically have directly at it. This has been an actual pretty fun and great live stream. Love the conversation. We actually been going for a good 6 hours, which is crazy. Quite insane to think. And I was, what was it? Gail said you haven't given up. So what are you talking about? Becoming a gamer? Becoming a gamer? What did Tiffy say? She said donate it. Oh, you talking about Helldivers? I think you would be able to play it on PS4. I think it is a PS4 title, so you would be able to play it. But what did what did Gil say? Is your name Demonante? No. That completely threw me off. I'm like, I thought you said Del Monte. I'm like, ain't that like a taco sauce or something, or like a taco place or something like that? Timmy said, "Why do you haven't collected dust?" I haven't really had nothing to play. Like the most I might have tried was Gundam. Gundam games or certain PlayStation games. But the thing that killed it for me is the PS Plus because you in order for you to basically play. Wait, Tippy, do you got PS Plus? Or do you just got you don't got PS Plus, do you? I don't you said David. I do not look like a David. So yeah, Tippy, like I said, you said Tippy said go eat something and everybody enjoy and relax your Saturday. Mentally relaxing, stay cool because it is hot outside. That is facts. You said Darian. What? Nowhere close. Devin. Nope. Tippy said nope. Boycotting by myself. That is crazy. Don't worry, Tippy. We got you. We got you out here. You'll have PS Plus in no time. You have PS Plus in no time, ma'am. You'll be out there, playing with the standard issue races. Matter of fact, you'll be able to play GTA online, and you'll be out there getting capped. Shout out to the old schoolers, old timers out there to knowing the terminology of people getting capped. So yeah, you'll be out there getting capped in no time. Committing robberies and all types of felonies. Don't worry, Tiff, we got you. Since she said Forza 2 and Grounded. Grounded 2 is actually coming out. That's another game that people should be looking forward to. I'm not sure if Xbox is going to release that over to PlayStation. It might go to PlayStation at some point, which I wouldn't technically mind because that's more people to basically play. Like I said, I'm at the point in time, it's like I'm done with the whole console thing. I just want gamers to be able to play games that are decent and fun. Like I said, Helldivers, decent, fun game. It shouldn't have been locked behind PlayStation. I liked X-Men Ultimate Alliance 3, even though there were things that needed to be worked, but it shouldn't have been locked behind Nintendo. So yeah, like I said, it's a lot of games out there that should not just be, one-sided or just locked. So yeah. D-Money said you need PS Plus to play online. Sham said, Gil, are you trying to figure out Sedge's name? Yo. Tibby said you gotta pay internet and PS Plus the greed. Gail says, Sham, yes. He says it starts with a D, and if I guess it, he will confirm it. Oh, that was from like years ago. I thought you forgot about that. Said Derek, not even close. Since you said neither should Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man, that was another one too. Yeah. Gail said Demetrius. Not even close. D Money said, I just want Xbox players to be better players. Whoa, buddy. Hold on. Wait. You must not have seen us. Hold on. See, this is where I take offense because I want you to know. When it deals with Xbox players are the kings at Call of Duty. Just to put that directly out there. PC don't count because PC got to fill the cheaters. Whenever people start talking about Call of Duty, it is Xbox. Just to put that out there. Like I said, I could come out of retirement and sit up there and get a few kills. And some double digits. I can sit up and do that again. Light machine gun, shotgunner at your service. This is what we do directly out here. This is what we do. Since she said PlayStation kids are the most toxic humans, Pinky said, "How about Dean?" Wait, Dean? Nah. That's too close to Dean Kane. We don't do that out here. we don't do that out here. We don't do that out here. Since she said, and Resident Evil 6, Tippy said, I'm a frugal gamer. Unfortunately, I just don't have the funds. Xbox been sleeping through SEIJI. Games are boring, but I'm disappointed in PlayStation 2. What is all this hate on Xbox right now? Said Daniel. Incorrect. Not even close. Not even close. Said Desmond. Not even close. Nowhere in the same area. Dejuan. What? What is even that? Money said Xbox is a MAGA Diddy party. Nah. I'll tell you, Xbox, you got racists. If you play Call of Duty, you'll hit up a lot of racists. I'll tell you this though. Some of the most racist people on Xbox, you'll have white people and Hispanic people being racist. That will take place and happen. Especially if you play during the Modern Warfare 2 era. I would, if I had the same setup I got now back during the 360 era, oh my God. Woo! The YouTube channel of showcasing racist out here, man, I would have blew up. I probably wouldn't even be doing this right now. Let me tell you something. You said Rainbow Six, said Donovan, Darwin, Donald. Tippy said it's not hate. I want the Xbox Series Universe 1002. LOL. Tippy got jokes. Gail said he looks like a Donovan. What? How do I look like a Donovan? That is insane. So we're going to end it on that one because this name guessing is crazy. This woman said Donovan. That is diabolical. Look like a Donovan. Insane. But yeah, like I said, I love you guys a lot. Shout out to everybody being here. Currently, we got about a good 40 directly on the stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Oh, oddly enough, we actually had about a good 9K people actually like pull through to the stream, so that's dope. So again, shout out to any and everybody that pulled directly through to the stream. Shout out to any and everybody that might have donated. I was like donated directly to the platform, multitude of ways, as D Money would say. Well, now he's not a regular, so but I'm still gonna do it. Shout out to the regulars directly out here. Because now he's not a regular. He's part of the main crew. Shout out to all of any of the members directly out there. Past, present, and future. Shout out to anybody who is a part of the Patreon as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation for everything that it is that you do. I'm just trying to look at some analytics real quick. Where'd it go? Just trying to see what's happening. Yeah, that's crazy. So around about 5 p.m. we had about like 2,600 people on the platform. So yeah, I see how we got up there that quick. See that? See that right there. So now currently, because of the live stream, we got about 622 people directly on the what's the name? That's dope. That is pretty dope. Again, shout out to everybody. I guess the numbers ain't really showing how they should be showing, at least within the last 60 minutes. That's what we had. At the moment. But again, shout out because it's on my end, it's only telling me that we got about like 28 people here, and that's divided in between two channels. Between two channels, which is crazy. Wait, what was it? D Money said, check your tone before you check me. This man. D Money said, I got the power now. Gail said, I'm not giving up. Sham said, could be Darrell. Not even close. Said Dominic. D Money said, my brother name is Donovan. It's a good name, Seji. I mean, much love to your brother. My name is not even close. Not even close. This woman said, D'Angelo, we taking it back now. Said the voice. Said Daryl with a whole different spelling. Nope. D Money said people dipped out when they found out you're an Xbox player, but I'm still here to speak. That's some crazy work. Yeah, it'd be like that because we were at 40. We were at 40 and people just dipped out. But yeah, I'm about to go get some food though. Y'all go get some food and enjoy yourselves. Have a good rest of what's today Saturday? Man, I can't even keep track. Yeah, have a good rest of y'all Saturday. It's still a little bit of daylight out, depending on where y'all at. Go get some Uber, some what is it, Lyft? I'm sorry, DoorDash or whatever it is, or spend some time with family, catch up on some movies, play some games, because that's what I'm about to do. I'm about to find something to eat and play some games and do that. I'll figure out if I'm going to upload that video for today. Because I'm tired of sitting down right now. I've been sitting for about a good 6 hours. I gotta move around. Yeah. Also, for everybody else, go move around. I gotta be healthy. I gotta get a better chair as well too. This foldable is not working. I got a circa 2002 foldable WCW chair that and went to war. So gotta get a new chair out here. What was that? Pink said good night. Tippy said read my comment. I did read your comment, Tippy. You said me too. I heard you. I read all of your comments actually, Tippy. I read them all. You claim you don't be hearing me. You don't be listening. Let me tell you. Sham said, be safe, eat well, play some games, bars. The money wrote an emoji that I currently can't see because of the stream that I'm using. You said 7 hours. Well, on my end, it says 6 hours and 19 minutes. So we doing pretty good. You said scroll up. Tippy, I did read it. I did. I read every single comment that you wrote. I read the thing about Xbox Series and Frugal Gamer. What else? This woman here, let me tell you something. She be swearing I don't be reading comments. Me too. Yes. Read my comments. He said for black man. Tippy, what comment are you talking about? You must be talking about something like way up yonder. You got to be talking about something way up yonder. Look here, Tippy. I'm not. I'm not about to be scrolling back 99 years to catch that comment. I swear to goodness, I'll be catching your comments and reading them. Tippy does this all the time because she's like, yo, you can't leave the live stream yet. Let's talk about this next topic. You ain't about to sit up there and catch me today, Tippy. You ain't doing it. What was it? Tippy said, peace, love, and soul. Read that. I read that, Tippy. See, I just read it. Sham said, I'm thinking of Domino's, but man, I can't decide. Go for Domino's. I think, was it this weekend? Because I did have some Domino's this week. They have a $9.99 deal on a pizza with like any toppings or something like that. I forgot what it was, but yeah, I ordered some Domino's and did that. Make sure you get the extra sauce though. But if you got acid reflux, I say then you would just do the normal sauce. Or substitute it or something like that. But yeah, I say go for some Domino's always got deals and the brownies are good. So I'm a Domino's guy. I got like 40 points like sitting directly up there. Probably I should have about 50, so that might be a free medium or something like that. Or a New York style should be at 60 points, but I forgot. Tippy said, no, you didn't. Sham said, I want some Chinese food too. I mean, you could order both. Tippy said it's for black men, and Tippy said out loud for black brothers. Tippy said stop being anti-black. Sham said nods. Pinky said Pizza Hut is better. We had Pizza Hut, but shout out to Lupe Fiasco. He said Papa John's don't deliver here no more. Yeah, Pizza Hut and Papa John's don't deliver where I'm at no more. So yeah, I can't get that. I can't do that no more because they were like, hey, we be getting robbed. I'm like, all right, whatever. So we got Domino's or local, so those are the two that we do. But I do love Pizza Hut. I miss the classic Pizza Hut restaurant and everything like that. Tippy said the men don't hear my comments. Read it out loud. What Tippy was saying to the black guys out there that she loves you. I summarized it, Tippy. There you go. I got you. Tippy's like, black men in chat, tell him to read it. This is how Tippy is like, yo, this is how I'm going to sit up there and get Seji to stay directly on. And technically her plan partially worked because it was 6:17 and now it is 6:22. This is the mental gymnastics that Tippy does. And she's been doing this for years. She's a professional. Sham said, yeah, I can get all 3 and Little Caesars too. But you just said that you don't eat that much. How are you going to have all of that? See, I wish I could. Actually, they closed the Little Caesars that was like close by, so it was nothing I can do. So I can't really, do that. And I do miss Little Caesars because I miss getting the hot and readies and the crazy bread too. Oh my god, I miss Little Caesars. So cheap and affordable. Maybe not now, but Tippy said, "Hey, it's Saturday gaming stream. I knew you was going to do that. Not today, Tippy, because I've been sitting here for about 6 hours. I need to move around. I got to move around." Just like everybody else, y'all got to move around too. Y'all might be laying on the bed or whatnot or whatever watching this. Move around. Oh, Sloppy Joe is actually pretty nice too. I like having a Sloppy Joe with some fries. Yeah, some home style fries or something like that. Yep, that's a good one. Sham said, "I can't get that much. That's why I don't know about pizza because I can't ever finish it. Just get you a medium pizza. I normally get a large pizza." Because the large ain't nothing. Like as soon as I get the pizza, I'm eating like 4 to 5 slices on my plate. So, and then I start eating as soon as I'm piling on slices. So then I got to take another one. So then I'm left with less slices when I want to come back the next day. So yeah, it's tough out here. And I'm trying to keep on the little bit of weight that I got. Like I said, I am not trying to go back to hitting like 130 anything. We're trying to get up to that nice 180, decent weight. Well, trying to get up to that 180, but trying to get back to 167. Sham said, I was just saying that what I can order. Yeah, lucky you. Lucky you, Sham. You can get everything. You can get everything. Lucky. I'm quite mad at this moment. Quite mad. Anyways, that's it. I will talk to you guys later. And I mean, maybe I might have a video loaded up. Possibly. I can't make any promises. But yeah, we'll see what takes place. But of course, we will have videos for tomorrow, especially some of the ones that I mentioned and went directly over. Tippy said, "Okay, I'm about to eat. Y'all enjoy." Of course, Tippy. Of course. While I'm sitting up here starving and hungry. All right. Peace out, y'all. I will talk to y'all later.